be discussed here. But later on, at the appropriate forum, I'll be able to share some of these things with you.
It's Honorable Safton.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. On a lighter note, if the birds die, there will also be food for us. One day, poison birds.
I know Chairman will direct that this will be a sponge from the records.
Anyway, so
I think that the minister has already answered.
Right,
you are
okay.
not allowed to kill those birds. So the minister cannot sit here and encourage members either to kill or eat or to do anything. No, not at all. So that question is a punch.
Anyway, so I am just following up on your answer. And first of all, let me say congratulations. You're doing a good job. And be encouraged to do more for our farmers. You said that the traditional ways of driving away these birds, they are getting used to it. And so it's not effective any longer. So I'm curious, with the use of these drones, won't they also get used to it soon? Any plans already in case another technology, in case they get used to the drones, do we have any plans going forward to outwit them?
You know, I said the drones can be used for many, many things. And so the deployment of the drones per our strategies will provide sufficient remedy to the challenge. And apart from that, we are also working with our research institutions to come out with early maturing varieties. Early maturing varieties. When that is done, we'll distribute them across the country to our farmers to also beat the time for the coming in of the... A whole lot of things are being done. But as I indicated earlier on, I don't want to be pushed to say some kind of things that Mr. Chairman will not be comfortable with. Because he wouldn't want me to stray into matters that will create some kind of, or illicit reactions from some international bodies that we don't want to hear from.
Honorable Minister, I will ask you the next question, and it will be 2 in 1 because there's a question and a follow-up. So I'll ask both so that you can take both, and then we can go. And then after that, we'll go to the last question. My ranking will take that question for you. Honorable Minister, on the same day, Honorable Seth Ose Akoto, the Honorable Member for Achuma Mponua, I think you know him because he's been with the Agric sector for long. He asked you a question. He said, I beg to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture to expatiate in the short to long term, feed the industry program the ministry wants to implement for the beneficiaries of farmers. I'm just reading exactly. So he really wants you to expatiate or to give more details as to that program for the public. And what is it for? What is the benefit to the public? Why are you doing it? How long have you implemented it? Which stage have you reached? What is the benefit? The finance, all this, he wants you to explain that. Then he added a supplementary, so I just add a supplementary. Mr. Speaker, like he did indicate, the two of us have worked together on fertilizers and other issues related to agriculture. So I do not want to argue with him on some of the answers that he has given. But I want to find out, or he should have given us update on the status of the farmers' service centers that he has mentioned above. Thank you. So give us an update on Feed the Industry program that you have at your ministry, and then the issue of fertilizer, the issue of the service centers. You made a lot of promises when it comes to service centers, so you should expect questions on that. The mechanization centers, service centers, the tractors for farmers at the constituency, and you made all that. It's both in your manifesto and then platforms and in Parliament. So people want to hear the service centers where you have reached with it, your plans for it. It was in the budget, and also the feed industry. Please, take it on.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, in the NDC manifesto, we made a firm promise to introduce a program called Feed Ghana. And then under that program, we have a sub-program called Feed the Industry. The two together should lead to increased food production, job creation, and food security for our nation. Basically, these are the three things that we are looking for as a nation. Now, under the Feed the Industry program, what we are doing is simple. Every producer produces in anticipation of demand. If farmers continue to produce under what we call anticipatory demand, when things go awry, they wouldn't know what to do. And so we are establishing an integrated system under which farmers will produce for specific industrial processing. Now, the first thing we started with had to do with the poultry subsector. When we started the distribution of the Nkokor Nketenkete, the day-old chickens plus the poolers and the rest of them to the farmers, we anticipated that the distribution, in addition to the campaign for mass participation in the sector, will lead to increase in production. Now, when people produce, where do they sell? So we decided to establish a poultry processing center at Bichim, so that when the farmers produce, the processing sector will be the off-taking point, creating ready market for them, increasing job opportunities, and then they will package them nicely and distribute across the country and even beyond the country. As we speak, that project, per the report we have received, is almost 50% complete. And we have the assurance of the contractor that latest by December, the project will be completed and commissioned for the benefit of our people. And so you see the farmers will be producing to feed that particular industry for value addition. And along the chain, we unlock the full potential of the subsector. The studies have shown that one job created in primary agriculture can lead to 3 or 4 additional jobs created in the processing space. So if you are able to do this, you move agriculture from the level of just farming for survival to agriculture as an enterprise. That is what the Feed the Industry program is all about. Then again, internally, they do a lot of soya production. But sometimes you hear our farmers crying for a market. What can we do to even add value to the soya that is produced? The ministry, in partnership with a private entity, is establishing a soya processing plant in Tamale. As we speak, we have placed the adverts for the procurement of the equipment. As soon as the equipment is installed, the factory will then have a buyback arrangement with the farmers. Produce for me to offtake. They will give them the inputs. We have already established cooperatives around the country. In fact, per our records, we have registered about 73,000 community commodity-based cooperatives. So these factories can work with the cooperatives for them to produce. Once they have the assurance of the readiness of market, they will be able to produce sufficiently to feed these industries. And even last week, a private entity also engaged with us. They are also establishing a sorghum processing plant in the northern enclave. I've forgotten the specific area. And they are requesting our involvement to enable us operationalize that facility as soon as possible. And so across the country, we are working with the private sector to set up these strategic industries to serve as market, ready market for our farmers. If you recall, when His Excellency the President visited Tamale during his thank you tour, the recent tour, the President made a firm commitment that yes, we have witnessed a glut in many of our crops, maize, rice, and others. For maize, we have some investors from China and India, and they say that they can process the maize and then export. And so we have asked them to set up 5 of the processing plants at the largest producing districts. And so we have given them the districts, and then we are working with them very soon. They have done they placed the order for the equipment to be brought in. As soon as they get in, we'll set them up, and then they'll start buying the maize and then processing them. And so we want to transition from agriculture as a survival activity just for feeding the house, feeding the families, to agriculture as an enterprise, where farmers like your good self, myself here, can really recoup their investment, make it profitable, and use that opportunity to create jobs for our nation. In fact, we are doing a lot under the Feed the Industry program. In fact, let me add this. On assumption of office, we realized that we had about 11 PAC houses that were built by some of our donor partners for us that had been abandoned for several years in the Northern Enclave. 11 of them. And so we engage the private sector. What can we do together? Can we rehabilitate and operationalize these facilities? Now, as we speak, we have rehabilitated about 7 of them. And the private entity that we are working with has already engaged our farmer cooperatives around these areas. And we have given them tomato seeds, we have given them fertilizers, organic fertilizers, and they are producing tomatoes, taking advantage of the PAC houses for this private entity to procure and then process. And so a lot of things are happening as we speak. Mr. Chairman, even around Legon, we are working with a private entity there. You know, for a long time, we have challenges with tomato production. We are unable to produce sufficiently to feed our people, and we've been dependent on importation from Burkina Faso. Recently, there was a ban. I'm speaking too much. I thought you had given me the platform to let you know.
Honorable Minister, go ahead. I'm just saying you are giving a lot of information to the public, which is good. Go ahead.
Okay. So around that area, we are working with the private sector. FarmMate. FarmMate is into tomato processing. They do what they call puree. They grind the tomato, can it nicely, so that you can keep it for 1 year in the freezer and then be using it without any difference. And he is also working with the farmers to produce so that he buys from them. So FarmMate, as we speak, is working with 48 of our cooperatives, and we have given them all the input they require to be able to scale up. And because of this, and the other factories that are coming on board, we have to expand production of tomatoes in this country. So even Tono, the irrigation facility there, we have taken 500 hectares of the irrigation land for tomato production. And we have given the farmers the tomato seed. We recently gave them the organic fertilizer, and we have introduced a buyer to them so that when they produce, immediately it will be bought for them. So that is, in a gist, what we are doing under the Feed the Industry program. The strategy is simple, but it is the best to remove agriculture from the primary level to a level where agriculture will become a real business and will attract prospective investors like all MPs to invest in that area and make money. Then the next question had to do with the Farmer Service Center. Mr. Chairman, it is very, very important. In fact, it is the most important part of the Feed Ghana program that we are implementing. Because in Ghana, 80% of our farmer population is smallholder farmers. 80% of them are smallholder farmers. Smallholders produce basically to feed the households. They sell the excess to enable them buy basic things they require in order to keep their homes. If you want to produce sufficiently, we must encourage commercial farmers. We must encourage commercial farming. How would you do it? We have to introduce mechanization into agriculture. And because of the presence of the smallholder farmers, they do not have the capacity to buy this equipment on their own. Even if they are to rent, they cannot. They don't have the capacity. And so what government has decided to do, and what we are doing now, is that we are setting up farmer service centers in all the agricultural districts, depending on the availability of resources. And so in the budget, we made a promise that we're going to do initial 50. Salt cutting ceremony has been performed, and as we speak, contractors are on site executing the project. In fact, I was in Afram Plains last week to check on the progress of work, and I'm happy to report that the contractor is on site and the work is progressing according to plan. It is believed that if we are unable to complete a number of them by December, early next year, some of them will be operationalized from the report we have seen. When it is completed, the strategy is simple. We are procuring equipment, as I indicated the last time. We have gone through the process. We have gotten to the stage where we have to sign the contract. The signing of the contract will bring an end to the process, because the responsibility then shifts to the supplier to supply to us. We went to Belarus to look at the equipment. The president himself was there because he's so much interested in this. And we have settled on, I think, 1,840 pieces of equipment, the highest ever received in this country. We are bringing in the phase one, we are bringing in more than 400 tractors, 75 to 90 horsepower, 75 to 90. And then we are bringing in combined harvesters for rice. They can be used for soya, rice and soya, for maize, the rest of them. We have all those, a whole lot. And then also, in the centers, we have secured 10 acres in all the districts for the farmer service centers. We are using 2 acres to put up the facility. And the remaining 8 acres, we are looking for prospective private investors to set up processing plants close to the center, so that if the farmers in that enclave produces rice in abundance, and there's a milling facility at the service center, they can go and then do the milling there. We have a silo as part of the facilities there, then we store them. So the center is not only about mechanization. We are also looking at input distribution. We have recently distributed fertilizers to all the agricultural constituencies in this country. Every constituency has been given 1,500 bags. 1,500, every constituency. It's not even district. Every constituency. Those who have not received, maybe the contractors are still supplying, so they will receive theirs. But it is believed that by close of next week, every district would have received the quantities we have assigned to them. Then apart from that, last year we had a report that after using the traditional routes for the distribution of the fertilizers, some of the peasant farmers, smallholder farmers, were neglected. They were not served. So we said, if that is the case, because they constitute the majority of our farmer population, let's have a special dispensation for them. And so last year, we gave the Peasant Farmers Association 15,000 bags. And this year, we have increased that to 40,000 bags for them. This is in addition to the 1,500 we've sent to all the districts. Then apart from that, we are also encouraging school farms. We are also encouraging churches, faith-based organizations to also go into farming. So those who have registered with us, we are also encouraging state agencies, all those who have registered with us, they are also receiving inputs from us. So when the centers are established, we will stop using these conduits for the transmission of the fertilizers to them, because the centers are in the district. In Bimbila, for instance, if the center is established, Mr. Chairman can just walk to the center. Because he's a farmer, the records will be available. There's a system for every farmer to be registered, and then they will know the acres, the size of your farm, and based on that, release can be made to you from that level. So extension services will also be available. Officers will be there, their motorbikes ready. They will be available at the center. If you require their services, you just have to indicate to them. Now let me indicate that when you get the tractors and distribute to these areas, if you are a farmer and you need the services of the tractors, you go to the center and then you indicate you want to clear, you need tractors. You need about 2 tractors to do that for you. Whether you have money or not, even if you don't have the money, you can enjoy the services of the center, and then when you harvest, you go and pay. And that is why we are urging every farmer in this country to be part of the cooperative. Because if you go in the name of the cooperative, it becomes very, very easy for the center to deal with you. And so we expect that every member, every farmer in this country should belong to a cooperative. And so, Mr. Chairman, that is the status of the farmer service centers. In fact, MPCA, whose districts have been selected among the 50, know that we have taken their lands, we have finalized the documentations and everything, and our engineers are now on the fields working on some of these things. In fact, we even had a private entity last week. The entity wanted to come into an agreement with the ministry to engage in build, operate, and transfer arrangement for the construction of the Farmer Service Center. And we have asked them to do a pilot in one of the districts for us to see how it will look like before we can commit ourselves to something of that nature. So we have selected one district for the pilot to be done there. And very soon, you'll see our team. In fact, yesterday, the person in charge of Farmer Service Center, the Deputy National Feed Ghana Coordinator, who is in charge of Farmer Service Center, had to go with them to that particular area. And the concentration is in the northern part of Ghana because of the volumes that we receive from that part. So that's exactly what is happening.
Honorable Minister, do you want to be president? The way you are talking,
But
you don't have to answer, don't worry.
no, Mr. Chairman, once you have summoned me here, and if it is in the interest of the committee to elicit information from me, Mr. Chairman, I am available and ready to respond.
Thank you. There are 3 things I'll find out from you. The Nkokor Nketenkete program that you first mentioned, how many beds, how many have you distributed so far?
Mr. Chairman, it's good you have posed this question to me.
Oh, no, just.
And I must be grateful to you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this matter right before you here.
Yes.
Because earlier on, you made a comment on TV about Nkokor Nketenkete, and my attention was drawn to it. I said, Honorable Nitiwu is a brother, and this is not a matter that I should respond. But if by providence, by the magnanimity of your good self, you have given me the opportunity to respond, then I will do so. The Nkokor Nketenkete project has some components. The first one is what we call the backyard poultry. Under that one, we have procured 3 million birds, 3 million, for distribution to almost 60,000 households across the country. The rationale behind this is to stimulate interest, to generate interest in backyard poultry, in poultry production among Ghanaians. And so what we did is to get 200 people from each of our constituencies, selected by the local authorities, and then the list furnished us. We then identified brooders in the various districts, because these are people who are not used to the poultry business. So if you give them the day-old chicks, the likelihood of recording mortality rates that you haven't seen before will be very high. And so we said that if that is the case, let's brood them for a month, vaccinate them, take them through that process before we do the distribution. And so in all the district regions that we have served, that has been the strategy. We identify brooders, we send the birds to them, we add the feed. After 1 month, then we allow the local people to distribute for the selected beneficiaries. As we speak, we have covered 11 of our regions. We are now moving to the 5 northern regions. The 5 northern regions have become the last of the segments for us to serve, because we did the pilot in that area. Under the pilot, we selected about 13,000 farmers and distributed the birds to them. And we realized that it was a successful business that can be scaled up. But even after the launch, some donors expressed interest. Mr. Chairman, I'm reporting to you today that EU, through FAO, donated to us 150,000 bears. But they selected some 6 districts from the Northern Belt that the poverty is endemic in those areas. And so they wanted us to distribute those bears to just the 6 districts in the Northern Belt. And I was in one of the districts to do the lunch myself. Each of the districts, each of the 6 districts will receive 25,000 bears. Distribution is currently ongoing. So they will not be part of the 10,000 bears that the ministry is distributing, because they've already been served. That is just the backyard. Now, we add the feed and then give them the bears. Some of the stories are here for purposes of clarity and to let Mr. Chairman himself appreciate that this intervention is indeed making differences in the lives of many people. I will want Mr. Chairman to watch this small video. I will crave your indulgence, if you allow me. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, okay. Mr. Chairman, apart from...
Your President John Dramani Mahama.
Is it possible you can...
na empuntu be nso na ade de abere no nti se wo hwe kg a nkokɔ ne gum kama kama na o matoto ngosu ya wo kama no ba ye me ma me egusu a oyi ngosu ya no aha nti mebo apini no na ma busa no se ne saka na ekɔsɛ nti ma na wo se yo ba ma wo se oyi ngosu ya kama na ade we no saka no ekɔsɛ na se nso na atima boa wo ana jumadi na nkasa no.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, this one is the component of the Nkokor Nketenkete that is targeting the most vulnerable, the widows in our communities. We piloted this in the Northern Enclave. 500 widows benefited from this. What you saw in the constituencies and which you spoke about, that is this one. No, I'll give it to the media. No, I'll make it available. I'll send it to you. So, Mr. Chairman, these are some of the stories. Now, the difficulty we had with some of the regions, especially in the eastern region, some of the farmers who benefited called me and said, Honorable, our bears are ready. We are not getting the market. And I said, oh, look, we can find some market for you. So we spoke to some of the processors. Some of them had to move cars from Accra to some of the regions to go and buy the bears. But there are also stories that we can also share. Some also decided to kill and eat all. In fact, they were even sending me videos that, Honorable, we are eating everything. But this is not meant for that immediate consumption. We just wanted people to rear them, sell, and reinvest so that it becomes
Honorable Minister,
businesses.
that's the trending story, that they are eating the birds. You've seen it, that trending story I've just mentioned.
It's trending?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That they are eating the birds.
Oh, okay. But, Mr. Chairman, even though we don't encourage that because we wanted them to capitalize on this, to earn something for their livelihood. If that is what they have decided to do, at the national level in aggregation, it also helps. If they are able to build a good taste for locally produced poultry, that is a big plus for us. Because I was in Nebraska, and the stories I heard about their poultry, I asked myself, are we able to check the kind of products that we import into this country? Because they say that it is illegal for you to sell the layers when they are spent. I mean, when they are no longer needed, and then they kill them, it is illegal for you to sell them in the U.S. Yes, because they are vaccinated. Lot of things, a lot of vaccines are administered on some of these bears. And so they think that it will be inimical to their health if they consume. So they are not allowed to be sold on their markets. Where do they sell them? In other areas, where do they go? And that is why our people must begin to appreciate the fact that what we produce here, in terms of quality, it is the best. So if the quality is superior, in terms of pricing, you don't match them. And people must begin to patronize what is produced in Ghana here, because it is only through that way that our businesses can expand and employ our people who are jobless on our streets. Then, Mr. Chairman, you asked of Nkokor Nketenkete. We are now moving to the third phase. Under the third phase, we are procuring 4 million bears. 4 million bears. This is to support existing poultry farmers. They have the facilities, they have the experience, the skills, and everything. We only want to build their capacity to scale up. Because the factories that are coming up, we have individual private investments that are coming up. The campaign is yielding the results. A lot of people are coming into the space. At the end of the day, if we don't encourage a lot of people to go into the space, it will be difficult for them to get bears for processing. In fact, I will soon table a proposal before Parliament for consideration. If Parliament agrees, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture will support all parliamentarians to go into poultry production. In fact, as we speak, we are preparing.
Honorable Minister,
I'm talking about proposal.
I'm saying that we have noted your assurance. on this particular one. And we'll follow up with it. You
In
have
fact-
made 2 assurances. We'll follow up on each of them.
In
You
fact-
have made the assurance on the service centers. We shall visit them, the 50,
Yes.
and see to the conclusion, the construction, and make sure that you have that. And this promise you have also, assurance you have also given about proposal.
Yes.
Trust me, a lot of the MPs, it would help them in their post-retirement. Right.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for applauding my initiative. These are some of the initiatives that the Mahama administration is bringing to this country. And it's good that you are applauding this. I want to assure you that even though I'm calling it a proposal, plans are far advanced. The ministry is procuring some quantity of beds, mainly for members of parliament. And so when I appear before the House, I will indicate to you how we want members to prepare themselves towards it. As soon as the beds are ready, we then distribute them to the various places for members of parliament to be in that business. Because we think that when it comes to capacity to scale up, you can do it. We only have to stimulate the interest in you. And I must say that it's a very viable project. I'm a poultry farmer myself. I started not long ago. And Mr. Chairman, if you know what I know, you would have run to be part of that process. So it's good you have given us the indication, and I will bring that to. But I was surprised that when we started with the backyard poultry, I reached out to our colleagues, minority. But you declined my offer. Yes, you declined my offer. And I said, what is this?
Well, I was not there when you did that conversation, so I'm not able to confirm or deny it. But we'll reach out to the minority there to find out whether that is true.
I don't want to go into the details.
And you know him, he'll react.
No, I said I don't want to go into the details for purposes of the camera. That's why I said you are my brother. So whenever there's an issue, you call us and then we sit down and discuss. If we decide to use the media to mount pressure, before we realize, things will go astray. So let's judge to resolve some of the challenges.
I understand. Members have questions. I wanted to go through my question, but members have a lot of No. Members have a lot of questions regarding this particular thing you have just mentioned. But I only say that I will encourage you. The late president of Agric, one of the conditions to remain minister was to establish a cocoa farm, commercial cocoa farm. And the government assisted every one of them. Because you put up someone as minister or MP, and he comes out and he becomes a beggar. The tendency is that when he's in there, he will want to survive. But if he knows that, look, I have to serve the nation with my heart, without tainting my hands, but after that, I can engage these things, I think that it will help a lot of us. So, colleagues, yes, Nkokor. And then after that, Ranking and you.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah. Honorable Minister, you said if we knew what you knew, we'd be running. Can you please reveal what you know? Sorry, that's just my number.
About the poultry industry.
So that we'll start running. But anyway, that's he's confused.
No, I just want to let you know that it is profitable.
No, I'm just...
Because even if you do the layers, you can sell the eggs, make good money out of that, and a lot of things.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying that I did some little investment in there. And what I'm seeing is a business that I will encourage my colleagues,
to go
especially based on what the chairman said. You know, this job you're doing, no matter who you are, you cannot be in parliament forever. And so you must also think about life outside parliament. So if you invest in agri-space, the multiplying effect is so huge that you'll be able to make good money out of that. Let me say that as a minister in charge of food and agriculture, I know almost all my farmers. I hope Mr. Chairman is listening. I'm saying that as a minister in charge of food and agriculture, I know almost all my farmers. And I know you are a good farmer. A good farmer. I'm thinking about how I can procure your rice for you, because you have harvested more than 2,000 bags of rice, and you are not getting market now. He's a good farmer. And so if you don't know, as we speak, about 67% of MPs in Ghana are all farmers. And so when you see people in ties and you think that they are only making money from parliament, you are deceiving yourself. It's only that they don't share the stories. Nitu will not let you know that he's a big-time farmer. So if you are not careful, you may think that he's making his money from parliament here. But he's making it from the farm.
Yeah.
So, my dear, that is the story.
Yeah, no, I'll come for consultation, please. Yeah, but my question, you mentioned that for the backyard poultry, you've done about 11 regions already, and then it's just left with the northern region, about 6 of them.
Yeah.
But so please, does that mean that western region has been done already? And then if it has, which constituency specific, please?
Western region, as we speak, we have sent the birds to the brooders, and they are brooding them in Western region. After 1 month, they will be ready for distribution. Even yesterday, I had a call from one of the constituencies in the Western region. They were complaining about shortage of feed, and I had to alert the Feed Ghana coordinator to ensure immediate deployment so that they can have feed to feed the birds that we have sent. So we are there.
So Western region can be assured that very soon we'll get our birds, the
In fact,
backyard ones.
they have already received the birds in Western region,
but not
except
in the
that
constituencies.
We are in the districts, except that we have to brood them. Right. So they remain the property of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
Okay.
Because we are not handing over day-old chicks. We want to brood them for 1 month before we give them to you. So, Honorable Member, if I get to know your district, I will give you the brooders number, okay, so that you get in touch with.
So should I say it here, or I should see you in chambers?
Wherever.
Okay.
It's your preference.
All right.
Ahanta West district, the district after Takrade, on the way to Elebu. Yeah.
That's my district, Ahanta West.
That you can contact the person. In fact, they are there.
Thank you.
Ranking.
Honourable Minister, anyway, thank you for the updates that you've walked us through. And let me say...
Honourable Minister, let me just state that the last question, you are also answering it. If you look at the way you have virtually moved. So, honourable colleagues, we are just wrapping up with the minister. So go ahead with your questions.
I think the last question has also been answered. And then with regards to the Nketenkete, I will say those that, in my constituency, the broilers that were given to them, I think this year, after the Ramadan fast, every house enjoyed the broilers. So instead of them going to buy the imported chicken, in fact, that was what was used in almost every household in my constituency, and we thank you for that. And then my question is with regards to the free fertilizer distribution. I felt that I had an idea that maybe if government could subsidize and make the fertilizer available in the market so that smallholder farmers can get to buy, it will be better than giving it free. The free, not everybody can get it. And then also the quantities that come to the constituency or district is far low. And for that matter, not everybody can assist it. Is there a way that you could subsidize the fertilizers and even the agro inputs, like the chemicals, herbicides, in view of the fact that this year, farmers actually have gone down because of the low prices. The low prices, too, is not peculiar to only Ghana. Almost the entire West Africa, everywhere you go, you see that food prices are actually very low. And so farmers have not been able to break even, especially in view of the high cost of production that is at hand. So if you could help us by subsidizing the agro inputs, I believe it will go a long way than giving out the free fertilizers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is a good suggestion. But let me give you the background to the introduction of the free fertilization exercise. You know, the ministry's policy is fertilizer subsidy. The government will subsidize and make it affordable so that the farmers can buy them. And in fact, after the operationalization of the Farmer Service Center, the report indicates that that is what we are going to use. We are going to do the subsidized fertilizer. But 2024, something happened in Ghana. The emergence of the dry spell in the northern belt, devastated a lot of farms. As a result, farmers lost their investment. And we needed to introduce the free fertilization policy as an emergency cushion. And that was why last year we did that. So this year, we were going to revert to the subsidy program. And then the glut emerged. Because of the glut, farmers are not getting market for their produce. And so when our team went around the nation, we realized that even if we subsidize it, we pay even 3/4 of the price, it will still be difficult for some of the smallholder farmers to buy the fertilizers. So we said, if that is the case, let's continue with the emergency cushion today. If by the grace of God and through the integrated approach we have adopted, we are able to normalize the entire agri space, then we'll go back to the subsidy program. So we are using it as an emergency cushion to get farmers the input so that they can continue to stay in production.
Yes, Deputy Rankin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you said we are concluding, so we can ask public interest questions. All right. Before my public interest question, Honorable Chairman, let me state that I have been assured by the minister I will have one of the farmers' centers. So my place will be the first place that the committee will be visiting for the site visitation. Solar Tuna Calva. Yes, it's part of the 50, the first 50 that we will get. Oh, yes, even in his office, we captured it. and here too. Yes, he has confirmed that assurance.
Honorable member.
The list. And the idea is to cover...
This committee will want to have the list.
Yeah. And
so that in our report to Parliament, we can read it out,
okay,
so the members will know.
Okay, and the idea is to cover all the agricultural districts. But we are doing it in phases because of the limited resources. And so we have started very soon. The contractors will be all over. And then you people will become the apostles of this initiative, transformative initiative. And I like Mr. Chairman, when he sees it, he will say it as it is.
All right, thank you. Now my question. Honourable Minister, yesterday 506 feed Ghana brigades passed out, according to the report. Is it a case that you're going to post them to other districts? Because it's like we realize that some districts, about 10, others more than 10, came from one district for the training. And so all these officers too, are they going to be giving motorbikes for their runs per the report that we had yesterday? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we are just augmenting the extension force of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. The international benchmark is that one extension officer should serve at least, or maximum, one extension officer should serve maximum 500 farmers. Unfortunately, in our part of the world, one extension officer is serving 1,500 plus farmers. How can such an officer be effective in the delivery of his mandate? And so we have decided to employ a lot of the extension officers. But looking at the fiscal constraints, we are doing it in bits. The first one we have done is the 506 we have recruited. All the 506, we have procured their motorbikes. In fact, yesterday, the motorbikes were ready. But we decided not to distribute them because we have to register them in the ministry's name before we hand them over to our officers. And so within the next 2 weeks, the Honorable Deputy Minister is handling that. They will be ready for distribution. And then again, we are going to distribute them to where their services are needed most. When you go to Sisala, for instance, and you look at the volumes of rice, that is maize, that is produced in that enclave, and you check rice prices today and compare to 2024, you see that we need to do a lot of activities there. So some of them, most of them will be going to some of these areas. And as and when we employ them, we deploy them accordingly. So in your area, yes, some of them will come there. But Honorable, we did not ask districts to present their candidates. We advertise for qualified applicants to apply. And they were taken through vetting processes before we settled on the 506. So we are not concerned about where they come from. Our interest is in the fact that they are Ghanaians and they are ready to serve. They have the qualification. We have also trained them for some 2 weeks, and we think that giving them mobility, they will be able to deliver. So wherever there's the need, we'll post them there, and then they work for us. But let me also seize the opportunity to add this. If a private entity needs the services of some of these extension officers, they can apply to us, and the ministry is ready to deploy accordingly. We have already received some requests, and yesterday we acted on some of them, because the agriculture in Ghana is entirely private sector led. Government only creates that conducive atmosphere for the private sector to take advantage of. So the success is our success, and therefore we are always working together with the private sector.
Honorable Tanko.
Appreciate him. 500 motorbikes for 500 officers. We should commend him for that. Honorable Minister, let me congratulate you and your ministry for a good work done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful, except that that is not the only quantity we have procured. In fact, the Food and Agricultural Organization has also procured 261 motorbikes for us to be distributed to all the district veterinary officers. And they added 20 4x4 vehicles. So every region in this country, the veterinary regional officer is receiving a 4x4 vehicle, and 4 will be kept at the headquarters. This is to facilitate the movement of our veterinary officers, to enable us transform the livestock subsector.
Please, Honorable Tanko. But Honorable, you know that in the last administration, every district received a pickup for the Agric officers. So you are giving them motorbike. Are they going? It's just for the office work, or?
Mr. Chairman, you spoke about vehicles. Yes, some vehicles were procured under the Ghana-Canadian, farming support arrangement, which was captured as a baby of the Planting for Food and Jobs. But before 2025, all the vehicles had been auctioned, or most of them had been auctioned. I say most. Most of them had been auctioned. And so, as we speak, we don't have vehicles for most of our district offices. The motorbikes we are giving out is for extension service delivery. We are now thinking about how your committee and parliament can support the ministry to mobilize enough resources to procure vehicles for district offices.
Honorable Minister, are you saying that new vehicles less than 4 years were auctioned? By who and for what?
Them new, but our records indicate that they were procured sometime in the first term of the past government, and then before 2024, most of them had been auctioned. If Mr. Chairman will request, I will be ready to furnish a detailed report.
Please do.
District by district.
It's very important
For you to.
We have all used vehicles. In fact, I don't know how many people use their vehicles more than MPs. MPs use their vehicles a lot. I mean, after 4 years, we are heading towards 200,000 kilometers if you really are going to work as an MP. And I don't see you auctioning your vehicle. So I'll be very surprised if that did that. Please furnish this committee with this report. Thank you, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, let me commend you for your efforts so far. A lot of people now want to go into farming. However, we all know that we have a serious challenge as a country relative to illegal mining. I want to find out from you how the ministry is protecting our farmlands and food production. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I hope this is also another public interest question. Because the Committee on Assurances invited me with some specific questions. Come and respond to the assurances you have given to the House.
Yes, but we are also allowed to respond
and now,
to public interest
Mr. Chairman
questions.
is permitting me to respond to public interest questions, and so I will. The fight against the menace, the Galamsey menace, is being led by the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And the Ministry of Food and Agriculture is indeed a supporter of that noble cause. Let me use this platform to indicate this. The fight cannot be won by a single entity. It must be a collective effort. In fact, the youth of our country must even lead the fight against Galamsey. Because if the land is destroyed, the water is destroyed, the future of the youth is also destroyed. And so we have to do everything possible to bring an end to that. From the farmer's perspective, if we don't protect the land, if we don't protect the water bodies, we will continue to allow them to pollute our water bodies. We are indirectly polluting our food. And eventually, we are cutting short the lifespan of human beings in our country. And so we have to campaign, and then we have to also ensure that in our respective constituencies as members of parliament, having passed all the laws, you ensure that it doesn't happen in our constituencies. If we take up that responsibility, we'll bring an end to that. Because every community belongs to a constituency, and every constituency has an MP. So if we decide as MPs that we will not allow these things to happen in our constituency, in the supreme interest of our people, we can move the security and everybody to ensure that this matter comes to an end immediately. But sometimes some of our colleagues sit as if they are not part of the system, and then they continue to apportion blames on others. Let us together fight it once and for all.
Honorable Minister, are you worried that some political elements made it look like Akufo-Addo as president is the one who could stop Galamsey in a week and refused because of the comment you just made?
Mr. Chairman, that is the problem we have in our country. If we are not careful, a time will come that the people of Ghana will accuse all of us as politicians of having created the problems for our people to suffer. Why am I saying this? Everything is politicized in Ghana. Everything is politics. And people refuge in politics to engage in illegal things. For once, let's understand that as politicians, our success depends on our ability to deliver to the admiration of our people. If we come together for once and resolve a national challenge of this magnitude, the Ghanaian people will know that indeed we have demonstrated leadership. So I don't want to join that debate, apportioning blame to this man or that man. But at least we have been given a mandate. A responsibility has been given to us. Let us be dutiful to our citizens.
Honorable colleagues, any other question? Yes, you, the three of you, and then we'll end it.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Minister, I'm very, very happy when you indicated that MPs are apostles of the transformative initiative. Very, very happy when I heard that. And, you know, when you were talking about this Galamsey issue, you admonished MPs to make sure that we are at the forefront in our constituencies. Very good. How is your ministry positing MPs in the various, initiatives that you have taken? Because it is in your mind that we are the apostles and the MPs are the actual representatives of the people. How have you carved your policies situating the MPs within to ensure that this role is well performed? That is one. Two, you spoke about various institutions, telling them to go into, farming, like the churches, like the schools. Have you considered a bigger one where you are going to partner with the prisons, not to feed only themselves, but to feed the nation? Because we have many arable lands that are there. Now the prisons are even choked, very choked. But I believe that if you plan well as a nation to let the prisoners feed the nation, we can get some places. They will feed themselves. Some of them, it is just because of some little things, poverty, etc. But if it's in the farm.
Honorable Minister, Honorable MP, you ask a question.
Okay, so that is it. Then the other one is, you mentioned that 50 Agric districts have been earmarked for the service centers for now. I want to know how many Agric districts we have in the nation. Mr. Chairman, I think for now.
He wants to know the number of Agric.
Agric districts, we have 271 agricultural districts.
That's more than the normal district.
Yes. Agriculture, we have 271. We are working with the 271. Then back to the other questions that you pose. The major agricultural program we have launched is what is called Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda. This agenda was launched by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana. And the basis for this is simple. In the wisdom of His Excellency, the President, our nation is endowed with enormous agricultural potentials. Land, water, youthful population, everything it takes to use agriculture to deliver prosperity. Unfortunately, the converse has been the story. And so President Mahama launched this agenda to use agriculture as the vehicle to liberate the Ghanaian people from poverty. Now, to operationalize this agenda, we subsequently launched what we call the Feed Ghana program. And under the Feed Ghana program, every Ghanaian is a target, including the Member of Parliament. Because we have campaigned that everybody who has a house must have a backyard garden. So that if for nothing at all, you can produce some vegetables to reduce the cost of feeding the house. And I believe that having launched the campaign, every MP, as we speak today, will have a small garden. Because the Committee on Assurances will not only ask the minister to come and indicate to us what is being done, but they also follow and participate in the space to ensure that it happens. Now, once you have that backyard garden, then you are a target. MPs are part of the program. Then we are also saying that schools must have farms. And if you recall, for the first time in our history, last year, the best primary school in practical agriculture was recognized and awarded during the Farmers' Day. And the best junior high school in practical agriculture was recognized and awarded. The best senior high school in practical agriculture was recognized and awarded. Same to the tertiary institutions. This is to motivate their participation. And this year, somebody even suggested among our group that we should consider the best MP in practical agriculture. But in all that we did, in putting together the policy and everything, the Committee on Food and Agriculture were deeply involved. I mean, in fashioning out the policy, so that Parliament cannot be out of it. And my brother, I don't know whether you were here. Earlier on, I indicated that very soon I will come to Parliament to lay a proposal for debate and consideration. And under that, I'm proposing that every member of Parliament must go into poultry business. And the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, as we speak, is preparing to support that. Immediately I indicated this. Mr. Chairman applauded me for this laudable idea, for this transformative strategy. And so indeed, honorable members are part of the process. In fact, when you talk about government, government is incomplete without Parliament. And so when government is rolling out any policy, whether you are in government on the side of the ruling government, you are in Parliament on the side of the ruling government, or in Parliament on the side of the minority, you're part of government. And the public is expending on us. So we owe them that responsibility to ensure that our policies succeed. That is the first leg of it. And then the second one, no, you asked of how we are getting MPs to involve, or you wanted to clarify?
Mr. Chairman, I beg
No,
you.
I'll talk
You
about...
see, what I want to say is that not about we going into agriculture.
Oh, okay.
But the programs. Now you have sent, we didn't know. If we had not asked about this in Nkokor, Nketenkete, like Kukwes District, Kwesimitim, we didn't know about it. So that, no. Oh, please.
Colleagues, ask your question, please.
So what
Please,
I am
don't
asking
argue, just
is
ask the
that
question.
if the districts, any program that is coming, they should involve the MPs. That is what I'm talking about. Because that is what I'm talking about.
Honourable Member, I understand you perfectly. I think we are also MPs, so we understand that perfectly. If you are not careful, you may presume that members of Parliament are also members of the Assembly. And so anything that goes to the Assembly is also something that MPs will know. But that one, it doesn't work. And so I will take it from here. I think, Mr. Chairman, if I can make the suggestion, if there can be a desk through which we can inform Parliament of some of these initiatives so that members will be aware of it, will inure to our benefit. Because it is not everything that you can come to the floor to talk about it.
Honorable Minister, very soon we'll put a tracker on all the assurances.
Okay.
So all the things we have said, you yourself can go on the tracker and see where you have reached, what you have done. So the promise to get the MPs and get the general public even involved in agriculture. And trust me, if you do that, it will help a lot, because if you just put 50 sacks around your house, you can plant tomatoes in that sack, you can plant yam in that sack. You don't need to buy food. Just 50 sacks around your house and fill it with soil, good soil. You are good to go. But, Honorable Minister, please let him ask.
In fact, Mr. Chairman, I have to think of an award for you. I've now realized that you're a good farmer. You understand the business very well.
Your deputy is one of the biggest farmers for this ginger. Your deputy.
Thank you, Chairman.
There's another question I haven't answered about the prisons. That's a very fantastic idea. But we have started something with them, except that we need to scale it up. Last year, we gave them tractor and some inputs to start something. And then we have also given them some mini silos, small silos, that they are installing to store the harvest that they are making from their farms. And so it's a good idea. We have started, but we have to scale up. So we will take it into consideration and see what can be done.
Yes. You are the last person.
Thank you, Chairman. So about cassava, you are speaking about the rice and the grains. I'm not sure we'll be able to mop up all the excesses we have. My constituents have been greatly affected by the glut of the rice and the maize as well. And it's true that most of us are also into farming. The Honorable Deputy Minister was on my farm, and I have been able to harvest the cowpea, sold it to the school feeding people, but the problem now is the cassava. You know, at a point, this cassava processor was done at Dofo in the constituency of Honorable Ablakwa. And so, after a while, the Gary processors in Mafikumanse and all those places have stopped. So they sell the cassava directly to the starch producing factory. Subsequently, we went into the farming. I also did the cassava. Deputy Minister is aware. But now we cannot get them to buy. And there is this allegation that they are now getting the cassava from Nigeria through the Togo border. I don't know how through it is, whether it's come to your notice. And so our farms are there. The cassava is there, ready, but we cannot harvest. The last time, constituents of Ablakwa took the media there, and it was spoken about. I don't know what you are doing specifically about this cassava thing, and how, whether we have to go back to this Gary processing and other things, and what plans are you putting in place to get factories for us if we have to do the Gary processing, so that some of these things we can feed directly to our young ones who are going to secondary schools and things like that. The support we give as MPs to them, those are some of the things we are thinking about. But to go through the whole local process of producing the Gary is so tedious. And so what are you thinking about? What can we do, as I'm also directly affected? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that development. And I have been there myself. I've been to, I think it's around Volu. Volu, there's a community there. That's where the factory is located. I heard about the challenge. The fact that they set up a cassava processing factory and urge farmers to produce in quantities beyond their consumption for them to process. And the farmers, believing in them, invested in the production. Now they have the cassava and they are not buying from them. So some of the farmers called and then told me about it. So I drove from Accra here to that place to meet with the management of the factory to see how we can resolve the challenge. And when we met them, their explanation was simple, that they had a machine that was able to crush the fresh cassava. But that machine broke down. So they were not having the capacity to be able to process the fresh cassava. And they had that machine that was able to process the dried ones. But they were not getting the dry ones from our farmers. So they had to go to the north and other areas to buy the dry ones. So they gave us 1 month because they were installing a new one, which will be able to crush the fresh ones that our people have. And I think by next week, they will be done with that equipment. Based on that, we have invited the managers, the managing director and his team to come and meet with us next week, so can we bring finality to that matter. You know, this buyback arrangement was unofficial. This time round, we are formalizing those agreements. If you set up a factory and then you want to have an agreement with the farmers to produce for you, it shouldn't be verbal again. The ministry will have to be involved. We are developing a template for them. They will sign with the cooperatives so that when they produce, you have to buy, because it is based on the agreement that they are producing. And so we are formalizing that one. But next week, we'll bring finality to that discussion.
Thank you. You are last. Minister, you use 1 minute to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Minister, let me commend you for the wonderful job you are doing and your ministry. In fact, you have really demonstrated leadership, and we're very proud of you. Your service in humility alone is very commendable.
Is that your question?
Oh, if he was not doing it right, we'll put it to the public. So if he's doing it right, let's commend him.
Honorable member, go ahead.
He's doing a very good job, plus his deputy. Thumbs up. Mine is not a question per se, but information. I am into the poultry industry. I've been in it for about 7 years now. And currently, I really love the idea of involving members of parliament in this poultry industry. I'll be the number one. With that said, there is a problem we are facing currently. And I remember when Mr. President went to Doma on the 24-hour economy market, when he was going to cast out for the construction of 24-hour economy market, the farmers in Doma mentioned one of the biggest problems we face currently. That is marketing of the eggs. We used to send some to Burkina Faso and some other neighboring countries. But as we speak, those borders are closed for us. And we produce in large quantities. As we speak, I still have stock in my farm. Getting people to buy is becoming a problem. So even though the industry is good, that is one of the major problems we face currently, how to market our eggs. That again, I don't know if we can consider getting this free senior high school involved so that at least they will buy from us, this school feeding and whatnot, or designing a policy to capture the eggs either into processing, into any other thing, because we're into the production, but currently the marketing of the eggs is a problem, and it's really affecting the industry. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that is true. We are witnessing glut in eggs production, unprecedented at levels unknown to the history of Ghana.
Honorable colleagues, listen to the minister.
I'm saying that the glut in egg production that we have seen this year is at a level never seen in the history of Ghana's agriculture. And this is a testimony.
Use figures to back it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not even the one saying this. This is per a letter written to the ministry by one of the Poultry Producers Association. And I want to give you some of the information we have relating to this. When you go to the market today, you see egg producers, some of them carrying the eggs in cars, moving through the streets, and then ringing bells. XO, 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 XO. Some even come to us crying that they are not getting the market and the eggs are rotting. In fact, the president has already directed that the Ministry of Education, through buffer stock, should procure eggs to support the school feeding program. But from our perspective, that will not be able to solve the problem. So these are some of the things that we are doing. On the issue of the close of the border, especially from Burkina Faso, yes, it happened. Ghana exports eggs to Burkina Faso. This year, when our farmers started, the Burkina Faso authorities seized our eggs and destroyed them. And so when the news got to us, the president himself intervened and arranged for us to meet with the Burkina authorities to have this matter resolved. I personally spoke to my colleague, the Agric minister, and he also agreed with me that they don't produce much eggs, and so it's good we restore the relationship so that they can also benefit from our produce. And so a date was set for us to travel to Burkina Faso. I was to go with my colleague, the Honorable Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, and the president had arranged for us to leave. We were at the airport when they called from Burkina Faso that there is an emergency that required immediate cabinet meeting. And so we should hold on until they give us indication to come. Even yesterday, we got somebody to facilitate the meeting, and they have given us a tentative date. We are working as much as practicable to ensure that that problem is faced. But in the meantime, that is not the only way we are looking at. We can also process the eggs in Ghana. We can also process it. So we have identified some women. They have the egg processing plants. They have the egg processing plants, 2 of them. But the capacity is limited. So we are working with Ghana ESM and then other financial institutions to raise sufficient capital for them to scale up so that they can offtake the excess eggs that we see on our market. So yes, it's a challenge. But first, the investment was into production. Now, we have seen that we are making some good results from the investment in production. Then what happens after production is another area that we are concentrating on. So yes, it's a challenge. But my brother, I can give you the assurance that we are working on it to see how we fix it immediately.
Honorable Minister, I want to thank you. He will make a comment, but I just want to say that egg is a superfood. Egg is a superfood. And I think that you should find a way of advertising and let Ghanaians eat eggs. There are a lot of cultures in Ghana where men don't eat eggs for some cultural reasons. Yes. They grow, they say, oh, you cannot eat an egg because if you eat and they hit your head to crack and that kind of stuff. So please, no, cholesterol is, you see, these are the misconceptions, but it's not true. It is not true. Egg is a superfood, especially, egg white is just protein. And the yolk has a lot of other things. It has some, but it's a superfood. If you eat 4 eggs a day, it's good for you. But you can eat as many as possible if you eat only egg white. So please advertise. Educate the people. If you educate people, people need to eat eggs. Egg is a superfood. Let them eat the eggs, and everybody will be fine. You don't need a lot of protein if you can eat. An egg contains like 12 grams of protein. 1 egg contains like 12 grams of protein. Let people eat eggs. If you get 10 eggs a day, and especially egg white, eat it. You can eat maybe 2 with the yolk. The rest, eat egg white. You are good to go for the day. You don't need any other protein. It's very important. But he will make that comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that's the reason why we distributed broilers to some of the regions. It is only in Volta and Oti that we gave them layers, because in those regions, they don't do a lot of poultry. But in the Bono region, Ahafo, Eastern, Ashanti, and those areas, we decided to distribute only broilers in order not to compound the confusion. So we thank you very much. But we also urge Parliament to join us in the campaign for Ghanaians to eat more eggs, as we have suggested.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've observed that the Honorable Minister is using this platform for his, the rehearsal of his presidential vetting. And that it's very important that
You don't have a question. You don't have a question.
answers should be as short as possible.
Mr. Minister,
But I wish
he's
him
been
well.
ruled
I
out.
wish him well.
Mr. Minister, you don't have to comment. It's been ruled out. No, you don't have to comment.
It's out of order.
Mr. Chairman, let me first thank my brother for even recognizing me as a presidential potential.
Which he will
And
campaign
so
for
I'm
you.
grateful to him. But sitting here, I am discharging a mandate bestowed on me by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. In fact, in the agricultural space, I will want this committee to give us a full day to come with pictorial evidence to demonstrate to you what we have done within a space of 1.5 years, so that when we go out there, like Mr. Chairman is doing, we can all be ambassadors of the Agricultural Ministry. A lot has been done, and we need to get our people to appreciate and understand what is happening here. And so yesterday, when I heard the information that, the Assurance Committee invited the Agric Minister, in fact, that was what the media carried out, that we were invited and we did not show up. I said, what? Such a beautiful platform to let the good people of this country know exactly what is happening in my ministry. I cannot afford to, miss it.
Honorable Minister, you will make a lot of news today,
So,
don't worry.
Mr. Chairman, I want to urge this committee to invite me every week.
Honorable Minister.
And the next time you invite
Honorable
me,
Minister.
I will bring X.
I know you are working hard to achieve a lot. But Honorable Minister, I know you are working hard to achieve a lot. But if you can succeed in making sure that our people can produce just tomatoes, so that we don't have to get to Burkina and get killed there because of tomatoes, you'll be remembered. Just tomatoes. Because we have a lot of land, arable land. and our people will have to travel through terrorist-infested lands just to get tomatoes. Honorable Minister, take it upon yourself and make sure it happens. But I want to ask you one last bit. Is yes or no? Are you worried about the fact that prices of staples like yam, like cassava, like maize, soya is down? Farmers really are complaining that they are for the first time in years. People are not, first of all, food stuff is very low. If you go to my community, like I have one of the biggest markets. It's called Chamba. That's where I come from. It's very big yam market. You go to Damanko, you go to his Jura market, you go to Techimba market. People are not even buying. First of all, it's cheap. And then secondly, they are not buying. Are you worried as a minister? Just talk to the people of Ghana, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, on the issue of tomato, I thank you for the advice. And I want to assure you and your committee that we have started working on that challenge. And we are bent on reversing that story. We have put in place a lot of measures. Within the next 3-4 months, the results will be out there for Ghanaians to testify. 3-4 months on tomato. Within the next 3-4 months. This is another big assurance.
Honorable Minister, we'll call you in October because of this
that's
assurance.
What I'm saying, that this is another big assurance. Now, we are anticipating glut of tomatoes in the Ghanaian market in the coming months. And we are thinking about how we can get processes to offtake from our farmers. From the interventions we are rolling out. And we have not even done with our interventions. Mr. Chairman, we are doing a lot of solar-powered boreholes around the country. Solar-powered boreholes. We drill the boreholes, we put the solar power on it, we pump the water to the field. In some areas where we anticipate livestock intrusion, we provide fencing so that we can secure the land for our farmers. And the buyers are available to offtake from them. And so give us some 3-4 months, and the results will be out there for the Ghanaian people to see. And we want to remedy this once and for all. That President Mahama himself has taken special interest in this. And he says that we should bring an end to importation of tomatoes into this country. And we'll do just that. As we speak, we are in Fetenta. We are providing irrigation for them. We are covering 60 hectares. We are in a Sunafo South. We are going to Chobodom area. We are going to Nkwabin in Nkranza. As for the north, so many areas. I've asked some of the MPs to come because we have the list. We don't even know the constituencies. It is when they come, we take them through the list, then they know which communities are benefited so that they can also take advantage of. Mr. Chairman, if you have an area that is for tomato production.
Honorable Minister, me myself constructed a mini dam in my area, but it's not been successful because I need to do it in a much bigger form. Because I can say that a lot of our people get sick because they don't eat fresh things. Dry season, they don't get the fresh vegetables. Not that the people are lazy. They don't have the water. So what you are doing, if you expand it, will help.
Honorable Chairman.
I remember the question about the food stuff.
Let's be in touch. Let's be in touch. We'll see what we can do. We have to extend it to some of these areas. It's not about politics. It's about nation Ghana. And then on the issue of the food prices. Mr. Chairman, this is a very important question. I don't think the purpose of this question is to drag me into a difficult situation. I don't think. I think that it is to elicit information, my opinion on what is happening, and I will make it available. In agriculture, we have what we call good, bad, and bad, good. Good, bad is when the farmers produce sufficiently, food in abundance. Economists will tell you, when supply exceeds demand, prices will fall. So that is good news to the nation, because individuals will go to the market and food is affordable, cheap. So they say, oh, we are okay. We are getting food at cheap prices. That is good for the nation, but bad for the farmers. Why? Because they are unable to recoup their investment. In such situations, in the advanced world, where they have a lot of resources, the government will have to intervene to cushion farmers in order to sustain their interest in production. Then we have the converse, the bad good. The bad good is when there is shortage of food in the system, like we witnessed in 2024 because of the dry spell. Then food prices started going up. People were dying. A lot of people were being pushed into abject poverty because of the rising food prices. But the farmers who were able to produce little, they made a lot of money because of the rising prices. So the farmers, it was good for them, but the nation, it was bad. Now we find ourselves as a nation in this situation. I am a farmer. I am suffering. But the nation is the beneficiary. What do we have to do? So we have made a proposal to Mr. President and Cabinet. We are here to finalize it, to see what can be done to mitigate the impact of what we are witnessing on our farmers. And that is why, as part of the measures, we settled on free fertilization as an emergency cushion. So it is something that we are handling. If we are not careful and this thing continues for a long time, a time will come, nobody will be interested in farming again. But if we are able to provide lasting solution by encouraging individuals to invest in secondary production, processing and others, creating ready market, this problem will be solved once and for all. So, Mr. Chairman, I cannot be happy, I cannot be sad. It's a mess feeling.
Honorable Minister, we thank you very much for responding to the call of this committee. I think you've discharged yourself honorably, and we are grateful. Any time that this committee needs you, I believe you are a member of parliament and a senior one, of course, so you would avail yourself to take the opportunity to educate Ghanaians. I'm almost certain that you will make a lot of news today. You've told Ghanaians a lot about what is happening in agriculture. And that is the beauty of platforms like this, where ministers come, and if they've done well, the nation will know. If they've not done well too, the nation will know. And so we are grateful for your presence. When we need you, we'll call you back. But remember that some of the things you have said, we will go and check up on them. The service centers that you are doing, the 50, we will check up on them. We'll also check up on this tomato issue going forward and a few other things like the mechanization centers. We'll check up on a few of them to be sure that what you have said you will accomplish and you really mean it and that you are doing it for the nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I want to assure the committee that as a duty bearer, I know that I must be accountable to the good people of Ghana. And Parliament is one of the institutions through which we can account to our people. And so whenever you invite me, I will be ready to come and then attend upon the committee. Except that, as you are aware, sometimes equally important engagement of the ministry will take you somewhere. And so when you call and we are not available, it is not that we are slighting this committee. We hold Parliament in reverence. Without Parliament, there's no democracy. And our availability is always assured. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, thank you. We'll reach out to you very soon on other issues. So, Honorable Minister, please invite the next Honorable Minister to come.
Honorable Minister, please bear with us and we'll be with you soon. Clerk, can we please swear the minister in?
Clerk, swear the minister in.
All right. I want them to have to get to the
Yeah, they've got it.
Swear by Almighty God
Swear by Almighty Allah
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me Allah.
Honorable Minister, you are welcome to the Committee of Assurances. As you are aware, you've been invited here to answer questions based on the 2025 SONA. The President made a commitment to the people of Ghana, which falls within your domain. So you are here to give us an update. But before that, I would want you to take the opportunity to introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my name is Esifu Seidu. I'm the Minister of State in charge of Climate Change and Sustainability, the first ever minister of that office. I am here to my left is Frank Agric. Frank Agric is the director in charge of administration and climate financing in my office. And the one to my right is Cedric Zello. Cedric Zello is the technical director in my office. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Would you take this opportunity to brief the committee and also Ghanaians on what your mandate is as Minister for Climate Change and Sustainability?
Thank you very much. And let me first and foremost thank the committee for giving me this opportunity. Honorable Chair, you remember that when this office was announced by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, so many people said, is it not a duplication? Why should President create that office? What about the Ministry of Environment? So I am grateful to have this opportunity to speak to that. First and foremost, we know that climate change is a reality. It is a living testimony. It has affected so many nations, so many communities, so many families and businesses. The creation of this office, preliminary, is to give an opportunity to the President to have first-hand information of climate-related matters in the country. Beyond that, my office is expected to be the vehicle that will do effective coordination between all these ministries. You realize that, Mr. Chair, climate change affects almost all sectors of our economy. So within a snapshot, I am expected to coordinate climate action in all these sensitive ministries and to be able to advise the President on climate-related matters. So my work is knowledge production. I remember that I did an accounting series. Somebody tried to find out exactly what is going on in my office. But to a large extent, we do knowledge production, and we also try to do climate diplomacy to advertise the challenges that we have in the country, in our communities, and to see how we can rally private sector and the international community to support climate action in Ghana. So that is what I do in my office.
Thank you. Before we continue, Rankin would want to make a few comments.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister and my good friend, thank you. This office of yours is a novelty in this country. This is the first of its kind. And today, you are privileged to walk Ghanaians through what the office is about, and which you have already started. So you are here just to walk us through the President's pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming. It's a long-time initiative by His Excellency. So, and your office is in charge of this. So the ball is your court today to be able to walk Ghanaians through the steps that you are taking. So you are welcome to this committee. It's a welcome platform for you to be able to let Ghanaians know what the government is doing in terms of promoting sustainability as far as the climate is concerned. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my office works closely with the Ministry of Science and Environment. And that is why I am able to speak to the comment or the promise made by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. But it's important to mention that the mandate of, or this particular question actually is supposed to be a mandate, the mandate of the Ministry of Environment. But because of my coordinating role, I am able to get these information to be able to respond to the question. So, and 3 weeks ago, I sent a detailed report to advise the committee on the reasons why President made that comment, and also some...
Honorable Minister, please, before you go to tackle the matter at hand, for the benefit of viewers, we would want to read what the assurance is, so that after that you can give us the update. I hope that's okay. Yeah, so during the 2025 SONA, His Excellency the President made a commitment to the people of Ghana, and I quote, he said, "We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources," end of quote. So you may continue, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the intervention. So with the permission of the Chair, I will want to go through the presentation I've done with the report that I sent to the committee, very snappy, so that I can lay the foundation for us to have the engagement. So the Office of the Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability wishes to respectfully provide an update to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on assurances regarding the commitment made by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the President, in the 2025 State of the Nation Address SONA, particularly on Ghana's climate action agenda, renewable energy transition, in alignment with the global 1.5 degrees Celsius target under the Paris Agreement. And I quote, we also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050 and to promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. SONA 2025, page 45. And this was said by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Chairman, Ghana has signed on to a number of protocols, protocols and agreements. And this particular quote was taken from Article 2 of the Paris Agreement, which is a global agreement, a global decision that has been taken by almost all member countries, and that was just an information that the President gave out to confirm that Ghana is aligned to the global effort. Mr. Chairman, the global scientific census is becoming increasingly clear. The world is dangerously close to exceeding the 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature threshold established under the Paris Agreement. Current trends indicate that global emission reduction have not occurred at the pace or at a scale required to keep targets within the reach. In recognition of this growing concern, the United Nations Environment Programme is expected to publish a major report in June 2026, assessing the likelihood and implication of the surpassing 1.5 degrees Celsius.
We have your report. So if you could just give us the headlines, the takeaways.
So going straight, so Okay. 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 So, Mr. Chairman, because I have already submitted the report, I'll just do a summary of it, targeting the points that we have taken to confirm that we're working towards the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. So in this context, I wish to provide further clarifications on comments outlined in the President's State of the Nation's address regarding Ghana's effort towards achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal and advancing a fair and inclusive transition for a low-carbon future. Ghana, Mr. Chairman, Ghana's approach. So, Mr. Chairman, how Ghana is aligning the national policies to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal. Ghana's approach ties action to economic development, energy access, and social equity. Ghana is aligning with the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway and promoting a fair renewable energy transition. So first and foremost, we are embarking on a national energy transition framework. And this started in 2022, and it's supposed to stretch to 2070. Honorable Chairman, through this framework, Ghana commits to net zero emission by 2070, with the emission peaking by mid-2050 before declining. In reaffirming Ghana's commitment to global climate action, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama reiterated that Ghana's commitment to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2020. The framework further estimates that implementation of Ghana's energy transition agenda will require approximately $561 billion over the next 5 decades. So, Mr. Chairman, besides the National Energy Transition Framework, we also have a decarbonization of the energy mix and transport sector. The other thing that we have also done is to look at Renewable Energy Master Plan. That's the REM, and it has been updated in 2025. We have also updated our NDCs. NDCs are our nationally determined contribution, and Article 6 of it talks about how to have voluntary cooperation between countries. That is also supporting the achievement of the 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're also looking at the just transition measures and financing justice, and the regional and international cooperation. And finally, we also supporting policies and implementing programs that will synergize our effort in achieving these objectives. So in giving brief details, Honorable Chairman, Ghana is pursuing a gradual but deliberate decarbonization of its energy mix through increased renewable energy deployment, cleaner fuel alternatives, and diversification of the national energy portfolio. Under the National Energy Transition Framework and related sector policies, government aims to increase modern renewable energy penetration to 10% by 2030. Currently, we're doing around 4%, and the plan is to increase to 10% by 2030. Expand renewable energy generation capacity to approximately 21 gigawatts, or out of an estimated total installed capacity of 83. We also intend to reduce our reliance on high carbon energy sources through the integration of cleaner natural gas technologies. Government is currently updating the Renewable Energy Master Plan, REM, originally developed in 2019, to reflect emerging climate and energy transition priorities. The review process is being undertaken jointly by the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition and the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology with technical support from the UNDP. A multi-sectoral national task force has been constituted to support and update this process.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Yeah.
You've given us the entire report.
Okay.
What I will do to help all of us is to ask members to look at the report and ask you questions. We'll direct you to the page so that you can speak to it. Let me ask you the first question. Go to page 6 of 9.
Page
6 of 9.
6 of 9, okay. 6 of 9.
Have you seen it? Under just transition measures and financing justice.
Okay.
The headline. That's
Just
why I'm going to
transition?
ask you that question.
Okay.
Yes, because we all have the report.
Okay.
You will waste your time if you have to read even portions of it to us. You state that President Mahama has consistently emphasized the need for a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. The first question I'll ask you, what is the meaning of that? What does it entail? Because you say that it requires $9.3 billion to $15.5 billion within a period of 2020 to 2030. So essentially you have 4 years. So what does it entail to the extent that you need between $9.3 billion? That's like our whole budget. And $15.5 billion, our 2-year budget. Can you expatiate what the just and that the fair and just transition for renewable energy entails? Where have you reached with the implementation of that? And 2, why these huge figures?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, this is just a projection because we are saying that we require $9.3 billion by 2030, and it's just a projection. So that is the magnitude of or quantum of resources that is required to be able to transition to achieve this target. Honorable Chairman, you remember that you realized that about 2 months ago, Cabinet approved for the Ministry of Energy to advertise for the introduction of solar into our generation mix. So, and these are the deliberate plans and deliberate effort that the government is deploying to make sure that we transition systematically to a point. As I said earlier, at the moment we are operating at less than 5% of energy of our generating mix. So these are some of the deliberate activities and plans that the government has taken to ensure that we get this. But this $9.3 billion is just to let us know that this is the quantum, this is the magnitude of resources required to be able to transition to meet these objectives. And it's also captured in our nationally determined contributions. Honorable Chairman, our nationally determined contribution has been fashioned out in such a way that any activities that we are doing is aimed at achieving the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. So all these things are captured in our nationally determined contributions.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. So there are estimates, maybe in future meetings we would demand what is it that you used to get to that estimate of 9.3 billion to 15.5 billion. It would have helped Ghanaians. But go to page 5 of 9. You will see Renewable Energy Master Plan, update 2025. Honorable Minister, have you seen it? 5 of 9.
Okay. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, you are saying that the master plan was developed in 2019.
Yeah.
The president did a sonar in February or was it March 2025. I think March or so, 2025. So we are essentially more than a year. In fact, a year and some 3 or 4 months today. No, 3 months today. A team was set up to review the master plan, and you've listed a task force. Where have they reached with that review after 1.5 years?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, at the moment it is being updated because we did, the first update was in 2025, and that led to the establishment of this committee, and currently I have not gotten the updated figures yet, but they are in the process of updating it.
Do you have the 2025 update?
I don't readily have it here, but the 2025 update gave the indication for them to set up this task force, which is working on it now. And all these things are being aligned with government policies and the nationally determined contributions. So, Mr. Chairman, this is an ongoing thing. And every year they look at it and they synchronize it with government plans and policies so that at the end of the day, we are working to achieve what we have signed on to do in our NDCs. So currently, they are still working on it, and I don't have the update.
Okay, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable, we admit that, as you indicated earlier, this is a fresh ministry, and you have just been assigned with that. But looking through your report, I don't see any concrete action geared towards what the president said. Because from everything you are saying, you're talking about we intend to. That's why I earlier prefaced my statement that we know it is a fresh thing, but at least we should have some basic concrete measures. In fact, the president, we are anticipating about 2050. So the president said that from 2030 up to 2050. But as your ministry has come, we want to know what basic things you have put in place, like schools, like, in the communities. What are you doing to at least educate, conscientize? Let us see concrete plans you've put in place. Immediately I got this report. I scanned through. I'm a good reader, so I read fast. And seriously, I'm not seeing any action that you have taken which convinces me that you are doing anything towards projecting that.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chairman, let me be
Honorable
quick.
Minister.
Yep.
So he wants you to take us through step by step what you people have done so far to achieve the 1.5, the target that you set for yourself, the president set. That's all that he wants you to do.
Honorable Chairman, I said earlier that my role is to coordinate the activities of the individual ministries that are responsible for this. Okay. Now, I realize that when I was invited, I sent a message to the committee that this question should be answered by the minister responsible for environment. Okay. But because I have the capacity to coordinate and these activities in these ministries, I solicited information to be able to advise the committee on what is going on. But let me say that our nationally determined contributions has been updated. Okay? It's in the process of being updated. And all these activities, all these initiatives are in our nationally determined contribution. So, and I said that, first and foremost, what we have done as a country is to look at renewable energy mix. And that is why we have the master plan, the REM that I spoke about. I also spoke about the decarbonization of the energy sector, decarbonizing transport, and also looking at what activities that we can do to reduce, reduce the concentration of fossil fuel in our day-to-day function. So I also spoke about the National Energy Transition Framework, which was started in the year 2022 and is supposed to give us the net zero. The net zero is a situation where we're looking at how to ensure that carbon dioxide is reduced to the barest minimum, so that at the end of the day, what the heat that you generate is able to take care of the carbon generation. So a lot of activities have taken place, and that is also embedded in our nationally determined contribution. Mr. Chairman, we have also come up with a climate prosperity plan. The climate prosperity plan speaks to specific issues, speaks to specific initiatives that is going to help government to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius. Besides that, we are also looking at our taxonomy report, which tells us from sector to sector what exactly we need to do to be able to achieve this. So this achievement is something that every ministry is mindful of, and the details of it is seated in the Environment Ministry, of which is a sector minister who handles that.
Honorable Nkokor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, this is out of what we are doing, is a public interest question, please. So, considering the devastating impact of illegal mining on our forests and water bodies, what assurance can you give this committee that climate adaptation and restoration measures are being integrated into the fight against environmental degradation? That's one. And two.
Honorable, let him answer the first question.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, just as the Minister for Agric said this morning, the fight against galamsey is a concerted effort. One particular minister or ministry cannot provide a whole of solution to it, besides we coordinating and working together. But for me, I think that what we need to do is to deepen collaboration and education. It is important for us to know that, and the people, actors, to know that anything that we are doing, if we are solving problems today, we have to be mindful of what happens tomorrow, okay? So even if we have to mine, we have to do responsible mining. And the Ministry of Lands and Forestry has articulated this, and there's a plan in place to ensure that they put people together in communities, so that in groups, so that they can do community mining, and they will do it in a very responsible way. But the issue of fighting galamsey is a national canker, and all hands has to be on deck, including, like somebody said this morning, Parliament, the chiefs, and other stakeholders. Everybody has to come on board for us to be able to navigate through this canker. But it is something that people in climate change are interested in, because the environment is degraded, and in the long run, water bodies are polluted. So if you talk about adaptation, adaptation is supposed to be an emergency situation if we have to fight climate change. And I keep saying that locally led adaptation is what we should be promoting. What do I mean by locally led adaptation? Locally led adaptation is adaptation that is restricted to some particular communities, depending on the nature of the degradation or the nature of the hazard that we are faced with. You cannot have a whole of adaptation plan. So for me, as a country, we should be targeting locally led adaptation so that at the end of the day, what solution that you are prescribing will become a bottom-up solution, but not a top-down solution. So engagement with these communities is part of, the way to educate people and get them to know that the hazards of climate change, the hazards of illegal mining, has significant consequences on future generation and our production life cycle.
Yes, honorable member.
All right, thank you. And my second one is climate change is already affecting livelihoods through flooding, coastal erosion, and destruction of natural resources. So what specific assurance can you give this committee that government's climate change interventions are reaching affected communities and producing measurable results? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we know that the biggest challenge we have in the fight against climate change is financing. Okay, that is why last week when we had this heavy downpour and the flooding, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama came to Parliament, and Parliament graciously approved 350 million Ghana cedis to support the flood victims. So funding is a critical thing. The other thing that my office also did was to get the president to approve for us to set up a climate emergency resource track. That climate emergency resource track is supposed to assist us to mobilize climate financing internationally to support government effort. Now we're doing that under the presidency with its supervision so that at the end of the day, what we're able to generate, His Excellency will be on top of it and will assist us to support flood victims, support in adaptation and mitigation, so that anytime we have these floods, we'll have it in a very minimal way. So our interest has to do with international financing, predominantly. We are not looking at the local, we're looking at international financing. And as of yesterday, I had signed about 50 different proposals, about 50 different proposals that I'm sending to individual funding sources to be able to raise money to support government efforts. Our objective or aim for setting up that track is to target about 100 different institutions, both philanthropic and other organizations that are into climate financing. That is what we are doing to augment, government efforts in minimizing this pain.
Yes, Honorable Salaganu.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity. And I would want to indicate that listening to the Honorable Minister, I have come to the conclusion that the ministry is more of a coordinating ministry than some other implementing ministries that we have. What I would want to suggest to the Honorable Minister is to, because if you look at climate change adaptation, it is basically sometimes human attitude, then also the natural causes. And it is the human attitudes and acts that leads to some of the natural occurrences that causes these climate change issues that we have. And it is my belief that if, as a country, we are able to catch our people young to understand climate change issues, it will stick to them better moving towards their adulthood as they grow. And so would you consider looking for resources? Because I know most of these things boils down to lack of resources. To be able to engage schools, basic schools, senior high schools, and even at the universities, to be able to engage them, to give them much education about the effects of climate change, so that at least it would, because the mother ministries has a lot to do in other areas. So sometimes they pay little attention to climate change adaptation. And so as a coordinating ministry, will you take it up to be able to ensure that this education of our young ones and also some community stakeholders, is carried out?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I keep saying that climate change is a behavioral phenomenon. And that is clear. Until we begin to tackle this and ensure that education is effective, community sensitization is effective, we'll be making one step forward and doing 2 steps backward. And we'll think we're in motion, we're not. Okay, so, it's clear that it's a behavioral phenomenon, and education and community sensitization is key. And you said it head on, because if our education system is tackled in a way, catching people young is something that will inure to our benefit and help us to succeed. Let me be quick to say that when I resumed office, what immediately I did was to ensure that I established a technical working group in my office. Now, the technical working group is made up of people from all sensitive ministries. And they will meet once every month or once every 2 months if we're not able. Okay, so what do? I rally them together for us to have conversation around the sectoral initiatives that they have taken. How do we pull that together into a national conversation for national action? That is what I have done. Now, beyond that, I engage some sensitive ministries, again, like the Education Ministry. I had a meeting with the Director General, and we're looking at how to establish a climate and sustainability unit in the Ministry of Education. So at the moment, we have set up a technical working groups, to look at the modalities. How do we do it? So that at the end of the day, we begin to roll it to the, secondary schools. We can have clubs, okay, and all those things. And that is how to catch them young. So it is something that we are championing. Beyond that, even my colleague ministers, I've made them understand that climate change affects everybody. What do we do to ensure that every ministry has a climate and sustainability unit? Once we have a climate and sustainability unit established at all these ministries, they will be responsible for championing climate-related action within their sector. So once we are able to put all these things together, I'm sure we can make some significant progress.
Colleagues, any other question? Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm sure the Honorable Minister will agree with me that his ministry has a very critical role to play when it comes to public awareness creation, education, and all those things. And if you agree with me, I want to suggest that we may have to step up our awareness creation. Let's begin to come out with adverts on billboards, jingles. I remember some of the jingles like Akora Okwahin, Hanobe Junso. Like, where are you going to? Is that where you urinate? Is that where you throw away this? If we get even school kids, yes, to come out with such short scripts, then we play them on TV, we play them on radio, we make the awareness to the people. Let's see your ministry come out with some of these things. And then once we are all conscientized and we know that, especially like my colleague said, we start from the basic level, children believe in what they see. Let them play an advert on so and you see the small kids dancing to the music. They are learning from it. Yes. So begin to create some of these things with the school kids, like I said, even with the university students on some of the issues, so that we make things practical to the people. If we begin to make such steps work, I think we'll be making a headway. Thank you, Honorable
Let me share my experience. That is where I was also come from. When I was in the secondary school, I attended secondary school at 12. So 13 years, we had, these Form 5s, we have some seniors who try to bring some juniors on board, teaching them some of those things. But they brought out a competition, essay competition on drug abuse. So I decided to participate. 13 years, I made lots of research into this, cigarettes, etc. And I got to know that it was very dangerous to go into some of these things. So because of that, I purposed learning from that, what I have learned from my research. I purposed never to go near cigarettes and those other things. And that saved me because I was within a group of peers who could have influenced me. So it is good we catch the children young with some of these things to help all of us. Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister, are you aware that you can benefit from carbon credit by reducing the carbon, because there's a budget worldwide? Are you aware of it? And what steps are you taking to ensure that Ghana can get it? I know the last administration, the World Bank, World Bank, I think gave us some $75 million as part of this whole thing. Are you aware of it? And what steps are you making to make sure that we benefit from this?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, you are speaking to Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Article 6 of the Paris Agreement talks about voluntary cooperation between countries. And that whole article is restricted to carbon generation and carbon market. Ghana has already taken a quantum leap and has shown leadership in carbon in the carbon market. We're all aware that the CMO is Parliament passed that. CMO is under the EPA, and they are championing the generation of carbon credit and the marketing of that. So Ghana has signed on agreement with the Switzerland. We've done that with Sweden. We've done that with a number of countries. So if you look at what is currently the position of this country, in fact, the people from the sub-region are making effort to come and see how we are developing this market. So I'm aware. And I'm somebody who is championing it seriously from the sectoral point of view, because assuming we decarbonize the 24-hour authority, 24-hour market that we are putting up, for instance, if we decarbonize, it gives you opportunity to raise carbon credit for the international market. So there's every opportunity in our development process for us to ensure that we decarbonize every step of our production process to ensure that at the end of the day, we're able to use that to generate carbon credit to sustain our development. Mr. Chairman, recently I had a meeting with the police IGP, and I championed the establishment of a climate unit that will be responsible for crimes associated with climate migration, and also for them to look at opportunities to decarbonize the police service. There are stations across to ensure that, we put solar panels, buy degradable machine, so that at the end of the day, we are able to generate carbon credit from there, to sustain the police service. So, Mr. Chairman, every institution has an opportunity under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement to think outside the box and reduce our dependency on government to ensure that we're able to generate our own money to support government effort. So I'm very much aware of it, and I'm championing it seriously.
Will you take a memorandum to Parliament to champion the disposal of abandoned vehicles that the owners have just abandoned, and they are all packed in these roadside warehouses, garages, in the local parliament, they call them fitters shop and those things. You go, thousands, hundreds are just packed. Tens and hundreds are just packed there, and the owners don't come for them. Meanwhile, they could be crushed to be used as for recycled materials. Will you do that? Because they litter the entire city, everywhere. It's an eyesore, they make it dirty. Everywhere you see, and people, the owners are not interested. And they are standing there and standing there and standing there. For example, when they get corroded and it rains, you know what will happen. And all the difficulties that are associated with the environment. Will you want to look at it?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chairman, it's a laudable idea you are putting across, because they serve as hazards to other road users. And I can say that I will investigate whether my office has the mandate to be able to do that. But because I collaborate with other ministries, it is something that I can take with the sector minister, and we'll see how we can collaborate in that direction. But it is laudable to look at that, so that at the end of the day, we're able to minimize, the hazards that some of these vehicles cause. I mean, they cause to motorists and other environmental, problems that come as a result of that. So I will look at a possibility of sharing this information with the sector minister, and through the collaboration, we should be able to take that on board. But I will investigate it.
So in the present state of the nation, he announced to the world, of course to Ghana and the world, that, and let me quote, we sent you this because you also have it. We have successfully authorized 3 projects that are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of carbon emission. And Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, he talked about a number of 24 million tons of carbon budget, totaling 64 million tons. But he said that Ghana has successfully authorized 3 projects that is expected to reduce the carbon emissions by 5.2 million tons. That's a lot. Do you know these projects, and where are they located? What are these projects?
Honorable Chairman, I don't know that project, and I don't know on what occasion that was said.
Can I give you this? This is the state of the nation of the president. That's why we called you. In fact, the entire reason why we called you is because of this.
But there's a specific question that was sent to me, and that is what I responded to. So this one, I need to have access to it to be able to see clearly what we're talking about. But that is different from what was sent to me.
Honorable Minister, I will urge you to look at that. The President has stated he made that commitment to the people of Ghana that they have authorized 3 projects. We want to know whether these projects are completed, where are these projects, and what are these projects meant to? Are they completed or they have been abandoned? We want to really know. I'm just reading from what the President himself said on the state of the nation, and it would be good if you finish this committee with that recommendation, because we want to capture it in our report, that this is what the President said. These are where the projects are. This is the stage the projects have reached. And if there's a need to go and visit those projects, we will visit those projects. If you want me to give you a copy of this, I will give you a copy of the State of the Nation so that you can read it for yourself. The clerk, can you make a copy?
Okay, Honorable Chair.
Can you make a copy of this? Give to the Honorable Minister. The not second line, second paragraph. If you look at the second paragraph, well, that's where I asked you the question. Have you seen the second paragraph?
Okay.
Are you now familiar with it? This is what the president said.
That's second paragraph. In line with the national. Which one?
Just above what you were trying to read.
Okay. We have successfully reduced, authorized 3 projects that are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of. I'm seeing this for the first time, so let me investigate it. Mr. Chairman, like I told you, this information is seated with the Ministry of Environment. Okay? I am just a coordinating office under the presidency to coordinate some of these activities. So I'm able to respond to this because of that coordination role, but the details of it is seated with the Ministry of Environment. So, Mr. Chairman, if it will not be a bother, this question, when it is referred to the Ministry of Environment, the technical people will come and they will assist the committee to get the right information.
Honorable Minister, we thank you, but I say that this is the crux of the whole matter. It's about reducing, if you want to get carbon credit, you have to reduce the emission level. That's basically what it is. And all that you have been talking about renewable energy and all this, is all to come to this PowerPoint. Listen, but because the president is specifically mentioned 3 projects, I just wanted to find out where these 3 projects are and what stage they have reached, so that we can visit those 3 projects and ascertain that indeed these projects are ongoing, basically. But I heard what you have said.
Oh, okay, but I can check it. I can look for the information. But
Please,
it's important to put it on record that this is the mandate of the Ministry of Environment, and they have the details of it, which when you invite the minister, he can share with the committee.
We will be guided the next time. I thank you. Any other? Honorable Minister, we thank you very much for your cooperation. You sat through, in fact, you came earlier than scheduled, not just earlier than scheduled. You came on time because we didn't start earlier with the other minister. Otherwise, you stated that you come at 9:30, and indeed, you came at 9:30. That's very good of you, that you stick to your time. And if you carry that attitude, you'll go very far. I want to thank you for calling upon this committee and for clarifying to us the promises and undertakings that were made by the president. You are the first minister in the history of Ghana to be taken through promises made by the head of state, by the executive. And we are going to start calling other ministers to come and respond to what the president has said. Because at the end of the day, the president speaks. We will not call the president here, but we shall call his representatives, those he has assigned the roles to work. That's what I'm saying, his representatives. So the ministers, the chief executives. So we'll go through his SONA, he will go through his budget, and we'll call each of you to come and educate us, tell us the promises and the undertakings made by His Excellency the President. It will help the government work. It would also help the government take praises. And if you don't work too, it will expose the government. So I want to thank you for giving us your time and your answers. We are very grateful. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, for this opportunity. And I appreciate all the queries that have been raised. And those that we are now able to provide immediate answers, when I go back through my coordination efforts, I will do that. But let me conclude by saying that climate change is a reality, Honorable Chairman. The work that we do, positively or negatively, can contribute to the dangers of climate change. And everybody must show interest in the way we conduct ourselves that has a bearing on how the climate will look like. Honorable Chairman, with your support, let us find a way to ensure that the buildings that we are erecting today are climate resilient. The roads that we are constructing today are climate resilient. Any activity that we do must have a climate dimension to it. That is the way to minimize the shocks of climate change. I want to thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable, even though we have discharged you, you've raised something that I have a lot of interest in. You see, the flooding and the environmental degradation, which we have just raised, is the biggest problem in Ghana today. And not just Accra. People are losing their lives. And I think that you have brought an important point. I am clear in my mind that we must be disciplined in this nation if we are to succeed. You cannot just go to the United States and start building anywhere you want. You go to China and start building anywhere you want. Even in Rwanda, you cannot just go and start building anywhere you want simply because you have the money or some chief has sold some land to you or somebody. Every coast, you can't do that. You must go through all the processes before you start building. Otherwise, we should not have people build on the waterways. We should not see, as human beings or as good citizens, people are dumping filth and gravel into river, the beds or river, and blocking the water. And we allow them because they want to build. And they build. At the end, water enters their houses up to the neck level and kill people. So, Honorable Minister, you have a lot of work to do. And I think that we will all support government to do the right thing, so that we don't have the problems that we are having. Ghana was 6 million people at the time of independence. Today we are 33 million people. And there are more people living than the 33. I'm sure that Ghana has like 35 million people living within because they are foreigners who are also here. So the population is growing. Accra alone is over 5 million people now, almost the population of Ghana at independence. And you can imagine the next 50 years, what will happen, or 60 years again, what will happen to Accra if we don't plan Accra well. It will mean that we are just planning to fail in the future. So, Honorable Minister, try to liaise with your colleague ministers. You are not supervisor, coordinating ministries. Try to liaise with them. Don't fear politics. Don't fear the effects of politics. If you do the right thing, the people of Ghana will vote for you. So, and make sure that we don't have the problems that we had going forward. So we give you our support. And like I said, we thank you very, very much for calling upon this committee. You have our full support.
Thank you. Honorable Chairman, I want to just make a small proposal to the committee and to Parliament. Like I said, all hands must be on deck if we have to make a significant progress in our fight against climate change. Honorable Chairman, assuming government brings a proposal or a project to Parliament, and you rise up to ask the minister or the sponsors, what is the climate dimension to this project you are bringing for approval? Okay? As soon as you begin to ask that, then you are ensuring that projects that are going to be approved by Parliament must have a climate dimension. And at the end of the day, that is the way to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius. And that is the way to generate carbon credit. Because any project that is climate compliant has tendencies of generating carbon credit. One, it also has tendencies of giving us cheap financing, blended financing, to support government work. So Parliament being the oversight, of government, can position itself in such a way that any projects that you are approving, you should look at the climate dimension of that project. And that is the way to solve this problem. That is the way we can generate carbon credit to support government activities and also to ensure that anytime there's flooding, it is minimal. We cannot stop flooding entirely. It is difficult to do that. But at the end of the day, we have to be able to contain it. And we can only contain it if we introduce climate dimension to some of these projects, some of these development projects that we are taking. And Parliament and this committee can play a significant role in that.
Honorable Minister,
Thank you.
take a proposal to Cabinet, right? That states that all permits for buildings must state the effect of climate on that project before it is given. So when you take a proposal you ask for permits for buildings and structures and construction, what is the effect on the climate? Is it blocking a waterway? Is it going to add pollution to it? Your activities add pollution to it? You must state it. And the assembly must assess that as part of the reasons why they should give you permit. And if it does, then stop it. 2, today, every cabinet memorandum for project proposal has what we call communication aspect of that proposal. Otherwise, your proposal is not complete. I think that every president now must insist that just not communication, but climate, the effect on climate must be put in every proposal that you bring. So that when you bring the proposal to Parliament, parliamentarians can debate the effect of climate as part of your proposal. So if you say you are going to build a railway line from here to Bimbala, then as part of the climate, as part of the proposal, you must state the effects on climate. So that when the MPs are debating, it will be one of the items that the MPs will debate. Communication, yes, it's not part of it. So climate is also going to be part. Otherwise, trust me, if you make your country not attractive to live in, nobody will come to your country. Ghana had, especially the middle belt of Ghana was a forest zone. I'm not sure we even have up to 20% of our original forest cover. It's all gone. There's a town in the US called Montreal. It's in California. You can't cut a tree in Montreal without permission. In fact, even if it falls on top of your roof, you can't cut it. I don't know whether you are getting what I'm trying to say. If the tree blocks your path, right, for some reason it falls and blocks your path, you cannot just take a cutlass or a chainsaw and go and cut it off. You can't. Not to talk of a tree that is standing. You must go and report, and the authorities will come and do it on your behalf. In many countries, they are still having lions and they are having tigers and making a lot of money. We have eaten ours. It's all gone. In fact, we have eaten to the extent that we are eating mice. You know, the small ones. Lizards. We have virtually eaten everything. So, Honorable Minister, you have a lot of work to do. That's why I will encourage that you partner with your colleagues, the Agric, to enforce all this ban on hunting in July, August, September, during the time that these animals are trying to regenerate the fishes and all the things. Like I said, if you don't partner them, you can't do it. And, if we also politicize these things, we cannot achieve it. So, Honorable Minister, we will discharge you. You have done very well. If we need you again, we'll call you back.
Thank you.
I thank you for calling upon this committee. So, colleagues, we are waiting for the local government minister. He's coming in about 10 minutes. So, you can stretch yourselves for 10 minutes, and then we'll do that. Wait for him. Colleagues, we will start in a minute. In a minute, when the minister has settled, we'll start. In a minute. Colleagues, it's 1 minute now. Honorable Minister, we want you to be sworn in and then introduce yourself and your team, and we can start. So, clerks, do swear the Honorable Minister for local government in.
Start. Okay. No, it's okay. Just two of the mics are okay.
Okay.
So put yours off. Thank you.
I, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim,
Swear by Almighty God.
swear by the Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue.
touching the matter in issue
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
With the other chair and KO. I'm saying they should give it to so you go to House of Tea. Honorable Minister, as I said, please do introduce yourself and your team.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm Ibrahim Ahmed, the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, and the Member of Parliament for the good people of Bana constituency. I'm here with Madame Deborah Jan and Mr. Befinsia. Madame Deborah Jan is the Human Resource Director at the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And Mr. Befinsia is the Director for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, under whose jurisdiction the shrines and those things lies. So he's ably accompanying me here. Honorable Chair, the Director, Chief Director himself would have been here, but as we all know, the exercise we are going to do tomorrow, we are preparing a brief, and as I speak to you, he is in the office with the other directors, and they are putting the roadmap together, after which, when we are done from here, we'll go and join them to brief the whole Ghana about how the roadmap and the exercise is going to be done. So I apologize on their behalf, but the three of us are capable of giving any clarification and response that will be demanded from our ministry. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, you made 4 assurances to the people of, to Parliament, that obviously to the people of Ghana in the first and second quarters of 2025. You are here to answer to, not answer, to speak to those 4 assurances that you gave. But be informed that members will ask you questions that we term as public interest questions. So when issues about market may not have been here, or even have seen a question under a market, a member can ask you a question regarding even your 24-hour market.
No problem.
So be rest assured that members will go through some of these things. So I will go to the first question, Honorable Minister. On the 12th of June 2025, more than a year ago, Honorable John Dako, on behalf of Kingsley Ajiman, Ebuakwa South, asked a question. And let me read the question to you. I beg to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs the plans for the Kwadaso and Kantamatu wood village markets that have been destroyed by fire. Honorable Minister, take this committee through what plans, what has happened since these markets were destroyed by fire, what steps have been taken to remedy and to help the people and to rebuild the markets. Take this committee through what you have done so far.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, before me, I also apologize for not appearing yesterday. Yesterday, I was supposed to be here in the morning at 10 a.m. And the presidency also called with the national security that we're supposed to have a national security meeting because of the flood. Yesterday, they said 10 o'clock. So our intention was to come here before going there. But upon superior advice, we were asked to let our directors be waiting here so that we go to the presidency, after which we'll come. By the time we got here around 12 something, the committee had closed, and I had to call you and tell you that this was the problem that we encountered, and that is why we couldn't even come. So thank you, yes, thank you for announcing to the general public that it was not just like we ran away, but we called you, we sought permission from you and told you where we were. And thank you for rescheduling the answer to today. Honorable Speaker, the following actions have so far been undertaken. We have installed 1,370 fire extinguishers across all sections in the Kantamatu market. We have also coordinated and supported Greater Accra Regional Fire Service to train 682 market traders on the market on fire extinguishers. We've also sensitized over 12,000 members on fire safety. Fire Service has also created and operationalized the temporary station at the market and are working with the market security who were engaged by the OR Foundation to undertake daily patrols on the market. Regarding smoke detectors, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly plans to install them as part of their infrastructure upgrade, as they are most effective in enclosed areas. Additionally, fireballs may also be installed in high-risk zones once the Electricity Company of Ghana, and that's ECG, connect the market to the grid. Honorable Chair, currently the installation of the smoke detectors is on hold. ECG operational delays has affected businesses in the market and also stalled progress. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Minister, there were just, for this question, just two assurances. First, that you would install or incorporate safety features such as the fire extinguishers and smoke detectors. You are telling this community that the fire extinguishers, 1,200 have been installed. Is it in the two markets or just only Kantomanto?
Honorable Chair, the installation is of the fire extinguisher is across all sections in the Kantomanto market, and that is what I've been briefed.
What about the Kwadaso one? There were two, the wood markets, Kantomanto and Kwadaso. In fact, yeah, Kwadaso and Kantomanto. That's what the questioner asks, the wood villages. You have done the Kantomanto one. What about the Kwadaso one? Check the question. It was both Kantomanto and Kwadaso wood village markets.
Honorable Chair, I don't want to conjecture, but for the Kwadaso one, I'll have to go and come back on the answer I was given, and the work that was done was on the Accra Metropolitan Tomato Market in Greater.
You say 1,200.
1,200. 1,370 fire extinguishers.
Honorable Minister, check and let's know whether the Kwadaso one, they had installed it. The public is listening. So if you say
that is why, Mr. Chair, I wouldn't want to comment on it so long as I have no written answer concerning the Kwadaso one on that.
Honorable Minister, you say that up to now, the smoke detectors have not been installed. What is the actual reason why you haven't installed the smoke detectors?
Honorable Chair, like I said, regarding the fire smoke detectors, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly plans to install them as part of their infrastructure upgrade. But as most of them are most effective in enclosed areas. But as I said, currently, the installation of the smoke detector is on hold because of ECG operational delays. And we work, that one will have to come from the Ministry of Energy. So unless we collaborate for us to know when ECG will remove all the impediments from our way for us to be able to go. But that is also a private company.
Do you intend to install sprinklers as part of it? Because as we see today, there's no way for fire service trucks and water bowsers to move in.
Honorable Chair, it's an area, even today I had discussion with the Chief Fire Officer. Fire service is mostly trained in terms of fighting fire. But the market managers and some of those people sometimes always create theft. It is a theft area that they also want to be controlling. So the agreement was that we'll have to engage both the fire managers together with the fire service leadership to be able to know how best we can do this. And that discussion took place today, and there's an action to be taken.
Okay, so honorable colleagues who want to do follow-up questions. Yes, yeah. Vice Chairman.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Honorable Minister. I want to find out, it's been a year since these fires. Have you been able to ascertain the cause? Because that should inform some of the measures you intend to put in place. Your measures are applaudable, but we need to know what caused the main fires so that moving forward, we can also assist in educating our people on how to prevent fires. Because this is it's across the whole nation. It's not just peculiar to these markets. We hear of markets catching fires every now and then. So what was the cause in these two specific cases? Thank you.
Honorable Chair, that was the initial question, and that was the answer I gave. That after the fire incident, AMA in collaboration with the stakeholders cleared the affected area to ascertain the extent of the damage and to ensure safety of those who were in that area. And that year in collaboration on the fire service intended to bring or incorporate fire safety measures and to reconstruct the market. This was the answer that was given. But the actual causes will have to be a substantive question, which the fire service will have to give to me. Because sometimes not all the security issues are disclosed to the general public. But once this is a public interest question, there must be a public interest request for the answer to be given.
So, Honorable Minister, you don't know the actual cause of the fire?
Honorable Chair, I did not intend to request for that because that is an expert area and the security information. My interest was on the way forward because that is what Parliament requested.
Okay, Honorable Minister, do find out the cause of those fires from them. Their investigation, find out.
Precisely, Mr. Chair. Once it is being requested, I now have the genuine reason why I should request for it, and I think I will do that.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the answer to this question is unsatisfactory. Because as a minister, this thing has happened. You have to know the cause. We don't have to ask before it gives you the feel to go and ask. At least you should have given us, upon ascertaining, we saw that this is the cause. Maybe the fire extinguishers, etc., you are putting there would come to a naught because it may not have helped a lot. So we would plead that, it is not everything stricto sensu as it brought to you. At least you are a senior member. You know that when you appear before the Assurances Committee, we have general questions that may be asked. So for me, I'm not satisfied with this answer you have given.
Honorable Chair, like I said, I don't intend to speak to. I want to go strictly by your request. And sometimes, if you intend to know too much, you may end up putting yourself in trouble. And that is why I'm not going left, right, but I'm going straight to the questions and the answers.
Yes. Honorable member.
Yeah, thank you very
After that,
much.
we'll come to the ranking member.
Okay, Honorable Chair, looking at the answer that was given and relative to the assurances that was made, it's like the fire safety equipments were going to be part of the reconstruction. What I want to find out is what is the status of the reconstruction? Whether there has been, what level has that, reached for us to be able to be assured that there are installations of these fire extinguishers and awaiting fire, the fire alarm instruments. Then also to find out what has been done by the local government ministry to be able to support the women who were affected by these fires. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is within the jurisdiction of AMA, and I knew together with the MP, some kind of support was given. But in Parliament, when you don't have the specifics, don't talk. How much was involved in it, I may not be able to tell you. In order to raise the doubt about who got what and who did not get. But if the question specifically, the substantive question has been, what other effort and what other relief items support has been given, I would have come with distribution list and beneficiaries who receive what. But so long as strictly since so, it didn't happen under the ministry's budget where I would have come with a distribution list. This one also demand for a further request from the AMA, who got what, how much was involved, and what went into it, because it's partly development and political, and I wouldn't want to blaspheme somebody or blackmail somebody. So I will also request...
Honorable Minister, so the assurance that was teased from this question is that you did say that you incorporate fire safety features as well as smoke detectors as part of the reconstructed sections of the market. Or the honorable member, as part of his question, he wants to find out what is the state, which state have we reached? where have we reached with the reconstruction? Is it 100% complete?
Mr. Chair,
Is
it
50%
may
complete?
not be 100% because it is the it is the stakeholders themselves, mostly who were doing the reconstruction for doubt on the part of government, where they did some of them didn't want government himself to even come in. And you know what goes into this. Government effort in going there is always misconstrued that government wants to take over, or government interest in going there is sometimes misconstrued that if we allow you to do it, we may not be the end beneficiary. And these are some of the problems. So when the moment it got bent, they go to the timber maker, go and buy their own wood, and then next day you see then reconstruction. How will you be able to measure some of this? So government effort is to avert the safety, any eventuality that may come in future. But it wasn't like a holistic contract that we are going to do. And that is why I was saying that regarding the Kwadasu one, also give me time, simply because I also received some concerns from the Honorable MP and the Interior Minister, which I was somehow the mediator, which I was not able to finalize. So some of those questions, sometimes before something you are doing you've not finalized, is sometimes difficult to come to conclusion on it. So the people themselves are doing the erections. It wasn't government, it was some kind of support being given to them. But they did not want government. If government itself was to go and do it, it would have been awarded on contract, procured. So, and you know those things, politically, what it intends to bring. And that is why I'm unable to give you the progress, whether it's 100% complete or not, because it's private sector driven.
Yes, Honorable Rankin.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Regarding the assurance that you made for the installation of smoke detectors and other things, we all know that fire service falls under the Ministry of Interior. What is the collaboration between your ministry and the Ministry of Interior as far as the activities of fire service, the incorporation of fire service into the markets? What's the collaboration between your ministry and the Ministry of Interior to ensure that you'll be able to get these things in place in the market?
Honorable Chair, you know that thankfully the Interior Minister was my former boss. And the telepathy between the two of us was very deep. And that is why, even with that thing today, I could speak to the Chief Fire Officer and said, oh, let's talk to your brother and see how those things are going to be done. So the collaboration is very strong, if not excellent.
I'm talking relative to this market issue that I'm talking about.
Not only in relation to this market, but just that I didn't want to go outside on it. The Interior Minister and the Fire Service, because of the kind of fire outbreaks that we used to be getting, they themselves have been very proactive, not only on this, but in other markets. But because the question was restricted to this and what has been done to this, I did not buy the smoke detectors and all those kind of things. But I'm telling you the progress of work that is being done by the Fire Service Ministry, which is under the Interior Ministry.
Honorable Minister, we'll finish all the questions and markets generally, because the rest are very, very short questions. You will take less than 10 minutes to finish them. Your main issue will be markets across the country. You know how people cherish markets. You are awarding, not you, the government has awarded contracts under the 24-hour markets. Can you take us through how many have you awarded so far? What is the scope of work in terms of completion time? I'm not looking at the drawings. I'm just asking, when do you think that market women will be expected to move into any of the markets?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. We intend to build 261 markets, one in every district. 261. We have 261 districts, and we intend to build 261, one in every district. So even though I'm the local government minister, my district is to build one. Bemela is to build one. And Honorable Chair, even we caught salt in Bemela. So thing happened in Bemela, which is your district. So I know you are well versed in this. But the truth is that the construction period is supposed to be 36 months. But we've asked the contractors that at least government does not have 36 months to be in office. So the completion period should be at least, even though you have 36 months, but we want you to be able to build it within 18 to 24 months. Because we want to commission them before the period, the contract Ghanaians sign with us expires.
Honorable Minister, so technically it's 36 months, but that's 3 years. But you want to see whether you can finish them within 1.5 years to 2 years.
18 to 24.
That's 1.5 years.
1.5 to 2 years.
Honorable Minister, can you take us through the categories of markets that you have? Are they the same across the whole country, or there are some that are bigger, there are some that are smaller? Can you take us through?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, should I start from the genesis to the... Thank you very much. We intended to build at least, we are going around the country, what we see, we didn't like it. And almost all our prime lines were being overtaken by the foreign multinational corporations and other foreign companies. So the Ghanaian businesswomen were kicked out. When you and I were in Parliament from 2005, when President Nkokor was there, and the Nigerian banks came to Ghana, and the indigenous banks were also established, what used to be done was that you'll be in your house and they'll be knocking your door that come for loan to go and do business. Our women were going to Guangzhou to bring things to go and come and sell. Some were going to South Africa to bring things to come and sell. Mr. Chairman, as I speak to you, those who used to go to China to bring items have all been kicked out. Those who used to go to Nigeria, kick out. Those who used to go to other countries, kick out. So, and you go to the only private places where businesses are, like Konkrompe and other places. Even those who were selling spare parts there, most of them are kicked out. But we didn't study the root causes of why this thing was happening. Unfortunately for us, the kind of market that used to be done from 2008 up to 2016 were also abandoned. So clearly, apart from Kaneshi market, then Kotograpa market, which Kaneshi market was built before the Fourth Republic. Then when you go around, there are no serious markets in the country. Everything is private sector. So the Nigerians bring their money and they go to Kaneshi, Konkrompe, they go to Abosokai, they see the landowners. They can pay more than the Ghanaian man can pay because most of the indigenous banks have collapsed. So it's like, it's part of the unemployment situation that you see in most districts. But we cannot sit down, Honorable Chair, saying that somebody will come and solve it. And the kind of markets the assemblies were still building was the wooden structure, the shares. And that is why Kantamatu and Kwadasu that I'm being asked now, they were all shares. They will get bent, then they will go to timber market, go and buy wood, come and construct. So we saw the need that if the president wants to construct 24-hour market, you can't go and construct shares that they should work 24 hours. So, Honorable Chair, what we did was that when we saw this problem, we said, how can we solve it? Well, you go to Spinters Road, you see China malls. You go to Ofanko Amasa Mine, China malls. Almost all the prime lands, China malls. And you go to ShopRite, Stanbic, South Africa. You go to other shopping malls, South Africa, Stanbic Bank. By Honorable Chair, Unibank is no more. Sovereign Bank is no more. First Capital Bank is no more. The indigenous bank that used to give you and I, our sisters and our constituents, money to go and do business are no more. So clearly unemployment is on the increase. How do you solve it? At least there must be a befitting place in every district. And if you allow the private sector to go and build it, if you go to Domi Market, there are stores there, but the market women cannot go into them because they don't have the high capital to go and pay the rent. Honorable Chair, how do you do? The state must come in. The China malls and the market that you see are state-partnered businesses. The China government gives them money. They go to the China bank for loans. ShopRite, South Africa, the Stanbic Bank gives them money, loans. They go to the other place for loans. But in Ghana here, that opportunity is no more. So the state must create those befitting places and at a minimal cost where our sisters and mothers can go and do business. Honorable Chair, that is the first thing. 2, it will do away with unemployment. 3, because we are doing it, we have 4 models. Model 1, Model 2, Model 3, Model 4. Model 1 because not all the districts have the same economic viability. And therefore, what will work in Accra Metropolitan may not work in my constituency. What may work in Bimbila may not work in Tamale Central. So you could see that we needed market experts' advice to come and tell us, not political market. So what we did was we engaged consultants, go around and do market survey and come and tell us what kind of market does our people want? What will fit our problem? Then the president said he's doing 24-hour market, 24-hour. We needed the 24-hour to go together with the market. How do you do it? You said you recruit fire services to be working in the market. Mr. Chairman, the market fire you always see, what time do they happen? It's in the night. So assuming there was a fire post in the market where fire officers are working in the night when they are patrolling the place, nobody can come and set fire there. Mr. Chair, the other problem is security. If you say you are going to do business in the night, there must be security so that even daytime people are stealing people. So if there is no police station, it will be a problem. So the market model you are designing for us, make sure there is a police station. Then sometimes when you are traveling in the night, you get to the highway, almost all the workers are gone. So most places on the highway, like in Nkokor, make sure there is a filling station and there is a vulcanizer station so that when I'm coming from Bana and I go to Nkokor, then if I have a flat tire, there's a vulcanizer that said, if I'm able to get to this place, somebody will fix it for me. If it is fuel, when you get there, there's a filling station attached. So the market are designed with both national and local knowledge and geographical needs. These needs assessments were all done. Then, Mr. Chairman, sometimes when you are sick, you go to some districts. I don't know of Bemila. Hardly will you see a district hospital or a pharmacy. So, man district like this, in Bana, there is no pharmacy. All you see is over-the-counter drug chemical sellers. So, the market you are going to build must include a pharmacy shop. Pharmacies work 24/7. But for lack of security, sometimes they close early. So include a pharmacy shop in it. Honorable Chair, our mothers sometimes, they will be in the market. Government is practicing what we call primary health care. But for a market woman to leave the shed or the shop to go to market, to go to the hospital or the clinic for a checkup, they don't do. So you see there sometimes what we hear is, oh, mommy, this woman came here, we were here with him. He was not sick. All of a sudden, he has collapsed, he's dead, and there is a funeral to be done. So in that market, include a clinic so that the market women who can there will have access to that. Honorable Chair, not only that, sometimes a market woman may be a woman with a child of young age. By the time they will spend to go to the crèche before coming to the market may be time consuming. So include a crèche in that market. Honorable Chair, sometimes our women, because of makeup, to close the shop and go to the salon is a problem. Include a salon. Honorable Chair, sometimes even to get meat and come and prepare food for us, not all the market have the capacity to be able to include cold stores and those things. So include a cold store in the market that you are doing. Beyond that, you don't come to the market and go somewhere, most places there is no abattoir. Make sure there is a butcher shop in the market. So it's a one-stop shop. Not only that, sometimes the kind of culture we have, our market, you can't go and be selling Kobe and Momoni, Honorable Chair, in a Mekon shop. So create a supermarket where the items, continental things and all those kind of things are going to be sold. By create the local shares and the local market like, where if you want contombre, you go there. You want Momoni, you go there. You want Kobe, you go there. If you want pizza, there's where you go. You want canned food, there's where you go. So you want to shower. Sometimes, Honorable Chair, when we go to offices with our sisters, after the work, you will see them, they are doing makeup before they go. Create the same opportunity for the market woman. So we have created showers, we have created water closet, we have created changing rooms, and sometimes, I don't come from Bimila, but in the Eastern Corridor, you could see that Bimila is the most strategic market area where people converge. Honorable Chair, some may come from far away. When they come with their wares and they are not able to be sold in the night, some people sometimes make a strategy to cheat our market women. They will wait. The items you have brought, they know you don't stay in that community. When it is getting to 5 to 6, they know you can't send them back to where you came from. Then they will come to you. Oh, if you reduce it to this much, I'll buy it. We call it reduce to clear. In order to take our women from that problem and hardship, we are including warehouses. If you bring the items and they are not bought, you send them to the warehouse. The next day, you are still there. We are empowering both the consumer and the supplier. It's a win-win strategy. They know you send them to the warehouse. What about you yourself? We are including about 6-room guest house or 4-bedroom guest house in the market. So when you send the items to the market, to the warehouse, you have a place to go and sell. You don't come from there. What will you eat? We are including a restaurant and a chop bar. So depending on your class, if you're a restaurant person, you go there. If you're a chop bar person like Honorable Chair, you and I, you go to the chop bar where there's bushmeat, there's abnabu, and all those kind of things.
Honorable Mr. Continue.
Honorable Chair, so there's chop bar and there's a restaurant. Sometimes cutting the items from the lorry station to the market is a challenge. We are including a lorry terminal so that when you come, the place where the big trucks will be there, will park for you to offload your items to the warehouse are there. Then the trotro station and the other cars or vehicles that will be transporting the market women are also there. Honorable Chair, not only that, we are doing this in such a way that will bring, because we'll be running 24/7, there's a generator and there is a solar installation. We are arranging that once you build it, in order not to be able to rely on the national, so that the national grid may be on and off, you have to bring a generator. The generator must be there and it's for all of them. We also make sure that once it is done, we have to include solar panels so that you may not be consuming the energy too much that will be beyond our mother's capacity. Honorable Chair, not only that, the President promise of the Women's Bank. We've seen that the Chinese are doing with China Bank. The Indians are doing with Africa, First something bank. The South Africans are doing with Stanbic Bank. The Nigerians are doing with Access Bank and GM Bank and UBA Bank. By Ghana, our private indigenous banks are for collapse. So the Women's Bank that the president promised, there must be a banking hall in the market where the Women's Bank will establish a branch. So our mothers and sisters who don't have enough capital, when you sell, you are not going to carry your money to a house for somebody to go and kidnap you on the way and take it. You sell, you go to the Women's Bank in the market, you cash your money, you deposit your money, then you go home. And if items come, because and you are credit worthy, you go to that bank that, oh, our sisters don't need too much money. And if you leave them at the mercy of this profit-oriented, well, that is where the term Owobosia came from. So we want to do this so that there will be a banking hall in all the 261 markets. Honorable Chair, not only that, this is doable because PAC areas where even NIB didn't want to go, Commercial Bank didn't want to go, Agric Development Bank, which is a farming bank, didn't want to go. If PAC First National Capital Bank was able to establish one single room bank in almost every district capital, why shouldn't we be able to do? So it's like we are replicating all those kind of things. But Honorable Chair, the market fires you are calling us, you know there's a building regulations law that you and I assisted in passing in this room. What has become out of it? If you go to most of these markets, do we take into consideration? So we have to make sure that the items and the wiring, the cables that are going to be used for the wiring and all those things must be of standard. So there is so much that we are doing in common. And this combination of all this is what we call the 24-hour market. The models are 4. So depending on your capacity, you have whatever you need. Then in the circle, inner circle, there is what we call market shares. So just as they were used to erecting their own wooden shares and doing businesses in them, we are collaborating that system together with the shopping mall and that. So, Honorable Chair, these and many other things are things we want to do. But after the construction is done, the Interior Minister will now have to, because we were promised that more fire officers will be recruited, more police will be recruited. You now have to recruit those who can be able to work in those areas. Honorable Chair, if you go to any village, you go to Bimila, the one who is a thief, they know. The one who is not a thief, they know. But if you nationalize recruitment of police officers, the Bimila thief will come and appear before me and speak good English. I may not be able to recognize that. I'll say, well done. You are very eloquent in the language. You are a police officer. He will be a thief in uniform. We will want to avoid this. So we've discussed with the Interior Minister that we are doing the construction, but once we are done, you must make sure that there's a special recruitment so that those who will be doing the market surveillance, whether fire or police in Bimila, Honorable Chair, the local people will know them. Those who will be doing it in Afram Plains, the local people will know them. So these and many other things is a very laudable idea, and it is worth pursuing. So this is the combination of the market, Model 1, Model 2, Model 4. Model 1 for a district, Model 2 for a municipal, Model 3 for a municipal but economically very viable, which is close to metro, and Model 4 for a metropolitan, which have the economic viability, the population, the financial resource, and all other things. So that is the structure. So every shop, because I didn't know that's the nature of the question, I would have brought the actual specific, the number of shops in model 1, number of shares in model 1, number of shops in model 2, number of shares in model 2. The shops are not the same. The quantity vary. The sizes of the warehouses are not the same. The quantity vary because what will work for Kwadaso, if you send it to Bana, it may not work for me. So, depending on your capacity, this is biblical, to each according to his ability. But Honorable Chair, I did not choose for them. The consultants were recruited to redesign the structures and bring it. They were 16 consultants. From April 2024, it took them 6 months before they were able to can out. You will can out all the items I've mentioned. You will come out with a prototype design. How the story I have given, how will you come with a market concept that will satisfy what I'm saying? So when you bring it, all the system with all the directors and the engineers will be in a room. Then Mr. Chairman will critique yours. So your colleague, consultant, or engineer will ask you questions. This is your design. How will he cater for this or cater for that? Then when you finish, then he also bring his design. Then you also critique his design. We did that for 6 months. After which we came out. Then they took the designs, went to the market, and did some market survey and interviews. Just to get the will-be beneficiaries, their input into what was going to happen. So it wasn't like me. And when you go to a place like my constituency, I'm from the district capital. But the district capital is not economically viable. The commercial capital in the district is the next big town. So don't say because the minister is from the district capital, the market must be in the district capital. You bring your technical advice, and that will be. So when you go to the Bana district, the market is not at Bana Hinkru, which is the district capital. The market is at the commercial capital in the district, which is Bana Bongasi. But I didn't want a situation whereby a leader will fail. We cited factories and companies far away from raw materials because politicians were coming from the faraway places. How many of them survive? From First Republic to the Fourth Republic, most of them have collapsed and privatized. Some are being used as churches. I didn't want to be a victim of that. So the power was given to go do the research, surveillance in the district, together with the DCE and the opinion leaders, and go and choose where will be economically viable.
Honorable Minister, thank you. Thank you very much. But just the last one on this particular one, then we'll go to the next question. Honorable Minister, so in all this, how will you make the people work 24 hours?
Honorable Chair, if you go to the market, the police station there will work 24 hours. Anytime there's something, you go there 24 hours to work. The fire station there will work 24 hours. The pharmacy shop there will work 24 hours. The ATM station and the bank will work 24/7. The security guards patrolling the market will work 24/7. The energy office in the place will work 24/7. The warehouse will work 24/7. The filling station and the vulcanizer shop will work 24/7. The most things will work 24/7. So it is not like all shop is compulsory, all shop must open. But the essence of governance and leadership is to create the system and the structure. And the private sector will fill it with you. Honorable Chair, you remember one village, one dam, and one district, one factory. They were private sector driven, but they were facilitated by the government, the public. So this one, the private sector will come in, but the public must facilitate. So we are facilitators.
Minister, I thank you very much, but I still want to know, that market woman, and you who is a consumer like me, I want to do light soup in the middle of the night, 2 a.m., how are you going to convince that milk woman to stay so that I can buy pepper from her at 2 a.m.? That's what I'm asking.
Honorable Chair, you yourself, you know in Bimbila they don't sleep. And that's why strategically the market is sited there. You know.
You keep using Bimbila. What about those where they sleep? What about where they sleep? What about where they sleep?
The good thing is that, in fact, when I went to Bimbila, I loved the place. I didn't know Bimbila until the day they said, oh, if we have done with Tamale Central, let's go to Bimbila. And Honorable Chair, I've fallen in love with your place. That's why I keep on citing it. And I know that people are good because you are good. And you are not just good, you were my boss who trained me. So I fell in love with the people. And that is why I keep on using Bimbila. But my place, strategically, my district capital, where I come from, didn't qualify. And learning political development history of Ghana, I didn't want to force or fall victim of what the earlier politicians had done. We wanted technical advice for the first time and see what that will work. Honorable Chair, all the people there may not work for 24/7. But that does not mean the market is not working for 24/7. Even in the daytime, if you go to Makola, there is a shop as I speak to you. That is closed. The owner is not working today. So it is not just like, oh, we are establishing a market compulsorily. Make sure you don't close it. That is not. But we are creating all the scenario I've given you. You agree with me that it's a laudable idea. And if leadership provide this kind of service, Honorable Chair, the situation is more pathetic than you and I are seeing. If you come to Greater Accra, the unemployment you are seeing now, the kind of suffering your MPs go through, you marvel. Simply because if you go to Addis Ababa, or go to Dubai, or go to any of the airport that come, you see the influx of people into the country, but they come with the capital. Our mothers don't have it. If we don't start now, we may not be able to solve that problem. But if we start it and make it very nice, every district there's a city center. Previously, we used to call them 18 or Market Square, where people don't sleep. They were created by the earlier leaders. Today, you and I, it is our time. What are we creating? And that is why this concept is worth practicing. So clearly, when we went to Tamale Central, in the Tamale South metropolitan area, where the Honorable Haruna Idrisu chose, together with DCE and the consultant, there were some shares there. All those shares were broken down because they saw the design. And you know, it's a metropolitan area. So for the first time, they have chosen the metropolitan. And the kind of structure, the place, it is a city center. So if you add the security on Abuche, there's nowhere they are going to sleep. Then you go to Bole Bamoy, where the President Mahama comes from. He himself took the lead, went there to demolish the NDC party office, because that was located at the city center. Demolish his brother's shop. Demolish the 31st December office. Demolish the other structure that were there. So it is in city center. And you know Bole Bamoy is on the Western Corridor Road. It is just like the Eastern, just as Bimila is in the Eastern Corridor, Bole Bamoy is in the Western Corridor. And strategically, Honorable Chair, I know out of the 261, if we are able to do those things very well, majority of them, even if your shop is there, the demand will be created in such a way that when it is night, it will be like you are in job 600. If it is night and you are there, you forget that it is night. Before you realize it is night.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Chairman, you know this.
I know, but Honorable Minister, I asked you this question because the two busiest markets in Ghana, Kejeti and Kantamanto. On the 5th of July. I think that was on Sunday. Yeah. I decided to take my son to Tudu area, Accra, because I wanted him to see life beyond 1 a.m., see people sleeping on the street. Because unfortunately, some of them think that the life is sitting in a car and this. So I wanted him to go and see. So when I said, you see somebody sleeping here, you see somebody sleeping here, some people cannot even get food to eat. So if you get food to eat, you must be thankful to God. And you will have to work hard. Because maybe today I'm here, tomorrow I'm not there. By the time we got to Makwala, it was closed. There was no single soul. We just drove past there. Because I thought people were there. I wanted him to see how people are selling in the night to be able to survive and get food to eat. So that he will begin to learn. And it was closed. That's why I asked you that question, that how will you get people to work? If Makwala itself, they are not even doing 24, how will you motivate them? That's the reason I asked that question.
Honorable Chair, you know the designs have given you. Do you see them in Makwala? So that is the answer.
All right, thank you very much. Colleagues, you have a question on this? Otherwise, I will go to the next question. So, Honorable Minister, we'll go to the next question. It's a very simple question. It was asked by Ns. Yao Enim Kumeu, and he asked, Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, when work will resume on the abandoned astro-theft at Budumasi in the Kumewu constituency? It's a very specific question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, you know the District Assembly Common Fund report to you and the Chief of Staff. But I will answer this question. Because I answered it and gave the assurance. The administrator of this Assembly Common Fund released an amount of 500,000 Ghana cedis as part payment for the continuation of the project. And the said amount was released through the account of Honorable Member of Parliament. The Honorable Chief Executive and management of the Assembly have met to deliberate on getting the contractor to return to site and complete the project. Consequently, the government has requested all MMDAs to prioritize all ongoing and abandoned projects within the district and apply percentages of the legacy component of the DACF allocation to ensure the completion of such projects. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Has the contractor returned to site yet?
Honorable Chair, the Assembly management are yet to finish their meeting and get back to me. And the money was released to the MP. So they will do these things together. But I spoke to the MP. But as at the update as to whether he has gone back to site, that one, as I sit here now, I may be lying. But I will inquire from the Honorable Member of Parliament because I had one-on-one discussion with him that will see that it will come. It is not the only AstroTurf, but because of his effort and the way he approached us on this, that's why we are selecting those that we can do with now. But the money may not be enough. That's why I said they don't report completely to me. 500,000 for an AstroTurf is highly negligible.
So but these are the projects that are being funded by this Assembly Common Fund. Not all AstroTurf, is that it?
No, Honorable Chair, you see, there's a slight problem here. The AstroTurf, because of the pressure the youth were putting on politicians, the AstroTurf were not well structured. Ghana Gas was constructing AstroTurf, some without the consent of the MPs and the DCs. A CEO may come from your constituency. So you go and arrange with GMPC. All of you will be here. Then they will go, they are constructing AstroTurf. Sports Ministry is not aware. Member of Parliament is not aware. Ghana Gas may also be constructing AstroTurf. Then the DACF may also be constructing AstroTurf. About five or six entities were constructing AstroTurf. But the worrying aspect, if you don't know how to approach it and you approach it it may become a political issue. So I discussed with the Minister for Youth and Sport that, look, I don't fight for positions. AstroTurf is a sports facility. It falls within the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. So as Minister for Local Government, even if I had money or we had money to do AstroTurf, the expertise in AstroTurf, a person with that expertise is Minister of Youth and Sports. It's a matter of liaising with them, but most of all those things were without the notice of the Minister for Youth and Sports. Some chiefs are also saying that I gave you land to do it, so the process, let's share it 60-40. And some individuals have also taken ownership of those facilities, even though it was government money that was used to do it. So it's a discussion we did, whether GMPC, whether Ghana Gas, whether Bui Power Authority, whether DACF. DACF itself, just at the peak of the campaign, awarded about 20. After the campaign, some took mobilization and never went to site. And some went to site and not major work was done. But we don't want to abandon them because they are all, once a contract has been awarded, it must be executed. So that is why we said, let's iron them out and know the number of them. Some MPs have also approached me. And Honorable Chair, you know, it's not, you and I, we were in leadership. Our duty is to make sure sometimes you speak to MPs and make sure how you are able to. So they come, when you tell them the truth, they realize that you were right. Some, an entity like GMPC gave some, the money is finished, the job is not done, completed. And they are blaming the MP for it. And the DC, some of those things, so if you want to bring the entire thing, unless you do individual audit, you can't just use one straight jacket for all of them. And that is why when they asked me on specific things, for this particular one, it was the administrator of District Assembly Common Fund. That is why the administrator is continuing it. But you know the CEOs were all changed. GMPC is a new CEO. Ghana Gas is a new CEO. Bui Power Authority is a new CEO. VRA is a new CEO. Electricity Corporation. These were the entities that were doing the AstroTurf. So clearly, Honorable Chair, it's a problem. And that's why I don't want, if you don't have the details, you don't speak.
Honorable Minister, I'll read the last question and then members will ask and then you can go.
Okay,
we are going to give you another 10 minutes more and then we'll invite the Health Minister.
Okay, sir.
Honorable Minister, Professor Kingsley Nyako asked you on the 30th of October 2025. He said he's begging the Speaker to ask the Minister for Local Government and Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs the total number of shrines in the country and the number of them that are registered. How many shrines do we have in Ghana? Now, how many have been registered? And you assured this house that you'll come back. So we are here to ask you, how many shrines are in Ghana? You have gone to check all the shrines and those that have been registered. So let us know. Inform the country how many shrines that we have, and those that have been registered legally, and those that have not been registered. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Leader. Honorable Chair, the Minister of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs has set up a working group comprising officers from the Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs, Policy, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Research, Statistics and Information Management, Directories, to create the database on shrines and other religious sites in the country. The exercise will be supported by the various regional coordinating councils. And Honorable Chair, this is simply because a shrine is not just one thing. Even as we sit here, if I want to count shrine, I need to be given the power. When I see you, I'll remove your shirt and know and check you and do body and do body check. So clearly, it is not simple and straightforward. But when Dr. Kingsley Nyako asked it, it was misconstrued. People thought it was a jovial, something jovial, but it is a very sensitive, delicate, and important question. Simply because you go to certain communities, somebody will come there and say he has a shrine and may begin to be doing things. That is another form of a religion, but we are in charge of religion. So he said, Minister, don't you know, or don't you think that you need to know records of mosque, churches, and the traditional African religion, as well as the shrines that we have in this country? This is the way we discuss it. When he asked the question, I came to approach him. So you could see that he has a good mindset. But the nature of shrines will have to be agreed on. That is why a committee with a multi-sectoral committee with expertise has been put in place. But a shrine can be a pen. It can be a photo, a picture. It can be anything. And these are spiritual issues. The lawyers may disagree with you. So we need to have a very firm foundation as to what a shrine is. Are we believing that it is only where a shrine that is house, or a shrine that is in the outskirts of the town, or a shrine that is in somebody's pocket, or a shrine that somebody wear before they wear their singlets? And even Parliament, we may need to agree that the question I asked, well, if you make it so vague, we may not be able to do.
Honorable Minister, he asks you a very simple question. If you ask how many churches are in Ghana, so you know you have the Catholic Church, you have the Pentecost Church, you have this. Then you have the one-man churches. So you'll be able to track all the one-man churches and know. The last time Rwanda said that they had established over 6,000 churches in Rwanda. So in Ghana today, if someone were to ask you how many churches are in Ghana, you should be, as minister, you should be able to have an answer. And yes, I'm coming. But you should be able to have an answer. That in 2025, we had this number of churches. We have this number of shrines. And then the Muslim sects, we have at least I know 3 different groups. We have the Sunnis, we have Tijaniya, we have the Al-Sunnah. So we have the Shia. We are not asking the number of mosques, but we're asking the number. Then for the Catholics, you have Methodists, you have Presbyterian, you have this. Then you have the Charismatics. Virtually everybody will establish a church in his house and fill it with worshippers. So you have to count him. So you could have 10,000, you have 20,000. It's the same thing people are saying. When you go to every community, you have what we call the Juju man. That's what he is asking. Yes. Where you will go and people will go and consult. People will go and consult. Not soothsayers. Soothsayers are different. No, I'm coming. People go and consult them and pay money to them. They do sacrifices and they tell you what it is. Soothsayers are different. That's why he's asking, that the shrines that you have. So you go to different places, you have shrines. We have the traditional shrines. For you to be able to distinguish, we have the traditional shrines of every tribe. And every family, they have their traditional shrines that are there, headed by the Tindana, the landowners, and they do the sacrifice. Then you have the Atigali, the Grumadier, you have the different ones. That's what he's asking you, that how many are in the country. So you go to Dogo Hills, you go to that hill, how many are there? Because people worship them, people believe them. Some drama, you see people being possessed. So he's asking you, how many are in Ghana? You are the minister in charge of all these people. How many are in Ghana? That's what he's asking.
The chairman, to simplify the matter to you, there was a fetish priest who was going to perform. And he has plenty shrines. He put all the shrines in a jute sack and boarded a commercial vehicle. So when they were going, not knowing, somebody along the roadside, somebody wanted to alight. he too had his luggage in a jute sack. So this man alighted, and not knowing when they were giving his load, it was these shrines in the jute sack they gave to him.
Prime Minister, is it the deity or the, because the shrine cannot.
So
Please, let the minister finish.
So, Honorable
I'm
Chair.
coming. Honorable members have
Reservation.
They have no reservation, but they think that they are deities and they are shrines. Some are saying that, which is true, a shrine is a place of worship. So obviously that's what they are talking about, not the one you can put in your pocket, not the talisman that you wear, they wear under their waist. They are talking of place of worship.
So Mr. Chair, this fetish priest got to his final destination and said they should give him his sack. And when they searched and they could not see it, they said, hey, man, God is mixing. so everybody, and that day, that fetish priest since then has not been able to locate where this jute sack can be located. So he was rendered powerless because his God was taken to give him to somebody. Maybe it's you. Sit here. So, Honorable Chair, that is on the lighter side. But on a very serious note, that is why I said we need to agree with the House, with the Parliament, like this simple directive you've given to me. If that is the case, it's a matter of just writing a letter to the MMDCs in the 261, a shrine that is housed or recognized shrine in your district. And Honorable Chair, within 1 week, they may be able to give me the numbers. But we were believing that somebody's shrine, because these are spiritual things, somebody's shrine may be a picture. Somebody may be some words written on a paper that is being recited. Different types. But once it's agreed.
Honorable Minister, give to this committee, before we put our report,
the number of shrines.
When it comes to traditional worship places, place of worship, the traditional worship places.
Okay.
What we call place of worship, the traditional ones. That's some will call it shrine, whatever. Then it's identifiable.
Traditional place of worship.
Then they will come to the Christianity, the number of different groups of people, the different types of churches that you have. Then after I think the Islamic, there are about 3 or 4 or something. So it's very easy to be able to do that. Are you able to do that for us?
Honorable Chair, my house, for instance, I have a chapel there.
That's not what I'm talking.
Then,
you, for example,
that's what I'm going.
Not church building. I'm not talking about church building.
Every world.
No, listen to me, Honorable Minister.
You
are a Presbyterian, is that right?
I'm a Pentecostal.
Pentecostal. So, Church of Pentecost. I am a Catholic. I may have about 100 Catholic churches in my village. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I am a Catholic.
Yes.
So we have Catholic Church.
Okay.
We have Methodist Church.
Correct.
We have Apostolic Church.
Yes.
We have Christ the King. Latter days. These are the type I'm talking about. Then when you come to the charismatics, this revival, somebody has a revival, what is there? This have Jesus Christ of something, food to eat is there. This, that is there. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, you are right. But where I was coming, he asked how many mosques. So the most I couldn't.
You can't, because the Muslim sects are there. There are not many.
There are not many.
So you don't need to count the number of mosques. We don't want that.
Precisely. And every prominent Muslim has a mosque in their houses.
No, that's not what we are looking for.
Thank you very much.
We are just looking. The Muslim sects are like 4 or 5. We know. So that's one we know.
Then on the churches too, because of the legal regime that we practice and what happened when the PNDC law was being enacted. Because of that, when they are registering the churches, you go to the Registrar General. I've been there on 2 occasions. They don't have official churches registered as churches in the Registrar General Department. And that was our greatest challenge. Because if you have a church, it's a matter of going to the Registrar General to establish it. But because some of them are registered as convention houses, and globally, because of the persecution of Christians, most regimes and countries don't register the churches legally as churches. So counting them, that was the problem. But once you have simplified it, we have the bodies. We have the Ghana Pentecostal and Charismatic churches. So if we write a letter to them, they should be able to give us. Then we have the Catholic Bishop Conference. Then we have the Christian Council of Ghana. We write to them. If we write to them and they give us, other than that, we may have to do a census of churches and mosques, which may be too cumbersome, time-consuming, and resource, and very costly. All right. So once you've given us this template, and if it is clear to me, we should write to the Christian bodies, and they should give us the numbers, and we bring it to you. Is that accepted?
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, we thank you for your information. Honorable Chair, I want to make this suggestion. Honorable Chair, yes.
Okay.
Listening to the minister, it is very clear that regarding the AstroTurf, there's no collaboration. And so I want to suggest to Honorable Chair that the clerk to this committee should capture in the report that we as a committee, we are recommending to the House that all AstroTurf should be moved to the sports ministry. Whether they were started by the Common Fund, they were started by Ghana Gas, they were started by GMPC. Let's move all uncompleted AstroTurf to the sports ministry so that the next budget, maybe we would have to put some resources to the sports ministry to complete them and manage them. And then going forward, we should regulate it so that we don't have many agencies going into constituencies to build AstroTurf anyhow. If we are able to do that, then we'll be managing our resources better. Instead of having Common Fund investing in AstroTurf, we have GMPC investing in AstroTurf, we have agencies just investing on AstroTurf, and they are not completed. So, Honorable Chair, let's suggest to the House so that going forward we don't have these things happening. And then my question to the minister, you kept saying the money for the owner of the question, that money for the AstroTurf was given to the minister. Was the money paid to the minister's personal, the MP's personal account, or it was paid to the common fund of the MP? Let's get that clarity. Because it sounds as if the money was paid to the MP's common.
We have the DC, the District Assembly's account, and then we have the member of parliament representing the people's MP's account. And because we wanted this one not to be depleted by the District Assembly itself, that is what it went to MP's development account in the district. By
his personal account. That is the clarity I want.
No, not his personal account. By Honorable Chair, let me thank my colleague, and also to suggest to you, the formula for the disbursement of the common fund is by Parliament. The DCECF report to you. Almost all the CEOs report to the sector committees in Parliament. It shouldn't be that Energy Committee is not aware of the number of AstroTurfs that were done by GMPC, that were done by Ghana Gas, that were done by ECG, and that were done by National Petroleum Authority. They know. So the sector committees must fish all those things out, and we will be able to do them. The negative impact that the uncompleted AstroTurfs are having on the members of Parliament is too severe, and therefore Parliament must take interest in the completion of those AstroTurf. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
So, Minister, you think going forward we should still allow the haphazard way of constructing AstroTurfs so that
no sports architecture or sports infrastructure should be done by the ministry responsible for sports. If And that's what, I'm a member of parliament. If I were to take custody of if they were to remain in the district assembly, there will be an army. But that is not the best thing to be done. Development doesn't go that way. So I agree with you, but I'm saying that they must be completed first. So parliament must have interest in their completion. But members of parliament are suffering. Some, the children were playing football on the park. The MP went there that he was bringing AstroTurf. Then it was awarded to a contractor. A contractor came to site, graded the place, sent laterite, concrete and laterite into the place. Now the children cannot play there from 2024 to date. And the contractor is also not aside. So the children as an MP, if you didn't come, we were playing our own football on our own field. You came, and so it's a serious problem. Don't take it for granted. And I think that's why I went to the Minister for Sports, that take interest in this. You must know the number of AstroTurfs we have in the country. The source of funding should not be the criteria for showing who should manage them. Sports is sports. When GMPC is sponsoring World Cup, Blasters, is the money given to Energy Minister? No. So those things should go to Sports Minister, and he will know the number of AstroTurf, those who have, those who don't have.
Honorable Minister, we have just one more last question to give you, and then we'll discharge you. But we agree with you that all sports infrastructure should be under the Ministry of Sports, Youth and Sports, or Sports. But we have a problem. We have the uncompleted AstroTurfs. And so the various agencies under which those contracts were awarded should complete them and hand them over to the Ministry of Sports so that they can manage them. If you take the over 50, 60 AstroTurfs now and hand them over to Sports, unless the Minister for Finance gives him money, he will not be able to complete them. So that's okay.
Honorable Chair, it's part of the reason why sometimes we go to countries where they have AstroTurfs and they have sports facilities to take players to come and play for Blasters. Is that how we used to get the Blasters? It was from the grassroots to the top. And there were coastings and there were football fields, grass park, every school. Now if you come to our cities, almost all the school fields have been given to real estate developers. No place for training. So it is something that this house must get interested in. And I'm saying that if we give all, whether completed or uncompleted, then we make infrastructure audit in all the sports AstroTurfs that we have in the country. Those completed, those not completed, work in progress. How much is needed to complete them? Then you are the person holding the power of the purse. We work to your instructions. The Minister for Sports, the Minister for Finance report to Parliament. Then we all together will find a way or how best we are going to complete those things and how best we are going to do new ones. So clearly, you call the shot. We are the receiving end. What you say is what you do. Your command is what we do. Thank you very much.
Honorable Babajaba, you're the last on this.
Chairman, thank you very much. Minister,
I know you asked.
Minister, I have a worry, and I want you to. My problem is the way we haphazardly put posters everywhere. Posters, billboards, whatever, including even political parties. No, I just want to see how best, because you see, we look at best practices. When you go abroad, where we are all learning from, do you see posters spread anyhow? I went to Denmark. I have a friend. What they do is that they put their posters on either trees or on hangers. So I'm just going, can't we enforce some local bylaws to ensure that we can have some sanity? Churches are posting, political parties are posting, schools are posting everywhere.
Parliamentary candidates,
everybody.
including you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
And
Let me
that's what I'm
answer.
saying, that we are trying to sanitize the system. But we are trying to sanitize. I'm just saying that what is your plans in making sure that some of these things we are able to sanitize it? It makes our country very dirty. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Babajama, thank you very much. It's a lively question. You and I, after your campaign, we need to go to Nima and take all your posters.
All right.
Thank you.
Honorable
But
Minister.
Mr. Chairman, there's a committee working on authorized structures and signages established by my good self, who are uprooting those signages and taking away those things. But the Ghana Independent Advertisers Association, in fact, they didn't spare me at all. It is something we have done up to a certain stage. We need to take those things out. So you are totally correct. But it is something that the Ghana Independent Advertisers Association is so entrenched that meeting them, when I set up the committee and they started work, uprooting on demolitions, on taking them away, I was in the news all over that I'm wicked. But I'm not wicked. But it's good Parliament is giving me this backing. And it is something we should not encourage to continue. Because it makes the city, in this digital era, I think we need to do diversification. And our Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, Advertisers Association, should go digital. In the coming days, the committee is being chaired by my deputy, with Honorable De La Soa and the likes. Honorable De La Soa was one of the Ghana Independent Advertisers Association. So she has the expertise. And my deputy was a former MCE for LA. She also has the expertise. So we are doing something, but I'll let them come and meet you. Then you are totally right. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, we have a last question by him, but I will ask this question, and after that he will boss it up, and then you can go. It's a very simple question. You don't need to expatiate too much on it. The president during the SONA made a promise, an undertaking, and it falls under you. That's why we're asking you this question. He said, I promise to pay modest allowances to assemblymen and women. Give us an update on that promise.
Honorable Chair, the President promised 100 million in the budget for 2025. By 31st December 2025, the President has paid 107 million Ghana cedis to all the assembly members in the country. And each assembly member, all the 9,090, we have 6,272 elected assembly members and 2,813 appointed assembly members. So when you combine the two, they are 1990. And the 1990, each assembly member was given 1,300. And when it was given to them, they were saying that they should not pay tax. And thankfully, Honorable Chair, you trained me well. I made sure that the money did not spend a day in my ministry. Once the finance minister bring it, I gave an order to the financial controller, send it to all the 261 MMDAs to pay. So it is being paid on quarterly basis. That the one for 2026, the first quarter was released this week. And as at yesterday, I gave an order. The first quarter is 3 months. I gave an order to the financial controller. Once it has come, send it to the assembly members. So we are on track when it comes to the payment of allowances for assembly members. They were saying that they will not allow tax to be deducted from it. And we said all allowances are tax deductible. And that was the only challenge. But may I also thank Parliament for giving that approval and also for fighting for my ministry to be able to pay the assembly members' allowances. Thank you very much.
So, honorable members who want to ask, so it means every month, each assembly member is expecting to receive 1,200. Of
300.
300 deductible
Yes.
by tax. Some taxes will go.
When you deduct the tax, the actual will come to 1,000 and something. And
All right.
it is paid to the MMDCs, then when we bring it to the BIMLA MC, then he will pay to the assembly member, both elected and appointed in her jurisdiction. So we count the number of assembly members you have, then we give it to them, then you pay the money. We don't pay directly from the ministry. So we only write 261 checks. The number of assembly members.
Have you added the member of parliament? The MPs, they are assemblymen.
Honorable members, MPs even pay assembly members more than the government pays.
All right, honorable colleague, and then after that, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, you are Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Now, the religious affairs aspect of your ministry, what actually do you do? That is one. Two, I'm asking this question in the face of proliferation of several churches that are duping people. So that one is aside. Two, we heard the president say that MMDs are going to be judged or going to be measured by environmental cleanliness. In fact, most often I go to Takoradi through public transport. Our cities are dirty. What has happened to that whip? The third one, which might be the last one, when you were talking, you said Honorable Haruna Idrisu and his MC were able to identify a place. From where I sit, we know that many MMDCs have issues with their MPs. What measures have you put in? Because all of us partnering together would ensure that there is development in our various constituencies and the districts. What practically have you done to ensure that MMDCs collaborate very well with the actual representatives of the people, that is the MPs? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister.
May I know who is your MC?
MC, I'm a Fia Kwesimin team, so my MC is Honorable Majid Dokrugu.
Okay. Is your relation with him also?
Yes, we have a very good relationship.
Precisely.
So I'm not talking for myself.
Precisely.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I can't amend his question, but to say proliferation of churches are duping, I think it's alleged, or you have evidence to give me, then I'll go after them.
Yes.
If yes, then you give me.
Yes.
No, give me the evidence and I'll follow and go make sure that problem is solved.
I can't give you evidence.
No, it's okay. Then it's alleged. That's what I wanted you to say. But I didn't want to amend it for you. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, the Minister for Chieftaincy, Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs is an interface between government and the faith-based organizations. The chiefs, per Article 270 of the Constitution, Parliament cannot make law on chieftaincy or interfere on chieftaincy without explicit or express evidence of consultation from the National House of Chiefs. So clearly, I'm just an interface, and I serve between government and the chiefs. On the religious front, where is Mantag? I'm just coming from the Pentecost Convention Center. And that is why, when Mr. Chairman, I was there when I called Mr. Chair, that can you give me another 1 hour? Because as an interface between government and the Church of Pentecost is organizing a National Moral Development Conference where MPs, DCs, all churches, the Muslims, including the Chief Imam, are all gathered. And the Speaker of Parliament was the guest of honor. So I needed to make sure I bridge that gap. Yesterday, I was with the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can you go? If you're able to go, it will do us a great honor. This morning, as early as 6:30, I was in Central Region to make sure I go and put everything in order for the speaker to come. When the speaker came there, in order for the speaker not to come, public official not to come and maybe stranded, I needed to play the usher role. So as a minister, you are not just the Lord. You are a servant of the people, bridging the gap between the executive and those churches. And not only that, last week we organized the National Thanksgiving and Interfaith thing here. That one too, you needed to facilitate between government and the churches. And when the churches want to look or say something, they are being troubled by something, you are the bridge through whom they pass and say, Minister, you are doing this, or government is doing this. We wish this thing was A, B, C, D. So there's a lot we do. But the budget is being passed by you. But it is not like infrastructure, something where you'll be building churches and all those things by you. After the Thanksgiving, I needed to go to the chief imams, national Muslim. Then the bane of most countries under development is religious intolerance. You have to make sure that you are able to bring some kind of tolerance, letting other religion to appreciate the others, like this one that was happening. It was the Church of Pentecost, but the problem they are solving is not Pentecost problem. Examination malpractices, corruption, lack of integrity, leadership abuse, and all those kind of things. Then chieftaincy conflicts. And they are doing a workshop which central government should have taken the course. But about 2,000 chiefs all over the country are sleeping for 2 days to be fed, to be trained. Experts have been brought. They said, morally, we are drifting. And clearly, it is obvious in many circles. Education, how tight educational supervision was, invigilation was. So they are trying to restore the moral values and principles. And they do it together with the National Commission on Civic Education. But government doesn't pay the cost, they pay the cost. So you have to be an interface to make sure that that thing works. And when a church is organizing something, and the chief imam is being recognized and called upon to come and make a submission, a presentation. They invited people from even Togo. Most MMDCs are there. So clearly, the tolerance level is being worked on, and this is part of the role that we play. Then on the environmental aspect, for the past 1 week, yesterday, it was because of the environment, that's why I was not here. And that's why I asked you where you come from. I was in Takoradi for National Sanitation Day. And when we went to Takoradi, that was the 3rd time I was there. The Takoradi sanitation was given to Honorable Benan, a former member of parliament from here. I was in the local government committee. So you can't blame the Takoradi mayor then. Benan was the one who was doing the Takoradi landfill site and waste management thing. We went there. The place was very appalling. Then I asked him, Honorable Benan, you are one of the local government committee members and you are in charge of this. The things you are seeing, can you do it? Then the MCE said, if you take it from him and give it to her, we can do it. And I said, you can't do it. They said they could do it. Benan has run away and left the contract. Your government could not pay, and government was not paying. It wasn't Zoom Lion, nor Jospon. These are things people don't know. They took it from Benin, then gave it to Takoradi MCE. When I went there, none of the MPs was in the National Sanitation Day. That's why I asked you. But the one from Shama, the MCE, very active. So clearly, the environmental issue that we are asking of, the leadership is not only from that, it was the MCEs, and it was a request they made. Take it from him, give it to the assembly, we can do it. They took it from Benan. Benan ran away. They took it and gave it to you. Then Takoradi, they gave you 25 million as your common fund. No, I'm telling you, I didn't go to Kwesiminta, I went to Takoradi, so I'm using that as an example. Then I asked him, the 25 million Ghana cedis they've given you, this year you are going to have 32 million. Then we say use 10% on environment, sanitation. The 10% for the year is 2.5 million. Are you sure this 2.3 million can you recruit people and pay them, buy logistics to carry the field, manage your hospital waste, your industrial waste, all this kind of, that is highly negligible, clearly. And that is what you say you could do it if you build capacity. What is capacity? Capacity is funds. Capacity is logistics. Capacity is infrastructure. You don't have it. So people were just looking at sanitation as sweeping and carrying the waste. The whole Greater Accra, as I speak to you, there is no landfill site. So if you say you are assembly, they should give you the money, you sweep and carry the waste. Where will you take it to? If you carry the waste to the landfill site, you have to make sure that you take the plastic and recycle them. If you don't have a recycling plant, today you go and dump, tomorrow you go and dump, next week where will you dump them? So that is how we were dumping. And all the landfill sites were full. Then no community wants you to come and establish a landfill site. So clearly, the environmental issue is beyond the MMDCs we are talking of. So we are now meeting on it. What is it that should be done? It's recycling. In JHS, I'm a writer. I write books. Managing poor sanitation. The best way to manage industrial and domestic waste is what? Then the children in JSS will shade recycling. So from JHS to secondary school to university to Kwame Nkrumah University to do environmental science engineering, we know that recycling is the way. How many of the waste do we recycle? So clearly, my brother, the problem is not just sweeping and carrying. Tomorrow, in 2015, when the city was going uncontrollably, President Mahama went to Turkey with Zoom Lion. And they went and copied the Turkish model that when you don't have landfill site close, what you do is to do transfer station. So they came and established 6 transfer stations. So if you go to Achimota, there's one there. If you go to Teshi, there's one there.
Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for coming, but I want to say that you have been very good in trying to do what you are doing.
Thank you very much.
I would help you. I think that whatever decision you propose to, you may have to review it because our assemblies are clearly not ready. They need to build their capacity before they can take over. If the way the Zoom Lion contract was stopped without an alternative is part of the problems we have. So you should really look at that particular thing so that at least let the person continue and build the assemblies, and when the assemblies have their capacity, then they can take over. Otherwise, trust me, next year we'll be here and the situation will be worse. Let that message, I'm sure the president will get that message from this committee, that they should really look at that. There is no single person who has not realized that it was a mistake. And we'll leave it at that. But let them start, let them continue, and then the assemblies will build their capacity, and then they can move. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will thank you and thank this committee. And Mr. Chairman, you are one of the senior members of this House and an expert in leadership. I believe when you speak, it goes far. I thank you for this, your advice. And not many people in this country were able to say this. But I think you are talking based on experience and you are talking of transition. Mr. Chairman, if we are able to think together as a house and follow a chart, this problem will be solved. Government alone may not be able to solve it. But sometimes, the way we are perceived, and that is why, if not because the question is from a parliamentary committee, hardly would I have commented on it. My phone for the past 1 week, the media houses are chasing me, everybody is chasing me. They wanted to see my version. And Mr. Chairman, like you know me, I say it as it is. So I don't want to say what you don't want to hear for you to go and crucify me. But I thank God you are giving me an advice. Advice.
Honorable Minister,
I thank you, but I request for your continuous support.
I'm saying
and the
that
Minister for Health is here. So support me. You hear Mr. Chairman saying this. When we go to cabinet and I speak and you don't support, I will report you to Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, I'm saying to you that the committee and most members of parliament, anybody who cares, knows that you will need to build the capacity of the assembly before they can do what is being done. If you terminate the project the way it is, we are going to get worse things. We haven't changed our attitude, so you must get somebody doing in the interim. So they should really look at that particular thing and get back to work. Otherwise, the flooding next year will be worse than what we have seen today, and we will blame the government for it. We will not spare the government. We are not doing advocacy for any company, but we are just telling the people of Ghana the truth. That's all.
Mr. Chairman, you don't do hypocrisy. You were a leader, deputy minority leader, and substantive cabinet minister for defense for 8 years. The most competent and most experienced. 8 years. So when you give advice, it's a security advice. This national security advice.
That's okay.
Well taken.
Please. Thank you. Please.
I hope I'm discharged.
You are the last one. No. He has one single comment. It's just a comment. Don't worry.
Honorable Minister, I hope you are well. I have a problem in my constituency. It has to do with waste management. In fact, it's not a single problem because it has to do with waste management and issuance of building permits in waterways. So one of the hardest hit when the flood issues came up. I don't know if you have seen the Abuboya or the tricycles parked on the major roads. So I have about 4 different dump sites for garbage. One is in Oblogo, one is in Choice. The Choice one, I tried to cut it for a period, and then I couldn't finish it up. And then there's some around the Makati Hill down. And it's becoming a security matter. I know there has been an intervention to stop it to some extent. But I heard you talk about recycling and dumping of waste, and there is no landfill site. I just want to find out, from you as Minister of Local Government, what are we doing to ensure that waste is dumped at the right places, recycled for money, because we can have waste to energy? And are we building capacity? I mean, I know that you're fixated on a particular company because maybe the company was doing okay for you. But must it be always a particular company? Can we not spread the wealth? Can we not spread the capacity? Can we not encourage others? It's a problem, Honorable Minister, because that even causes traffic. And I've had a lot of petitions from the respective residents' associations, that they wake up and all they see is that a place has been converted into a garbage site. Obviously, there is an assembly, so that is what you should ask. Because if there is a municipal assembly and there is waste dumped at the wrong place, and the residents are getting inundated and they are overwhelmed with filth and squalor, I mean, it's not the members of parliament that answers that. It has to be the municipal assembly or the metropolitan assembly or the district assembly. They have been empowered to deal with the issue of waste. So, Honourable Minister, please help us and let's see what we can do on this.
Mr. Chairman, once again, I will thank you. Not that we've been fixated to one particular company. In Ghana here, truth be told, if you want to talk about media in Ghana here, 2 names stands out. Others are doing so. If you want to talk about mining, 1 name stands out. If you want to talk about sanitation, somebody's name stands out. If you want to talk about road construction, some name stand out. That is the Ghana we have. You talk about road, the biggest road construction is Marapoma. You talk about media, it's Kosichum and Despite. You talk about waste, it's Jospon. So it's not like my mind is fixated on something. You think that me, if I had a company to manage the waste, I wouldn't like it. But I don't have the capacity. So follow who know road.
Minister.
But the truth is,
Answer his
our
question.
senior has answered our question, so we do exactly what. But the ways they were trained there, we are trying to stop them. Because that is an unengineered landfill site. They go and throw them on the wetlands. Then they use laterite to fill it. Then they set the land for construction. So clearly, it is something we've spoken against and we are stopping it. So tomorrow's exercise that we are doing, Honorable Chair, we are reopening all the transfer stations available. So Honorable Chair, if you have a transfer station, tomorrow bring it, we'll use it. And we are using the transfer stations available, and we are stopping people from sending the waste to the wetlands, which when it rains, it will carry the waste and bring it back home. These are the waste you are seeing in the cities. We don't want to encourage that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, I'm going to dispatch you now, but let me reiterate the point. We, as a country, whether it's a mistake or whether it's by design, we built one company, and that's the only company that is running the landfill sites in Accra. Once you don't use them, they will dump the waste in unauthorized places. And when it rains, you are going to have the problem you are having today. So I say something, build the capacities of the assemblies over time. All right? Then you can hand over that. If you stop abruptly, you are going to have the problem that you have. But it's as simple as that. You are discharged. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for coming to this.
For your assistance and your advice, I still count on your support. May God bless us all.
Thank you. Honorable Minister for Health, I want to welcome you and your team for coming. Let me say that yesterday we did mention that you had called to say that we should reschedule you today to 2. And during my frustration yesterday on the absence of ministers, I mentioned it to the public. I want to re-mention it again to the public so that the press can carry it well. So please swear in the Minister for Health, Honorable Minta Akando. Please, your team members do join him.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
Touching the matter in issue.
Touching the matter in issue.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, just to let you know that you have been scheduled to answer some questions No questions. Some promises, undertakings, and promises that you made to Parliament. The dates are given. They are mostly, all of them are in 2025. But also note that you will be asked public interest questions as well. So prepare yourself. But this is Parliament. You are a member of Parliament. You are a very experienced member of Parliament. And you should not have a problem talking to the people of Ghana through this committee. If you've done well, you will tell your story to the people, and the media will carry it for you. They will praise you. But if you don't do well, obviously, you know, you'll get into controversies. So, Honorable Minister, your medical field has a lot of terminology. So if members get the pronunciation wrong, please excuse them. You shouldn't have a problem. The first question was asked by Honorable Mavis Nkansa-Boedu. She rose to ask to the Minister for Health the challenges in assessing hepatitis B immunoglobulin for newborn babies. I'm surprised that thing is there, but she asked what are the challenges that are involved in that, because it's one of those the things that newborn babies will get. So that's the first question. You gave an answer, and you assured the committee, the House, that the government would include the vaccination in routine and traditional immunization by first quarter of next year. That's 2026 April. Do you have this? You have it? I can see you shaking your head.
No, but the honorable member's name is Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think that this. Okay, I think that I will start from rather this one. There are two sheets, so I'm sorry for that. This one is also something we'll go through, but I'm starting with the Pius Kwame one. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Health the current state of the Nsawura Health Center and the plans of government to make it operational. Honorable Minister, whilst we are talking, also talk about other health centers. There are so many of them. Suwa, and I know that Afari is not under you, so you will not be able to talk about it because I was minister there, so I have ideas about what is the challenges. But others are also there. But this one specifically is in Nsawura Health Center and the plans in Nsawura. In Nsawura, okay. In Nsawura. Insa. In Nsawura. Is it in Zama word?
EIB.
Is it Soshi? In Nsawura. The health center and the plans of government to make it operational. Soshi Akotombra, he is the one who asked the question. Pius Kwame, is it Nkwa or something like Nkwa? He asked the question on the 12th of June, 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in Nsawura Health Center, and I have recently been there. Mr. Chairman, we have levels of healthcare delivery in this country. We have the CHIP compounds, which is a basic unit of the healthcare delivery before you go to the health center, to the polyclinic, to district hospitals, to the regional hospitals, to teaching hospitals, to the quaternary level. So the Nsawura Health Center is a health center, and it is not in the best of states. And so the Member of Parliament drew my attention, and Mr. Chairman, I can assure, I'm happy to inform this committee that we've secured funding for the construction of a new health center, and the source of funding is the European Investment Bank. And so we are going through the processes, and I'm very sure that very soon we'll complete the processes and start the construction of Nsawura Health Facility and other health facilities.
Honorable Minister, does it mean that it's, you're about to begin construction, or the facility is there, not operational?
No, so they have the facility, but then the state of the facility is not in the best of shape. So they are appealing to the ministry to construct a new one for them. And so that's why I'm saying that we are looking for the source of funding, And that's what we have had. And we are now going to commence the procurement processes for the construction of same.
Then it means that the question was not properly framed. If you say you want to make something operational, it means the facility is there, but you need some more help to make it work. Meanwhile, from your answer, obviously, you intend to construct a whole new facility.
Exactly, but there's a one already in place. And that is what the state is not that very good, and we need to. I was there, I think, about a week or two ago. I was there with the honorable member for BR. No, you were not part of it. You were honorable member from Sebi also. So I was there about a week ago, and so it's a facility I'm very familiar with.
Does anyone have a follow-up question? Okay, Maxwell.
So according to Minister, the facility is being operated? It's in operation?
The facility is already in operation.
Anybody with a follow-up on this before we move to the next question? All right, Minister, can we move on? Can we move on to the next question? It was asked on the 12th of June, 2025, by the Honorable Frank Yeboah from Ekrima in the Ashanti region. And his question was, Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Health the immediate and long-term measures the ministry is implementing to address the rising cases of monkeypox disease in the country. Thank you. And you assured us that you wish to assure this Honorable House and the people of Ghana that the health sector remains fully committed to containing the outbreak. Can you tell us some of the measures you've put in place and the state of monkeypox disease in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as a result of coordination, proper surveillance, case testing, case management, risk communication, and vaccines, we have been able to, contain monkeypox. And I'm happy to tell the committee that for the past 1 month, we've not recorded any case. We secured about 33,000 vaccines, and then they were administered in the targeted regions, including Ashanti region, Western region, and then the Central region. And so as I speak to you now, I can confidently say that we've not recorded any new case of monkeypox since 2nd of June.
Honorable Minister, can you tell us if there were any deaths from monkeypox since the outbreak? If lives were lost since the outbreak?
Yes, so we lost about 8 lives, but then they had other underlying comorbidities, other conditions. Somebody may be hypertensive or diabetic or had, and so we lost 8 lives.
Yes, Deputy Rankin.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, are you able to share with us the number of cases recorded so far?
Yes, I think I can find it for you as we progress.
Anyone else? Okay. Take the next one. Take the next one.
Honourable Minister, the next question was asked by Mr. Akwasi Jemfi Onyina Echampong, the MP for Kwabri East. And the question was, Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Health, when the Agenda 111 projects at Wadi Ejumakasi in the Kwabri East constituency will be completed. And there was some assurance, and we need an update on the assurance.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Agenda 111 project, as we all know, was being handled under the former administration at the presidency. And so, His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama, then moved the project from the presidency to the Ministry of Health. And so some firms were engaged to do the auditing of the whole project. And to cut a very long story short, Cabinet has approved a blueprint for the completion and operationalization of same. And these are the strategies we have adapted to complete Agenda 1 project. One, government is going to invest in about 35 of the Agenda 111 project. And we've selected 35 because we do not want to spread ourselves thin, and at the end of the day, you won't even complete any. So we are doing it in phases. So the first phase will be 35, district or health facilities. And these are the factors we put into consideration in arriving at the 35. We looked at regional distribution, and we also looked at the level of completion of the facility, and we look at the needs of the people within the area. In some cases, you will realize that there are no hospitals within the catchment area. Mr. Chairman, let me add that you could see that maybe a facility has been picked at Region A at 55%, and a facility has not been picked in Region B, and it's about 60%. It depends on the levels of the project within that region. And so if the 55 is the highest in the region, the 55 will be picked. If where you have the 60, there are others that are above the 60, we'll go and pick the... So I can tell you confidently that at least a project was picked in all the 16 regions. But the Wadie Kwabri East constituency, the community in question, is not part of the first 35. And so it will be considered in other subsequent phases. Mr. Chairman, there are other two strategies as well. We are engaging CHAG. CHAG is Christian Health Association of Ghana. We are not into competition with CHAG. We are partners. What government does to CHAG is that government pays all the compensations of CHAG. So whether the nurses or medical doctors, government pays their salary because it's non-profit organization or non-profit health facilities. So what we are saying is that if any church is interested in any of the Agenda 111 facilities, will enter into agreement with the church or CHAG, and they will finish, equip, and then operationalize it. Then there's a third tier. The third aspect is the private sector. If anybody also thinks that is willing and ready to invest in the hospitals, you identify based on the investment government has made in that specific facility, will sign an agreement with the individual, which could be build, operate, and transfer, or it will be subject to renewal. Mr. Chairman, we are doing this because we do not want to leave these facilities or these uncompleted health facilities to deteriorate. Because once you leave them for a very long time, by the time you come up, even if it is 70% complete, it will be, deteriorating, and you go back about 60 or 50% complete. So that is a strategy we have adopted. Thank you.
Minister, there are some of the projects that are far below 30%, others 20%, others 35%. Those projects, what plans do you have for them?
So once government has expended money on that project, it's part of the general strategy I've outlined. So whether CHAG is interested or a private person is interested, or after government has invested in the 35, we'll come back and then phase another one, go to the phase 2, and then we'll look at it in that order. Regional distribution, the needs of the people, level of completion. Thank you.
Okay, Chair, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Minister, I want to ask a very simple question. In view of the financial challenges with funding the Agenda 111 project, would you want to advise government to rather concentrate on that instead of the 24-hour markets?
Mr. Chairman, in as much as I am the minister responsible for health, and I acknowledge the importance of health facilities, it is equally important to also for districts to also be economically viable. Thank you.
Anybody with another question? In fact, the next question is also on the agenda 111. So can you speak about that too? That is from Etiwa, I think Etiwa West constituency.
Okay, so the Etiwa one, the same preamble as I've given, but that one, fortunately, is part of the 35, the first phase, the 35. Yeah.
Honorable Minister, can you tell us exactly when you would complete the 35 so that Ghanaians can track and follow along?
Mr. Chairman, I do not want to give specific date, and this is the reason. One, we have identified 35. We've asked contractors to go to site. Maybe there are others who may even have to terminate and repackage. And you may have to set a new date for completion, which we haven't gotten there yet. So if I give you any date, I'll be hauled back before the committee to come and answer questions. And so with the greatest of respect.
It means that out of the 35 now has been started yet.
Some have been. You see, Mr. Chairman, if you check the 2026 budget, we said we're going to complete 10 in 2026. No, we were going to start 10 in 2026. The 10 is a subset of the 35. So we've asked the contractors, some of them, to even go back to site. So some, they are already on site, and others are yet to go back. And Mr. Chairman, we have also started, because you see, about 4.8 billion Ghana cedis was expended on Agenda 111. But unfortunately, we don't have a single one of them that could save life today. And we have come to meet IPCs, people who have completed, contractors who have completed jobs, and they are yet to be paid. And the debt is around a billion, a little above 1 billion Ghana cedis. So whilst we are calling some of them to go back to site, we are also processing to pay their IPCs, so that we will pay their IPCs, get them money to go back to site, and then continue the project.
Honorable Minister, this Agenda 111 projects, how many of them are functional? Functional?
Zero. Zero.
Honorable Minister.
Vice Chairman, come on, I'm asking this because we are aware one was commissioned. Was commissioned. Yes. And then honorable members' constituency, one was commissioned. So that's why that's the premise of where I'm coming from. Whether those that were commissioned, whether they are working. So if you could tell us which one is functional.
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy the honorable member herself is here. About 3 were commissioned whilst they were not completed. Mr. Chairman, I have had the cause to go to these sites myself, and they had not installed the full complement of the equipment needed to run the facilities. And so, Mr. Chairman, they were commissioned, and in some cases, generators were carried to the site for the commissioning, and after the commissioning, it was taken back, and the place was locked. Mr. Chairman, you commission a project if the contractor hands over the project to the ministry, and then maybe you settle all that you need to settle, and then you go ahead and commission the project. But the honorable member is here to bear me out. We have never come to meet a situation where projects have been commissioned, health workers are there working, and we have come to sack them. No, we haven't. We haven't inherited any of them. And Mr. Chairman, okay, go ahead.
Honorable Minister, I know before a project is commissioned, substantial work might have been done. So let's look at it in this angle. Out of those that were commissioned, do they have equipment in them? And if they don't have, or if they have, the level of the level of equipment that they have in each of them. Can the ministry take steps to operationalize those ones?
Mr. Chairman, I will want to refer to the levels of completion, especially with regards to those ones that were completed. And when we say completion, it is
those that were commissioned.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, when we say completed, it is the civil works plus the equipment. The civil works, you don't just finish the civil work, the houses, the buildings, and you say, that is not a hospital. Hospital, there are three main factors: the personnel, the equipment, and the infrastructure. So when we say the level of completion, it is the equipment plus the civil works. And if you add the civil works plus the equipment, none was above 80, even up to 80% as at the time of commissioning. And so this is what we are doing. What we are doing is that there are certain, Mr. Chairman, there are certain equipment that without installing them, you cannot even start operation in the first place. So we have asked those suppliers to go back and install the equipment, and then we'll pay them, and then we send workers there to go and operationalize the facility. And I'll give you the levels of completion. The levels of completion, and you realize that it couldn't have been operationalized. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, just the last one on the Agenda 111. A specific case is the Adansia Sokwa constituency. We are told that the project has been abandoned and Galamsey is going on the site. Is that true? Can you confirm?
Mr. Chairman, before I proceed to listen to your question, I want to furnish the committee with this information I had already indicated. So, amongst the three, we had Trede, and then Oforikrum Kokobeng, then Ahanta West. So I will look for the Ahanta West one, and also, so that's Ahanta West one, is here. So that is this. So, Mr. Chairman, Ahanta West, as the Member of Parliament will bear me out, the President commissioned it, but if you add the civil works plus the equipment, we are at 65.37%, and it was commissioned. Mr. Chairman, if you go to Ashanti region, Oforikrum, Kokobeng, we were at 73.76%, and it was commissioned. Mr. Chairman, if you go to Trede, if you add...
Honorable Minister, I think some members are taking those, if you could...
Okay. So, Oforikrum is 73.76%. 73.76%. And then Trede is 72.89%.
Minister, can you please go on to answer?
Please, can you?
Yes, I mentioned that there's news report that the Agenda 111 project in Adansia Sokwa has been abandoned and Galamseyers have taken over. Can you confirm?
That has not come to my attention yet. So from here, I'll take note of it and then verify. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable.
Honorable Minister, kindly let me take you back on the percentages given on the Trede Oforikrum and then the Hunter West. I want to find out from you how much resources have been committed to these three, Agenda 111 projects. Thank you.
So amount paid so far total one. No. So when you go to
Minister, you can finish the committee with that information later, so we proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I will have to give you that information later. But the amount left in total for government to pay per the work done, that's the IPCs, is a little above 1 billion Ghana cedis. Yes. No. For all. For all.
Yes. Yeah, Mr. Minister, I would want to humbly ask, you informed us that you've gone round all the Agenda 111, the 30, as you mentioned. You've gone round and checked how many?
Not all, some.
Not all?
Yeah.
Okay. At least you mentioned 3, Ahanta West and
Trede and Oforiko.
Yes, those 3. Now, as you went there, did you see the actual need of the people for that hospital? No, please. Because I want to ask another. Did you see that? Look, for instance, Ahanta West. If you go to Ahanta West doesn't have a district hospital. Now we have this hospital situated there. I'm asking this question because I want to ask your commitment to completing them, irrespective of the level of completion, your commitment to completing them because it is needed, much needed by the people. That's why I asked that question.
Mr. Chairman, we are committed to completing these hospitals, especially the first 35 we have identified. So we are committed in completing them.
So can you, I saw something, you said that depending on availability of funds, can you assure us, based on this assurance you gave, can you assure us as to at least when we can see the completion of those above 50%, when we can see at least, in your mind's eye, at least by the end of the year, the people of Ahanta West, because I share boundary with Ahanta West. I don't have a district hospital, so
I know you have so much interest in Ahanta West.
Yes. So,
well, Mr. Chairman, I am very careful giving specific timelines, but I can assure you that we'll expedite action on the completion of those.
Honourable Minister, I don't know whether you indicated it, but are you able to share with us the amount of money that we need as a country to complete all the Agenda 111 projects? She mentioned that. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, we need a little above 20 billion Ghana cedis. 20 billion.
How much has been invested already?
We have invested 4.8 billion already. So it's just, a tip of the iceberg. And so we need to tackle it. Mr. Chairman, under normal circumstances, if you are tackling such ambitious projects, you must have reliable sources of funding. In some cases, there are even loans, and you commit to them. So you do drawdowns, and then that is not in the case of the Agenda 111. We don't have a sustainable, reliable source of funding for the Agenda 111. So it's not like the Aerojet project, the NMS, where if one government loses power, there is a secured funding. So when you take power, you just have to continue. In the case of Agenda 111, you have to necessarily go and look for the funding to continue. And we can only take a very bold decision to phase them out to be able to complete them. Because, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to come and sit before you and tell you that within the next, 2 years or 4 years, we are going to finish 100 hospitals. I think I must be serious before the committee.
just conclude. It's follow up on this. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, please. Honorable Minister, the President in his campaign at a point mentioned that he would pray that faith-based organizations and other private people who are capable of completing the projects could come on board. Do we have any federal organization or individual expressing interest in doing this?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when I started my submission, I think you were out, and I made that as part of the strategies to complete them. Some have expressed interest, and then we are talking to them.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for your answer so far. There's, I think, another question also on Agenda 111 that was asked by the Honorable Rudolph Amwako Jampa. He wanted to know the status of his Agenda 111 project at DIASO. So if you could shed some light on that.
So
briefly
DIASO will be part of the subsequent phase. It is not part of the 35. I think that should be, what's the level of completion? So DIASO is about 33% complete. 33% complete. And DIASO is in the central region, correct? And in the central region alone, we have selected 4 of them. So even if we have 16 regions and we choose even 2 across, what it means is that we have 32 already. So if to choose 4 facilities from one region means that they may even have the highest. So if your level of completion is 33, obviously you may not be able to make it to the first phase, but we have other plans for them.
Maybe, Mr. Minister, to preempt the continuous asking of same questions. Continuous in the House. Can you furnish us those that are within the first 35? Because I may also come to ask mine, whilst I'm not there. So if you furnish us, then we all know where we fall. Then we will not continue to ask you when will mine be completed, when will this be completed. Yeah. Maybe. Then we'll go to Agenda 222.
Well noted, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, we'll move on to the next update. It's in relation to a question posed by Ms. Mavis Nkansa-Boadu, MP for Efija Sechere East. And the question, it was an urgent question, and I beg to ask the Minister for Health the challenges in assessing hepatitis B immunoglobulin for newborn babies. And per the answers you gave, there were assurances, and we need an update on those assurances.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the hepatitis B birth dose is something that we are yet to introduce as part of our routine vaccination or immunization. And the progress made so far, Mr. Chairman, is that we in the Ministry of Health have concluded on our proposals, submitted to Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Finance have also concluded on it, and we have given it to Gavi, and Gavi is now reviewing it, and they will get back to us. And I'm very hopeful that we are going to introduce the hepatitis B birth dose as part of our routine vaccination or immunization.
Honorable Minister, per your answer, how soon do we expect newborn babies to have this health vaccine at birth? How soon?
Mr. Chairman, I'm targeting by the end of the year.
Okay, anybody who has a follow-up?
Mr. Minister, I looked at when that question was asked.
And it's subject to the renewal, the review of Gavi.
Mr. Minister, don't you think this is very, very urgent? Because it was asked on the 28th of October, 2025. And it's about children, newly born children. Mr. Minister, don't you think we've delayed?
No, we haven't. There's a process that you go through before you arrive at assessing vaccines from Gavi or any of these international bodies. You cannot jump. I mean, excuse my language, vaccines are not sold like tomatoes in the market. You must go through a process before you have access to them. In fact, if you go to our pharmacy shops, you don't just enter and go and say that you want to buy vaccines. They are highly protected and it is regulated rigidly. And so we just need to go through the processes to arrive at that. And as I have indicated, we at the ministry have concluded on it, and it was born out of this question. And so we have concluded on our proposals. We've gone to Ministry of Finance. They have agreed. They've also forwarded it to Gavi, and we are waiting for Gavi after their review, and then we take it from there.
Honorable colleagues, any more questions on it? But what is the effect of not giving these newborn babies this particular?
Yes, so basically vaccines, if you give any vaccine to any human being, be it a child or you build the immunity against that disease. So maybe it is likely to prevent the hepatitis B itself when you vaccinate the child. But if you don't, there's that likelihood that the child can get the disease when it's growing. And so that's the essence of vaccination in general.
Honorable Minister, you see, you have done some assurance by the end of the year. We'll follow up on that. But hepatitis B, at least to the best of my knowledge, is very prevalent, especially in our areas, the north. Trust me, it's killing a lot of our young people, able young men. Before you realize, you get swollen stomach, and then somebody will say, oh, it is witchcraft or so you've been poisoned or something. But it's hepatitis B. I just lost one of my head teachers. The moment I saw him, I told him straight away, you have hepatitis, because I saw his stomach like this, and he was drinking concoction.
Are you a medical doctor?
I'm not. No, the way I saw him, he was drinking concoctions and drinking. And I just told him point blank that, do you have hepatitis B? Hey, teacher, he says yes. But I stopped taking my drugs. I was taking concoctions. And the worst is that they were killing fowls, and you know this fowl, they'll do the sacrifice and do the fowls and put fresh meat. Hepatitis B, the virus, it likes protein. If you take protein, you are dead. That's what it feeds on. The moment you continue to give it protein, you are just killing yourself. The best is to avoid anything that contains protein. But he didn't know that, and he died. I took him to the hospital, we tried and blah, blah, he finally died. Honorable Minister, may his soul rest in peace. Honorable Minister, what plans do you have in place to make sure that we treat hepatitis B as if the way we've treated HIV? Because it's killing more than HIV now. You know, the way we went HIV, and you know, people are not very cautious. Even yesterday, 3 days ago, when your colleague came and mentioned that the 1,300, it's all over, everybody's scared. You know, and trust me, if you check the hepatitis B infections with the recruits, it may be 3 or 4 times that of the HIV figures that came out. If you ask him, he will tell you that it will be more than that. So what plans are you going to put in place to ensure that at least people get informed about it, and then we can find a way of stopping it? Then the vaccine is, you take it 3 times, and then the following year you take a distance. Some people don't even know that there's a vaccination against it. So we want to know what steps you are taking to prevent it. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one, again, you were not here when I mentioned the hepatitis B bed dose. So it's one of the strategies we are putting in place to stop it right from birth. And fortunately enough, I'm told that the diagnostics and the treatment is covered by the National Health Insurance. But then there's something we need to do, or we need to intensify, is about the public education on it and the early detection, that is the screening, so that when it is detected early, maybe it could be handled differently or it could be treated. And so I have taken a cue from that, and as part of the free primary health care, as we are including early detection of diseases, we may also, going forward, look at hepatitis B.
Honorable Minister, there are a series of follow-up questions that member asked you on this very topic. It tells you how important this particular thing is to members and the people of Ghana. So I'll take you through them. Each one that you answer, and then we move. If there are follow-up, members can ask, but otherwise we'll move to the next one. So the supplementary that was asked by the member herself is that I asked this question because on my routine visit to my constituency, I'm talking about my visiting cancer body, I had a conversation with one of the medical doctors in my constituency, and he informed me that majority of the mothers who happen to have hepatitis B go home without giving their kids this vaccination because they cannot afford it. The frightening aspect about this is that he mentioned that the lifespan for such a child is 25 years. I want to find out from the minister if that is the case. Is it true that when you are a woman and you have hepatitis B and you give birth, the lifespan of that child is 25 years? I want to find out from the minister if that is the case and what the ministry is doing about it. Honorable Minister, can you give us the answer?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, clearly, if you read the answer, the Member of Parliament was referring to the hepatitis B bed dose to the children. And that is what I have given comprehensive answer before you today, that we have sent a proposal to the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance has also approved. We've sent it to Gavi, and that's a vehicle for, buying or acquiring vaccines. And so that one, we are far advanced in dealing with it.
Minister, I heard that clearly. That's not what the honorable member is asking. The honorable member is saying that on her way, in her constituency, on one of her routine visits, she had a conversation with one medical doctor. And the medical doctor informed her that majority of the mothers who happen to have hepatitis go home without giving the vaccine to their kids, the newborn. And she says the frightening aspect is that the doctor said to her that the lifespan of the newborn baby is 25 years. It means that after 25 years, that child may die or will die. Is that the case?
Mr. Chairman, my information indicates that that is inaccurate. And that there's a way you can even have hepatitis B, but it may not even go to the next level to be chronic. And so it does not necessarily mean that at age 25 or before 25 you will die. Mr. Chairman, I cannot confirm that. I'm sorry.
So if for some reason a mother has given birth to, had hepatitis B and gave birth to a child, that mother should not be too worried that the child will die when he's just 25 years.
Mr. Chairman, steps must be taken to treat the person. Any disease can kill you at any given time. Any disease is capable of killing you. So I'm not saying that hepatitis B cannot kill. One, I've spoken about the bed dose. Two, I am saying that once it is detected early, you'll have to treat it. Don't think that because when you get to age 25, you are going to die, so you are going to just throw your hand in despair. That will not be a good education to the good people of this country. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, ask your technical people, can it be transmitted from mother to child?
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. So that is the reason why we are saying that once the child is born, we have to give him that hepatitis B bed dose.
Anybody who has a supplementary, otherwise I'll go on with it. All right, the next supplementary on this very question. Usahini Finyomakin asked it. All I want to know from the Honorable Minister is that would he take steps to put hepatitis B treatment on the National Health Insurance Program and make it free as well? Hepatitis B treatment, will you put it on the National Health Insurance Program and make it free, the treatment free for Ghanaians?
Mr. Chairman, on my way here, I called the CEO for National Health Insurance, and he confirmed to me that the diagnosis and the treatment, especially when you present the case at the hospital, it is free. What is not free is the vaccines and the screening. But as far as my information, as at this afternoon is concerned, when you present the condition at the hospital and you are a subscriber to your National Health Insurance, the diagnostics and the treatment is supposed to be free.
Oh, okay. That's very good. So the diagnosis and the treatment is, if you are, it's supposed to be free.
It's supposed to be free.
So if an individual goes to whichever hospital, Kolebu, 37, Tamale Teaching Hospital, Western Regional Hospital, or any hospital, and is diagnosed to have hepatitis B, that person, once he has health insurance, can actually go back to the hospital and get treatment for free.
Mr. Right? Chairman, I checked and double-checked, and that is my information. I heard the honorable member saying, what's the difference between diagnosis and the screening? If you present a case, you go to the hospital, and you are diagnosed, they will continue the treatment. But the screening is like mass screening, moving out there to the communities, early detection is what they don't cover. And Mr. Chairman, I have representative of the National Health Insurance here with me, and that's the information I have.
I'm not sure the public know this. I'm not sure the public, because one of the difficulties why people are refusing to do it, especially MPs, who could help do screening, is you do the screening and you see thousands of people who have it. How are you going to treat them? So some people are scared to do that because of the associated cost. So if it is free, then it's really very, very helpful. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable Minister, I just want some clarification. You mentioned that the diagnosis and the treatment is free under the National Health Insurance Scheme. But the medicine is not free. Is that what you said? I'm seeking clarity.
No, vaccines.
Yes.
And then the mass screening is what is not free. But per my interaction with the National Health Insurance, you see, when you present the case to the hospital, how to diagnose and then arrive at the disease and start the treatment is supposed to be free. It's supposed to be part of the package.
Okay. My understanding is that the vaccine is part of the treatment. So if the treatment is free, then the vaccine is free.
The vaccine, for now, we don't even have. In Ghana, it's not part of our package. So the vaccine is not part of the National Health Insurance package.
Are given via...
No. So vaccine, before you can take a vaccine, you must be free of the disease. You don't have the disease. And you want to prevent it. And when you take the vaccine, at least it can help you for 10 years. You take it 3 times, 1, 2, 3, and you take a booster maybe a year after. It's every month. So if you take it on the 5th of June, 5th of July, 5th of August, you have to take it like that. Then you would take the booster the year after. That means you don't have the disease.
Yeah,
so if you go and check...
I get that clear. I get that clearly. Those vaccines are meant for the prevention. But I'm looking at a situation whereby after the diagnosis, the person... during the treatment process, don't they use vaccination?
So they are treating you. They give you medicine to cure you, but it's not vaccine. It's not called vaccine. That's what he's saying. Once you are detected, once it's detected that you have the virus in you, they have to kill that virus or suppress it. It's not called vaccine any longer. Maybe go and test it and see whether you have some. It's important for every member of parliament to do that. Yes. Honorable Minister, the next question was asked by Professor Bayo. It's also a supplementary question, follow-up. As I speak, this service is not available in any part of the country aside of Accra. So even from Komfonochi Teaching Hospital, and the person could not make it to Accra and pass away, there are people from Lamusi, people in the Upper West and Northern region who want to hear from the minister on how soon this catheterization lab scan will be made ready in other parts. I think you get where the person is. The supplementary, the way they ask the supplementary, the main question is not linked to this, but it's the same thing. That is not available apart from Accra and then Kumasi. The rest of the country, they don't have it.
So there's some group of equipment called catheterization center or oncology center. Cardiology center or catheterization lab. And we don't have any in the northern part of the country. And then we are also lacking it in the public health facilities in Kumasi and the Middle Belt. By the grace of God, today, His Excellency the President has commissioned one at Kolebu today, the catheterization lab. And Mr. Chairman, work is in progress at Tamale Teaching Hospital to complete a full-fledged cardiology center. And that will be used for diagnosis, for treatment, and for rehabilitation. And another one is also being constructed at Komfonochi Teaching Hospital. And so today, His Excellency the President has also announced that after completion of these three, we should roll out to Ifya Nkwanta Hospital and then Ho Teaching Hospital. So after completing these three, these two, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't even serve Ghanaians alone. People from all over Africa come for the services of these machines. And so great work has been done on it. One has been completed, and two is also progressing very, very well.
Your answer is that the three were under construction. Kolebu is done. It has been commissioned, so it can be put to use. And one in Tamale and the other in Kumasi. They are coming.
Far advanced. And I know you used Tamale a lot.
Yeah.
So
will you be able to tell us when you believe that will be done?
Well, the two, I'm very sure by the end of the year, we'll be able to commission the two as well.
Colleagues, any follow-up on this? All right.
Mentioning Ifya Nkwanta, I would want to ask Mr. Minister, the facility, uncompleted facility over there, when are we seeing light? Because we were promised with it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the project was affected by the debt restructuring program. And now that we've concluded that, it's up to the minister responsible for finance to be signing the bilaterals, or we'll terminate it and look for different source of funding to continue. So we are waiting for signals from the Ministry of Finance, and we'll proceed from there. And that is linked to the regional hospital. You know, there's another one that's supposed to, is it Bukuru? Yeah, it's in the Hunter West. It's in the Hunter West, Apimenim. So the two, so the two projects are together. And so I'm looking at the Minister for Finance, and then we'll proceed from there.
Okay, so she has a special question, but to be
Members of Parliament in the Hunter West around the table, there are two.
No,
Members of Parliament from Hunter West around this table, there are two.
No, but if she doesn't ask, I will ask her on behalf of her the question, so don't worry. She wants her people to know that you promised her, you made a promise in her constituency, and she wants to know where you have reached and when you commissioned that hospital.
Mr. Chairman, if there is any member of parliament who who pester me so much as far as projects are concerned, she's one of them. And the member of parliament for the good people of Ahanta West, Nkokor. And so, Mr. Chairman, I'll work with her and then make sure that she's taken along to know whatever the details are for the continuity and completion of the project.
Oh, mine is just a simple one, harmless question. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for the good work that you are doing for Mother Ghana. I know a lot has been said, a lot has been done in terms of health, and your ministerial position, there's no way someone can challenge you. I know you've done a lot for Mother Ghana. But my simple question is that we have one Agenda 1.1 project in Aframpling South. What are you doing about it? Are you going to continue that project, or what? This is constituency specific, so allow me to ask my question, because you've...
Minister, Honorable MP,
yes.
There's some correction we want to make here. We are not doctors, so the doctors out there are watching us, and some of them are sending corrections so that we will be able to read it to the public. They say that vaccination is not always preventive. While vaccines are mostly common, that's why we laymen assume that they are mostly preventive, mostly commonly used to build immunity before exposure, several are administered after an infection or exposure has occurred. Students are also listening, so we have to correct it. No, you were not. We said it here, not you. You were not. Honorable Minister, you are not the one. We are correcting ourselves because students are listening, and we said it was prevention, and so we want to correct that. Not all of them are. There are some that after exposure they administer them. These are known as therapeutic vaccines or post-exposure treatments. So if anybody is listening to us, as committee members who made those comments, we are correcting ourselves. That's all. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. So my simple question is, Minister, I have one Agenda 1.1 project in my constituency, Aframpling South. Are you going to abandon that project, or you are going to continue that?
Mr. Chairman, I have provided a comprehensive answers to issues on Agenda 1.1. So I will urge the honorable member, as I have said here, we are phasing them out. So maybe when you come, we'll check whether your constituency is part of the first phase. If it is not, we'll think through how we'll handle it. I've provided, in fact, about 1/3 of the time here, we'll spend it on Agenda 1.1. Thank you.
Honorable member, you will know that Agenda 1.1 covers over 100 and about over 115 districts. That is the reason why members are very interested. And unfortunately, is it fortunately or unfortunately, you were in Parliament yesterday, and the news that came out of your report was that you are going to abandon the agenda. Yes. Yes. That's what was put out there, that you said that they are going to abandon the Agenda 1.1. If you want,
I have never, if there's any word I use on the floor of the House, I assured the good people of this country that any Agenda 1.1 that the country has invested in will make sure we'll have value for money. And we're not going to abandon any of the facilities. So, this kind of reportage cannot be accurate. And I detailed, as I have done here today, I said same on the floor of the House, how much has been invested in it, how much we need. I said we have paid about 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. We haven't been able to operationalize a single one of them. I have said that we are going to phase them out. And if we want to do all, we need about 20-point-something billion to do it. And that we have identified 35. government is going to invest in the 35 to complete the 35, and that we are even inviting CHAG, Christian Health Association of Ghana, to come and partner, government, if they identify some, because we have that partnership already, and that we are also inviting the private. I have never said anywhere that we are going to abandon Agenda 111. Never, Mr. Chairman. So that reportage is completely false.
Honorable Minister, my vice will ask a question, but before then, let me add something to you. I think it was on City News or something. Yeah, I think City. The Minister for Health, Kwabena Minta Akando, has announced that Cabinet has decided to discontinue the implementation of majority of the Agenda 11 hospital projects, full stop. Is that the case? Is that
Mr.
correct?
Chairman, some members around this table, I believe, were in the House yesterday when I was answering the questions. I never. So if they are listening to me, they should do the needful. I never said that government was going to discontinue Agenda 111. And that cannot be the case. And I respect City very much. I know it's a credible...
The thing is, they actually said majority, not all of them.
Mr. Chairman,
that's the pull-out I've seen. Unless this is fake.
My words were very clear, and you can capture that from the Hansards. I didn't use even the word discontinuation. Never.
So what is it that tell the people of Ghana?
I have repeated it severally. I am saying that in order for us to have value for money, government is facing the project, and we have identified 35 that government is going to invest in, finish, and then face it the next one. But whilst doing that, we have invited CHAG, we have invited the private sector, and if they are minded to come on board, no problem. If not, after the 35, we cannot spread ourselves thin. And at the end of the day, we will not even complete one. Just as 4.8 billion has been invested, and we have not been able to operationalize one. So learning from that, we have identified 35, and we want to invest in it and complete the 35, and then phase them out. So that is exactly what I said. And I have been very, very consistent on this issue. So I have never said that we are going to discontinue any project. Never.
So the one in Afram Plains South, as my colleague asked, is that Afram Plains South? No. Is it north or south? Afram Plains South. Is it part of the 35 that you intend to do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Fortunately, Eastern Region, Kwahu, Afram Plains South, Tiase. It's part of the 35. Yeah.
The Adansa Sukwa one that the Galamsey, the pictures of the Galamsey, I think he asked you that question.
Yeah, he asked me that question. And I said it has not been brought to my attention. So from here, I'll find out, and then we'll
Honorable
see what
Minister, take it as a matter of priority.
Very well.
Make sure that if it is true, you look for the corporates and punish those people. It's very important, because we cannot allow people, if you are doing Galamsey and we are struggling to stop them, people are brave enough to go to a hospital site and go and dig off the ground because they want gold. I mean, how brave can you be?
Mr. Chairman, I will collaborate with the relevant institutions.
People, because people were there when they were doing the digging.
Yes, and the people,
the people
district
were
assembly,
there when they were doing the digging.
So
they know the people who did the digging.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the district assembly, the police, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. From here, I will find out what really happened, and then we take it from there.
Well, I've seen a reportage on Joy News, so about that, and they've brought the picture. So please do that for us. It's very important.
Well,
yes, Honorable.
Thank you so much. Not a question per se, but an information. And before that, let me commend you on being consistent on the pursuit of the Agenda 111 towards its logical conclusion. I remember very well, Mr. Chair, during the first State of the Nation's address, Mr. President made it very categorical. Pursuant to Article 35(7), under the directive principle of state policy, that as much as practicable, programs and projects of previous government must be continued. And Mr. President made that very clear. And in all your submissions on the floor of Parliament, even with media engagement, you have been very categorical and consistent. And you and I will bear witness to the fact that we don't have all the resources to complete all of them at the same time. It would have been much more financially prudent if these billions of cedis were used to invest in only 20, and today we're having value for money in these I'm only encouraging you, Mr. Minister. My brother from Kwesimintu made a very important point, that upon needs assessment, realized that these communities don't have basic hospitals or primary health facilities. So as much as practicable as has been prioritized by government, you will give it much more attention to make sure that if they could not complete even one, under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, under the research agenda, at least, we will be able to complete at least the 35 before the end of his first 4 years.
Honorable
We're
member,
very grateful.
Honorable member, before the minister speaks, government is priorities. This government is investing 70 billion under the big push. Akufo-Addo government decided to invest in the 1111 hospital projects. This government is investing in 24-hour market, so it's priorities. So I don't want, we are all respected politicians here, so let's leave it at that. It's about what government wants to do. But Honorable Minister, my colleague has a question because a member of parliament sent him a question, because they are watching you, the people are watching you to find out from you some question. So Honorable, Chiriti.
Honorable Minister, a colleague just sent in this. He wants me to find out what you're doing about PrEP HIV. He thinks that we don't see the advocacy much. So what is government doing about it?
Honorable, the issue, you know the pill that they take before, if you suspect that you are exposed, you could be exposed, you take it before, is it 24 hours or something like that? After, after. Yes, if you suspect. Is it before or after? Whatever. If you suspect. So this PrEP, the person wants to find out why you cannot make that available completely to Ghanaians. Just like how they are making condoms available by the Ghana AIDS Commission. Why can't they make that available to Ghanaians?
Well, it looks like the ministry doesn't have any idea regarding that. It's like, but
they do. Let me answer.
No, it's like they have no policy in that respect.
Mr. Chairman, we are aware that there is that introduction of some kind of medicine to take after you suspect that you are exposed to HIV. And we are also reliably informed that there's that vaccination that you take, is it 6 months? Yes. That you take every 6 months. I mean, it's a form of vaccination. But, Mr. Chairman, it was discovered not too long ago, and we are looking at it if there's a need for us to come on board and see whether the country is capable of making it available or free to the ordinary Ghanaian. But that decision has not been taken now, and I cannot assure the committee for now. But we are reliably aware of what is happening.
A country, there are people who are on that. Do you have any idea?
No. For now, the vaccine that you take 2 times a year, I don't know of anybody who has imported some in the country for now. It hasn't come to my knowledge for now.
Chairman, I'm saying to you that stick to your partner. That's all. Or abstain. No, I will not advise anybody.
Mr. Chairman, who tells you that your partner will stick to you?
Did I mention?
Mr. Chairman, you need to answer this question.
Man or woman. I just said stick to your partner. That's all. The advice is for both partners. Stick to your partner. Or abstain. Full stop. Like the Catholics. We the Catholics, all we do is to abstain.
Let me do a follow-up. So, Chairman, a quick follow-up on this. We recently saw a video of an 18-year-old girl who, at a Galamsey site, who was threatening the whole Ghana that she was going to spread. did the health ministry take that as a health risk? And what are you doing about it? Or is it a national security issue? And what do you know either the national security outfit or the health ministry is doing about this particular case and subsequent ones that may be coming? Because it looks like these days, because of the emergence of social media, everybody takes anything for granted and they go along saying and doing anything. Whether it's true or not, it's a great threat to the nation. So what are you doing about it as a ministry?
Mr. Chairman, that issue is being taken up, and I want to end here.
Honorable colleagues, we will come back to you, but let's move to Honorable Minister. You still have a couple of questions, so let me continue with them, and then we'll come back. I think about 2 or 3 more questions, so that we'll come back. No, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. Gloria Owusu asked you a question, Honorable Minister, but it was supplementary to the other question. He said, supplementary, Mr. Speaker, the temporary steps the ministry has taken to reduce overcrowding and lack of staff storage at the Tafo Government Hospital, where the maternity block. So there was a main question about the Tafo Government Hospital, and they are asking what temporary steps you are taking to make sure that you avoid overcrowding. This may apply to other government hospitals, especially Kolebu, where I heard somebody crying that there are no beds. So please, there was a musician or somebody crying.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Everybody.
Mr. Chairman, that project was also affected by the debt restructuring. And so after debt restructuring, you know, the Minister of Finance will have to sign the bilaterals and before you can do any drawdown on any facility. And so we are still waiting for the Minister of Finance for further direction.
Was affected by the debt restructuring. Then I can understand. It means the project stalled.
Yeah, it stalled.
Yeah, if it was affected, if it's one of those projects that were financed through external finance debt structure, I can understand. We can't do much about it. We just have to wait till everything settles and then they will go there. So the people would understand you. The next question, Frank Asedu Bekwen asked this question. Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry for the expansion and refurbishment of the emergency ward of the Suhun Government Hospital.
This year.
He wants to know the plans you have for the expansion of the Suhun Government Hospital. And you assure the House that the minister will provide prioritized emergency health care services for residents of Suhun. We want to know what's the update.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it is subject to availability of funds. It's been prioritized, but we are looking for the sources of funding. We have not secured sources of funding yet.
Honorable Minister, but it's been, do you know, this question was asked in October 2025.
No, this year. I think this question is part of this year's questions.
No. October 2025.
October. We had already concluded on the budget for 2026.
No.
We had.
Well, you know, I know the budget preparation starts.
Exactly.
I'm coming. Budget preparation starts in September. But this question was asked in October. The budget is ready in November.
Yes.
We approved the budget in December.
Yes.
So the budget preparation was
Mr. Chairman, it goes, as you have rightly stated, and you have been a minister before, it goes through a process. And at the end of the day, the ministry is given a ceiling. So the process starts way before the day the budget is being read. So by then, you might have even submitted everything for the subsequent year. And so the simple answer for now is that, Mr. Chairman, with all respect, we are still looking around for funding for the project. Thank you.
Including it in this year's budget?
Mr. Chairman, depending on the amount of money the ministry will be giving. For example, if the amount you are giving is for ongoing projects, you cannot go and start a new project. So depending on how much the ministry will get for the year, it's part of our priority project and we may have to look at it.
Okay. It's a consensus-specific project, so we will not push it. But you should know that it's very important because it's on the main road, Accra Kumasi main road. It will take care of a lot of people. So keep that in mind when you are looking for funding and apportioning or selecting projects. The next one is also consensus-specific. Michael K. Edu, on behalf of Mr. Nana or Say Ajay, Juabi North, New Juabi North. I beg to ask the Minister for Health about the status of the Eastern Regional Hospital Koforidua, which has been abandoned after 70% completion. Eastern Regional Hospital.
The chairman is also affected by the debt restructuring. Oh. You know about debt restructuring more than myself.
I do. It's not haircut. I do. So it's also affected by the debt restructuring. And it's not been resolved. I thought that
the minister is yet to see whether there are two options, whether you go ahead and sign the bilaterals or you can terminate and look for an alternative source of funding to continue the project. So we are still looking at the Minister for Finance.
Anyway, once we declared HIPIC and the people stopped all the external funding, a lot of, even my former Ministry of Defense, I had that problem. Armored vehicles we were going to buy, we paid part of it, the funding stopped. You haven't completed payment, and so you are stuck.
You basically said that when they give you money, you can't pay. Why should they give you more?
All right, Honorable Minister, this is a regional hospital, and so take notice and make sure that you try to do what you can do to get resources.
Mr. Chairman, it's very, very important. It's even part of our strategies to decentralize the medical training. So Koforidua Hospital, Wa Hospital, Bolga Hospital, the Bolga Hospital, Koforidua Hospital, Ho Hospital, all these ones are part of the strategies to decentralize the medical training. So it's a very, very important project for us. But you can only proceed based on the signals you get from the Minister for Finance. Thank you.
Well, you will face some small difficulties. One of them is going to be the 8 hospitals plus the military hospital because of the contractor involved. Later on, I'll tell you why I said that. I mean, the Siwa is one of them, Salaga is one, and the others. But I will later give you my understanding of that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very big platform. One, the impression that Afari is under the Ministry of Health, I have already cleared it, and you have, assisted me right here to clear that. That project is not under the Ministry of Health. Now, Sewia, Mr. Chairman, you know so well, and it's the same contractor, as you know. Sewia, Mr. Chairman, as at the time we inherited Sewia, we had no water, no access road, no electricity connected to the place. The chairman, the truth of the matter is that this facility came to Parliament for approval, and you are a senior member of Parliament. If you are going to pay anything over and above the contract sum as approved, it must come back to Parliament. The chairman, as I speak to you now, and that's why we are very careful, we have detected that there's some amount of money that has been paid over and above the contract sum that Parliament approved. And so if you're a government and you inherit such a project, you can only do due diligence. As I speak to you now, for us to even go back with a contractor to assess the progress so far has also become a problem. And so when the picture or the impression is created out there, and sometimes the politics of the day, that you have inherited something that is completed and you don't want to operationalize it, Mr. Chairman, if anybody knows the truth, it is you. That you know that the perception out there is entirely wrong. It isn't everything that we can put out there. And so we are ready, and as I speak to you now, yesterday I said same with another facility. If this project is handed over to us today, I can assure you, within the next 2 days, we can have the full complement of the health professionals to operationalize it. So there is an issue between the contractor and government that we have not been able to resolve. How do you operationalize a project when you are in that situation? Mr. Chairman, maybe you may help me. How can you operationalize a project when you are in that situation?
Honorable Minister, I told you, I brought it up, and I said that I know that you are going to be in hot waters because of the type of contractor you are dealing with. That's what I said. Because I dealt with him for 8 years. And so I know what it is. What I would advise Ghanaians is that if we have to complete those projects, we have to stop politicizing them. Otherwise, these projects will never be completed in the next 10 years. When a contractor believes that these projects have become political, he will squeeze you and collect money that isn't supposed to be given to him. Take it from me. These projects were they first came to Parliament in November 2008 under former President Nkokor, the 8+1. And for some reason, when the new government under President Mills and John Mahama came, they could not start the project until 6 years later. That's 2014 when these projects started. Of course, they did their part and left, and we also started. Some were able to complete, majority are not complete. The contractor came claiming that he cannot complete the project any longer because the money is finished. What do? So you have to negotiate and go and audit as you are currently doing. So once you audit and you find out that he has a case, you give him more money to complete it. But if you keep giving him money to complete a project, when you clearly know that he doesn't deserve it, you put yourself into trouble. So you have a case.
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman,
do the auditing well.
Yes, so Mr. Chairman, in order not to give any media house an advantage to go and report that I'm saying that we have abandoned, or we are going to discontinue Sewia Hospital, let me put on record that all the things I have already indicated, road, water, electricity, are being done simultaneously now if you go there. And government is determined to make sure that whatever it is between the contractor and government is resolved, and then that project is operationalized. We are determined to do that.
So I was coming to that. For both the military hospital and Sewia and others, the road network, as electricity and water were not part of the contracts. So government has to do that one.
Yes.
For the military hospital, for example, we had to look for money. ECG brought a bill of $35 million. Yes. To do that, just ECG, they brought it. And we had to look for the money. So if you go to the military hospital, they don't have problem with roads, they don't have problem, especially electricity, they don't have. Road is almost like 90-something, 60, 70 or 80-something% complete and that kind of stuff. They don't have. But government did those ones. We did the water, we did those things and that kind of stuff. But of course, you couldn't operationalize it because the parts of the hospital we wanted to do, the sewage was not working. And you yourself know that you cannot put a hospital when sewage is not working, so we couldn't do it. But I'm saying to you that for the electricity, you should do it. You don't have to wait for the contractor. For the water, you should do it. You shouldn't have to wait for the contractor. But the road is part of his contract.
Well, so all those things I'm talking about, Mr. Chairman, are being done now as I speak to you simultaneously. So
it means that you will be able to commission it this year. You will be able to operationalize this year because we've been commissioned.
Mr. Chairman, let me jump the trap you are setting for me.
Right. So please, there's a follow-up here.
Sorry, just a follow-up, Mr. Minister. I know your zeal. I know it, and we admire it. Mr. Minister, you said something which just attracted me. You said that going back with the contractor to do assessment has become a challenge.
Yes, I said so.
Okay, good. Meanwhile, from what I heard, maybe I didn't hear right, that excess money has been paid to the contractor from the records.
I don't want to call it excess money, but what I want to call it is that money that is different from what was approved by Parliament has been paid.
And it is above what was approved?
Correct.
Good. Then I would want to ask, have you consulted the Attorney General in respect of this? Because if government is owing somebody, the person can sue for it.
It isn't everything as a minister you can put out there. So I can assure you, it's not as if I am running away from the question you are asking. We are pursuing it, but it isn't everything I can put out there for public consumption.
Very well. Because Chairman gave a signal that it may be difficult. We can't waste Ghana money.
And it's not that it may be difficult. It is difficult, and it's being difficult, but we'll resolve it.
You see, he said that if someone knows the truth, I do. But that's why I use that word, that you are going to face difficulties with that contractor. I brought it up and I said you will face difficulties with that contractor. I just hope that we can resolve these 9 hospitals and move on as a country so that at least these hospitals can be used. Honorable Minister, let me go to the next and the last question. After the members can take a bite on some public interest questions. Honorable Lawrence Ajinsam, Lower Dentra asked a question. I beg to ask the Minister for Health the plans of the ministry to furnish the Shifo Himan Lower Dentra District Hospital Directorate with an administration block and a staff bungalow to operate, and staff bungalows to operate effectively and efficiently. You assure the House that the ministry will liaise with the relevant agencies to ensure that appropriate office and residential accommodation are provided. The answer dated 28th October 2025. Honorable Minister, can you brief this House?
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the ministry is no longer constructing district health directorate. That responsibility now lies with the district assemblies. I have called the DCE in question, and he has indicated that they have some source of funding they will be using to construct the district health directorate and then the district education office. So I have already liaised with him, and as far as he's concerned, plans are far in advance for the district to, and once the district health directorate is constructed, and if they need any personnel or anything, then that becomes the responsibility of the Ministry of Health.
All right. So, Honorable Minister, there are this one is a constituency-based thing. So, Honorable Nkokor, you have some questions for him.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister, I just wanted to. Don't worry, it's not about the Hunter West. On the 4th of August 2025, then you on 3FM and on your TV, you mentioned that there's going to be about 1,000 dialysis machines distributed all over in the regions in Ghana. So I just wanted an update on that one. That's my first question. So just note it and then you can answer at the same time. And 2, I just want to know why up to now in Ghana, we can't do a DNA test in Ghana. We have to travel first. If you can please explain, because I think Ghana is far advanced that we should have a machine like that to do a DNA. So I just want to know why. And then 3, we had the Minister for Interior here the other day, and then I asked a question to do with the security recruitment, and then it came out that some of the guys who went, or the girls who went in there, were disqualified due to HIV and all that. So I think our chairman spoke to him about contacting Ministry of Health to do something about it, because we can't leave them out there like that. They have to be in the known. So I just wanted to know if you've heard of it or you've been contacted so that this issue can be dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the first one had to do with dialysis. And this is a strategy we have adopted. We are doing what we call hospital equipment placement. So we have zoned the whole country into, let's say, how many? 19? 25. We've zoned the whole country into 25 in lots. So what we are doing is that if, Chairman, you can afford dialysis machines, you buy them, you put them at Tamale, you maintain them, but the health professionals will run them. So we'll pay you per how the machine is used. If it is national health insurance, it will be paid to the vendor. If it is Mahama Cares, it will be paid to the vendor. So it is no more government going to buy this equipment, but the individuals will buy it. That's a PPP arrangement. The individuals will buy the equipment and put it at these facilities. But Mr. Chairman, one thing that we must assure the good people of this country that has been taken into account is affordability, because it is a private man who is going to buy it. And this is what we have done. Per the MOUs we'll be signing with the vendors, your prices will be subject to Fees and Charges Act of Parliament. The prices will will be subject to the tariffs of Mahama Cares, and the prices will be subject to National Health Insurance Tariff. So that is clear. And so plans are very, very far in advance. You have to go through the bidding process, just like you are doing the normal procurement. And so I think that my director of infrastructure tells me that they have even opened the bid, and the people have shown interest. And once we complete the processes, we'll start. And every region will have some minimum number of dialysis machines in every region in this country. So we are pursuing that vigorously. And all these things I'm saying is less than 1.5 years. Now, the issue of DNA testing. His Excellency, the President, has clearly directed and allocated resources for the establishment of DNA lab at Noguchi Memorial Institute. And very, very soon, just like today, we commissioned the catheterization lab, I'm very sure that very soon we'll commission a DNA lab in Noguchi Memorial Institute. And about the last question about the HIV/AIDS. Yes, we have a dedicated program for HIV/AIDS where we support people who are HIV positive with medications and then the screening free of charge. So it's a running program under Global Fund. So it's not something that we are yet to do. And the commission also sits with the presidency. So it's something we have been doing. We give them kits for free. We give them some of the drugs also for free. So it's something we've been doing.
Well, what I wanted to know is the people that were disqualified, have they been referred to you or to your ministry to collaborate or something? Because
Mr. Chairman, you cannot refer them to the minister. If the person knows, especially those who know their status, they know what to do. We can only
from what the minister told us, they have not even been told, or some of them have not been told that they were even HIV. That's what I'm asking, because he was here, and then we are trying to get to the bottom of it. That have you been? Because he mentioned that when chairman advised him or suggested that he gets in touch with you. What I want to know is, has it been done?
Honorable Minister, when your colleague, Honorable Mutaka, appeared in front of us, he said that out of the 100-something thousand who came for medicals, they detected 1,300 to have been HIV positive. She's asking, and I suggested to him that he must let the people know. Otherwise, if they don't know their status, when they are actually positive, they will be spreading it around. So he said he will get in touch with you. She just asked him whether indeed he has got in touch with you.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, dealing with HIV positive patients, you need to be very, very careful. You cannot do anything against the will of that particular individual. But of course, we have even reached out to the ministry to be able to know where the locations of these individuals, so that we can, ourselves on the Ministry of Health, can reach out to them. But it is something, because of stigma, we need to handle it carefully. Yeah.
It's important. With them, yeah.
So that means if the person has not called, the person would not know. That is what I heard.
You see, the way this year's
So the person
recruitment
has not called
process
and
went,
they are walking about with HIV.
because they don't have personal interface, it's difficult to inform them.
Mr. Chairman, there's no guarantee that that person may not know his status or her status. The person may know, but it doesn't mean that he cannot apply for work.
Not getting what we're trying to say. If you are having HIV or hepatitis B, you don't qualify to join the security services. That you don't. So they will disqualify you. It's part of their protocols. With the military, they all do it at the one hospital, 37. You will come to 37 for your medicals. So because of that, they would inform you. And so you will go home knowing that this is what has happened. You go and deal with it. They will counsel you. They will do everything, psychologists, then they will inform you. But because they were updating them that you have been disqualified, you have qualified, this 1,300, some may not even know why they are disqualified. It can be multiple reasons, or it can be just the HIV alone. It can be, you can have HIV, you can have hepatitis B. It's also possible. She's asking whether Honorable Muntaka has informed you that. That's all she's asking. It's a very simple question.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have indicated that we have even already reached out to them. The Ghana Health Service have reached out to them to try to help them, assist them to find the location of these people already so that they can take it from there.
Yes.
I'm just asking, Mr. Minister, my last question. Has the Mahama Care program been rolled out?
The answer is yes.
How do people assess it?
And so now we have regional coordinators in every region. So what happens is that it is through applications, and the navigators and the regional coordinators will assist. And you know, the treatment of non-communicable diseases are not done at the CHIPS compounds. They're not done at the district hospitals. They're usually done at the regional and the teaching hospitals. And so when your medical doctor, who is maybe taking care of you, will guide you to apply, the application will come to the Mahama Cares. There's a technical committee to review those applications, and then they will communicate back to you within a specific number of days. I think it's about 2 weeks, not more than 2 weeks, that they will be able to, assist you, and then you take the package from there. But once the regional coordinators have been appointed, they will increase the sensitization in their respective regions. So the Mahama Cares National, Mahama Cares Regional will then move to the communities and sensitize the people about how they work. In fact, Mahama Cares, Mr. Chairman, is dedicated towards the funding of non-communicable disease. And not only the funding, because we've realized that there are even gaps in terms of personnel in these non-communicable diseases. So a portion of their money can also be invested in training of these specialists. And then, even if you are taking care or you are funding the treatment of the disease and you don't have the equipment to treat that person, the person will not get healed or not get treated. And so Mahama Cares can also use part of the fund to also procure equipment for the hospitals. So that is that. And you see, in the history of Ghana now, there are 3 interventions being rolled out at the same time. And one complements each other. One is not the replacement of the other. It is a free primary health care, national health insurance, and Mahama Cares. So while the free primary health care will be looking at early detection of the diseases. So the prevention aspect of our health architecture has been missing for a very long time. All we know is that you'll be sick, you go to the hospital, and you get treated. But now the free primary health care will move to the prevention and the promotion aspect. And the health workers will move to the houses of these people. So you'll be in the house, and they will come and take your blood pressure, check your sugar level, whether or not you have hypertension or you have diabetes. Okay? If you don't have, or if it is progressing, they will advise you what to do. If there's a need to prevent it entirely, they will prevent it entirely. But then the free primary health care is applicable at the CHIPS, at the health center, at the polyclinic. What happens from the district hospital? So that is where, when you get there, you will have to also activate your national health insurance. So when you activate your national health insurance, you can take advantage of the district hospital, you can take advantage of the regional hospital, and then the teaching hospitals. Now, whatever is also not covered under the national health insurance, which in this case, the non-communicable diseases, the cancers and what have you, that's where Mahama Cares also comes in. So if you are not able to prevent it at the free primary health care level and it gets to the complicated stage, then Mahama Cares also comes in. So these 3 interventions are being rolled out at the same time to complement each other. Thank you.
Yes. So, Honorable, after that, we have this. Then I have just 2 more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Honorable Minister, the research agenda is indeed on course. Thank you for the good job you are doing. Except to draw your attention to one critical thing, following the uncapping of the NHIL, utilization and claims processing and claims payment is really in a good state now. However, we still have a number of health facilities that are going back to cash and carry. My constituency, for instance, Brekum, the Holy Family Hospital 2 days ago announced that anybody, whether with health insurance or without health insurance, must pay a deposit if you are going for inpatient admissions. I saw that Holy Family Hospital. This is deadly. Because with this high utilization in NHIA, coupled with a lot of claims payment, this is the time other forms of prompt claims payment. This is the time no facility should be given opportunity to go cash and carry or to request for deposit before, admission. I spoke to them and the answers they are giving me is not tenable. Because this time, gone are the days where claims payment takes place about 6-7 months after claims processing. But with the e-claims, with the uncapping of the NHIL, claims payment as fast as possible, they are paid. So what is the motivation for some of? So it is not only in Brekum. I want to draw your attention so that you draw Dr. Victor Bampo's attention to some of the facilities who are working towards defeating the research agenda, particularly in healthcare delivery in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is unfortunate and we'll take action immediately. Mr. Chairman, the National Health Insurance Fund used to be capped by the realignment and capping law. And so what used to happen, especially in 2024, was that the projected amount of the National Health Insurance Levy, some reasonable amount, is taken into the consolidated fund. So, for example, in 2024, the projected amount was about 10 billion. Only 6 billion was allocated to the National Health Insurance for expenditure, as though even all the 6 billion will even be given to you. And I, as you all know, I have been a ranking member on the Health Committee for 7 years prior to my appointment. So the issues of delay in payment or service providers payment was very, very real. Now, when His Excellency John Dramani Mahama was sworn in after 7 January 2025, one of the first policies in the health sector was to uncap the National Health Insurance. So what that means is that in 2025 alone, that 10 billion, everything would then come to the health sector, and none will be taken to anywhere. Now, according to the National Health Insurance Act, the fund, the National Health Insurance Levy, that will be collected per the direction of the Minister for Finance, in this case, GRA. When the money is collected, per the law, the money is supposed to be lodged into the National Health Insurance Fund within 30 days, which it was very difficult for any government to even respect. Under the current regime, under the current administration, Mr. Chairman, every now and then there is prompt payment and there's prompt lodging of the funds from the consolidated fund to the National Health Insurance Fund, and then the onward disbursement to the service providers. In this case, sometimes we even do the payment monthly. So I'll be so surprised. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to announce that very, very, very soon, we are going to increase the tariffs of the National Health Insurance. We are going to increase the tariffs, I think in August or so. It's going to start. So I'll be so much surprised that it is this time round that somebody is saying that whether or not you are a subscriber to the National Health Insurance, you should come and do a deposit. Of course, we have also detected some kind of fraud in the system. We have detected this kind of co-payment, as they call it, is illegal payment, and it's something we are working on. But I think that we are even prosecuting some of them. We have arrested some. They are under prosecution. So I will plead with all service providers that let us do the right thing, because we are on the ground and we'll come after you. Yeah, thank you.
It's honorable. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to appreciate the minister so much for what he's doing in the health sector and his willingness to ensure that service delivery is sent to the doorsteps of Ghanaians. I would just urge His Excellency the President and his Finance Minister to make available enough resources to the Health Ministry
for him to be able to deliver on his mandate. This is a special request I want to make of the Honorable Minister. Yesterday, I overheard him talk about this Agenda 111 hospitals. I am coming from a district that is a newly created district without any polyclinic, without any district hospital. But we have this Agenda 111, Northeast Gonja District.
He went and came back.
Northeast Gonja District in the Savannah region. And so, the Agenda 111 in my district, I can say from the layman's point of view, that is about 90% complete. And so I want to make this passionate appeal that if Civil Works, so if there is that consideration, he should look at the Northeast Gonja District. That is at Palbi.
Akando knows there very well.
The district
he
is
passes there
Northeast
to
Gonja District.
his farm, so he knows there.
Northeast Gonja District in the Savannah region. And so this is just a special appeal I want to make on behalf of the good people of the Salaga North constituency.
Honorable Minister, when you take the Salaga Road, Tamale Salaga Road, and you move like some 40 kilometers, you see that Agenda 111 on the main road. It's just on the main road. You've seen it. By the way, the police, that's what he's talking about. You will see virtually the structures are complete. That's what he's talking about.
District without any reasonable health facility, just a cheap compound. So it is very
Honorable Minister, well noted. I will support my Honorable Minister. I will support my members' call. I pass there virtually every time. That's the road I used to.
He's even a farmer in my constituency. So
he himself is a farmer in your constituency. You are not aware. He has a bigger farm than me in your constituency. So he himself needs that facility to be completed. He has a farm close to Bunja. He has.
You'll be pushing me to conflict of interest.
Because I want you to take special attention and complete that project for the people. In fact, I had time to pick some nurses, some 3 young men and a man. I think that day you met me. And they sleep in Tamale and Kamo. And I was asking them, they said they have difficulty with just getting a place to sleep. So if you can help them, it will really be good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I should be able to share this information. On Sunday or Monday, we are going to commission some accommodation facilities for the nurses who work around that area. And so your call was on point. Thank you so much.
So what happened was when I picked them, then I called him. I called him and told him, look, I picked some place nurses, and they are complaining about accommodation. You are the MP. I know that you can talk to your DC and you people will see what you do. And he said, where are you? I said, he said, oh, wait for me. So I stopped and waited, and he came and he was just behind me. He came and joined me on the main road towards Tamale. And luckily, he has put up the thing. So, Honorable, you've done well for your people. Congratulations. But Honorable Minister, help him.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, let me use this opportunity to thank the Honorable Member so very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy this issue has come up. I took a decision in the ministry last year, and that was a very unpopular decision, but I stood by it. Mr. Chairman, as we speak, we still have some districts without a single medical doctor. Yes, you are surprised. Mr. Chairman, as if that is not enough, in Greater Accra, we have almost 50% of all medical doctors in the country in Greater Accra. And that 50%, about 95% those in Greater Accra are all in Accra. If you add Greater Accra plus Ashanti region, we are hitting 60 to 70% of medical doctors in this country. And the rest of us are sharing about 30%. Mr. Chairman, so when I realized this, I said, no way. So in 2025 batch, I said, we were prioritizing the districts. So we sent the medical officers to the district, because government can only, recruit where there are vacancies. And so we send them to the districts. The chairman, in 2024, there are some regions that have been described as underserved regions. Uti, Western North, and about 4 out of the 5 northern part of the country. Only 12 medical doctors accepted postings into 8 regions. What it means is that a region couldn't get more than 2 medical doctors, a region. In 8 regions. So I said, no, it's not a punishment. But those places, we are talking about universal health coverage. What is the meaning of universal health coverage? Irrespective of your geographical location, you must have access to quality health care. So if there are no medical doctors in these areas, what are we doing? So, Mr. Chairman, I insisted. And a lot happened. Maybe you might have heard some on radio or TV, but I stood by it. Mr. Chairman, the result is that now, as I speak to you now, in the same 8 regions, we have 100 medical doctors who have reported. 100. But the reason why I'm narrating this story is that the medical doctors and the health professionals also have legitimate concerns that all of us, government alone, cannot do it. Because if we post a medical doctor to a district and the medical doctor cannot get a place to sleep, how would the medical doctor work? Mr. Chairman, I cannot say that I am building accommodation in every part of this country before I can send a medical doctor to a district. That is not practicable unless anybody proves me wrong. So what I have done is to engage opinion leaders in all these regions. The regional ministers, the DCEs, the MPs, so that we can all put our heads together to provide befitting accommodation for these health professionals. Now, the policy of government is that no more new health facilities should be constructed without accommodation. But we should not forget that we had already constructed most of them without enough accommodation. So whilst government is looking at how we can fix these things, I think that the chiefs, the members of parliament, the DCs, the regional ministers, we must all come together, because you see, we cannot complain, sit around, oh, government must do. Government will do it, but it will take some time to get there. What will happen is that, what happens to your constituents? So that is one of the reasons why in some cases, you realize that the center will be holding more patients because the medical doctors are not at the district level. So there will be a spillover at the teaching hospitals and at the regional hospitals. So I use this opportunity to thank the honorable members so much, and I believe that other members should also learn same so that we can improve upon our health sector. And to conclude by saying that the issue of Agenda 1.1, we wish that we could have had enough money to finish everything. Mr. Chairman, as I quoted, we need about 20.1 billion Ghana cedis, which is not practicable. So you can only prioritize or phase them out. If we get, we'll do all. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, I have 2 questions and then we'll discharge you. So two. First question. The first question is, how many ambulances do we have on the inventory of the ambulance service currently?
So, Mr. Chairman, we have more than almost 300 ambulances, and about 65% of them, 65 to 70% of them are in operation.
So about 60 to 70% are operational. They are serviceable.
Yes, they are in operation, but there's quite a reasonable number that have also broken down. And Mr. Chairman,
because 60% over 300 will be around 200 ambulances.
Around 200, between 180 to 200 thereabout that are in operation. But Mr. Chairman, there's an interesting story to that. The interesting story is that when the ambulance are not insured and they run into accidents, or they have accidents, you cannot get replacement. And you must cough money to go and fix these ambulances. Mr. Chairman, as at the time I took office as the minister responsible for health, all our ambulances were not insured. All of them were not insured.
Are they insured now?
Yes. We took steps to insure all the ambulances in this country. Mr. Chairman, we are mindful that those ambulances that are faulty, we are looking at how we can fix them to put them on road. But we're also looking at how we can buy more ambulances to add to the fleet. So that's what we are doing for now.
Honorable Minister, I have a colleague just sitting right beside me. He tells me that some of the ambulances, even in his constituency and other places, some is just battery. It's just the tie. It's just servicing. That's all. It's not, they are not. So if you...
So, Mr. Chairman, with the greatest deal of respect, we urge members of parliament to also assist us. If it is only ties,
I am coming.
And then batteries,
Honorable
others have done
Honorable
it.
Minister, we will do that. I'm coming. I want you to do proper assessment of what is wrong with each ambulance. And if you reach out to us, we would help.
Mr. Chairman, I do not want to disclose, but we have a member of the ambulance board around the table. I do not want to close who that person is. But we have a proper report on our state of ambulances, and I will be doing information paper to cabinet on our state, the ambulances state we have in this country, and we'll take it from there. So we have a proper report on.
Yes, a follow-up question after that. I'll ask you the last and you go.
Just a quick question, please. No, about the accommodation issues. I'm just asking, why is it that, let's say, nurses from, let me use a Hunter West, from my constituency apply for jobs, and then medical doctors apply because of accommodation? Why don't you just send them back into their constituencies where they have houses in order to work there? I'm just, what crossbreeding? When you send
Honorable
them back,
Minister,
they
please.
work well because they are from there.
Allow the minister.
Well, that has not been the practice, and maybe we may have to subject it to further scrutiny and see the pros and cons. But no country is run that way, that you'll be sent to where you come from to go and work. You see, when we open the portal, we declare vacancies. So, for example, if I come from Sefi Dwaboso and there's no vacancy in Dwaboso, what does that mean? You understand? People from Accra, people from Kumasi, people from Takoradi, already the place is choked. You understand? And so there are pros, and then so we will look at it, we will subject it to scrutiny and see whether that can also.
Honorable Minister, you were very active during the campaign and even as minister, very, very active. The president too was very active. You are on record, and the old man as well, the president, when I say old man, to have said that you will do automatic posting for nurses. Those who have completed training, the nurses training college. I had chance to call you before, if you remember, to tell you that there are people who were in 2021 up to now, some 2022, 23, a majority from 24, 25, now we're in 26. Some are even 2 badges. I want to know what is the status of that promise on the automatic posting for nurses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we inherited a situation where we have more than 100,000 health professionals who have been trained and they are home. 100,000. So what is the strategy? The strategy is that you will have to absorb or find, vacancies for these people to work. You cannot jump this 100,000 people and say that somebody has completed school today and you are recruiting the person and leaving the 100,000 at home. It's not as if we are sleeping on the job. this is what we are doing. What we are doing is that, and Mr. Chairman, let me make it clear that you don't employ for employment's sake. When you employ, you must make financial provision to pay the person. And I'll remind you something. Again, when we took office, about 13,500 nurses and midwives had been recruited without a financial provision. So if you recall, Mr. Chairman, I was met with massive demonstrations. And they will march into my office and come and chant, "I can't pay us now, I can't pay us now." Because there was no financial provision. Mr. Chairman, what we did was that we succeeded in getting all these 13,500 people on the payroll and then proceeded to pay their arrears. Now, two strategies. Government is saying that we are signing MOUs with other countries. So whilst we are facilitating the movement of these health professionals to get work outside the country, which of course is one of the backbones of our economy, the remittances. So since I took office, I have moved not less than 4 to 5 batches. So we have the US, we have the UK, we have the Kitts and Nevis, we have the Jamaicans that we have MOU with, and we are moving some. So once they leave, it creates that physical space, the physical with F, and we can recruit more. Now, government is also recruiting every year. So for now, we are looking at 16,000. But the 16,000, Mr. Chairman, again, I cannot start any process, and I will never do that if I don't have financial clearance. So now, I have financial clearance for 8,000. I have started the process, and I have concluded the process. And we are going to, they've done, this time around, we decentralized the recruitment. They went for the interviews in the districts. So they are now going to start work. Once they finish, and then I get another clearance, we will start the process of recruiting more. But Mr. Chairman, you cannot ignore the 100,000 health professionals who have been trained and are at home. Now, when we are able to reduce the numbers, and Mr. Chairman, I have said this somewhere, and I was criticized. I was roasted. I'll repeat it here. I am saying that we are not able to recruit more than 16,000 a year. Meanwhile, in admission form, we are admitting about 35,000 students every year. What it means is that in the next 2-3 years, we'll be leaving more health professionals at home than we came to meet it. So once you are reducing the backlog, you should keep the valve, the admission. You must close it a bit. So why can't we reduce the intake? And this is where I was roasted for. Why can't we reduce the intake?
Go ahead.
Why can't we reduce the intake and then try and manage the backlog? And then when we bring the backlog considerably down, we should also not get to a point where we run short of health professionals. So when we get to about 40,000, 30,000, we can increase or release the valves to increase the intake. Now, Mr. Chairman, not only are we going to reduce the numbers, but this is a deal with the finance minister. Mr. Finance Minister, you pay allowances for 35,000 people every year as new. Then Health Minister, I'm saying that my point is that I am going to reduce it to say, it's an example I'm citing. I am going to reduce it to say 20,000. What it means is that I'm saving you or the economy of 15,000. Can we then convert that 15,000 to recruitment so that we can bring down the backlog? So when we bring it down considerably, we can increase the intake. I have been criticized to extent that I made a statement, just like you are saying, that the former government was pursuing a quota system, and I criticized the quota system. And I've seen videos to that effect. Mr. Chairman, The point at the time was that the former Mahama administration was replacing the allowance with another scheme, student loans. And then the Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo's team said, no, we are bringing back the allowance. And instead of you to go ahead and then pay the allowance, pay the recruitment, you have now introduced quota because you cannot pay the allowance. But in this case, it's not an issue of allowance because nobody in this country can complain that allowances are delaying. We are paying allowances promptly. But, Mr. Chairman, if you recall, in this country, there are two main professions that people will necessarily go to that institution because when they finish, they know their jobs are waiting for them. One is teacher training. Two is nursing training. We've gone past that point. Why then don't we give the people the opportunity to select something else if it is about security of recruitment? And so that's our argument in summary.
Honorable Minister, so you met 100,000 backlog. How many of the 100,000 have you recruited since you came to office?
Mr. Chairman, be reminded that we've not spent 2 years in office. Okay. So now, the first financial provision we made was the 13,500, as I've indicated. The next one is what we are doing now, and we are targeting 16,000.
Is it 8,000, 16,000?
We are targeting 16,000. We finished 8,000. We are going to do another 8,000.
So apart from the 13,000 that the recruitment that was done and you did financial clearance to pay, no, you did payment because they were recruited. They got a clearance and recruited them, but then you did a payment because it's obvious that you pay them the year they have been recruited. You've managed so far to recruit 8,000 confirmed, and you are looking for another 8,000. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Out of the 100,000.
Correct.
Secondly, how many have you added the backlog? Apart from the 100,000 since you came, how many have you added? How many? So it's 35,000. How many times? You know.
The chairman, if you ask how many have we added,
of the students who have the passed out when you came in, apart from the 100,000, how many?
So for now, maybe 2025. And they are doing their service, I think, now. Because don't forget that the 2021 people we've not finished, as you stated. 2022 are at home. 2023 are at home. 2024 are at home. And then we are now with the 2025. They are doing the rotation.
Honorable Minister, you have a long way to catch up.
I know.
Your colleague Ajimamenu employed over 80,000 health professionals.
Within
8 years. Can I finish? He knows. So if I were to divide you by 2, can I finish, please? If I were to divide you by 2, that would be 40,000 for 4 years. So I'm saying that bypass him. That's what people expect.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot confirm the figures you have put out there, number one. I cannot confirm it, sitting here, that 80,000 were recruited.
Because more than 80,000.
Mr. Chairman, and that I will have to check. Because let me put it on record, that the total number of health professionals in this country is around 100 and something thousand. Total, the whole country. So the 80,000 you have put out there, I will not be quick in confirming that 80,000. I will check my... But I can assure you that we will do our best.
Health professionals, I think, will be more than 200,000, but check. No, there will be more. Check. I know teachers are more than 300,000, but nurses and doctors and the other allied health services are more than 200,000. Check. Anyway, the last...
Under the Ministry of Health?
Yes, check. The last one I will just ask and then we can go. It's a very... the minister has done well, so let's keep engaged. The last one I will ask the Honorable Minister of Health is what message are you giving to all the young people who want to listen to you? You know, you see that I'm asking a lot of questions about the recruitment because you have a lot of young people who want to be recruited. And then some are going to school and they are worried and they are sitting at home. I met 2-3 people and they are all working in filling stations and it's very pitiful. So I want to find, what message are you going to give to them concerning the recruitment? Because you are the chief spokesperson for government. You are the one advising the president. So if they hear from you, you are the one that
Mr.
people
Chairman,
want to...
before I proceed to answer that question, I have gotten my director for HR to give me the accurate figure. The accurate figure is 192,000 health professionals. So it cannot be...
Ask him to give you the figure between 2017...
So I will do that, no problem.
You will see.
I will do that. But the point is that I know that next year we'll obviously get more than what we are doing this year. And so the good people of this country, because of facilitating some of them to even leave to the other countries, and also bringing their admissions down and creating that space to be part of the recruitment, I'm very, very hopeful that next year we'll be able to recruit more. So, and then there's another opportunity, if I may call it opportunity, which again, people must not take it out of context. As part of the introduction of the free primary health care, we traveled to Kenya. What we realized was that Kenya have introduced what we call volunteer, health workers. But these volunteers are ordinary people who have not learned anything in health, but they pick them and train them and then pay them something. Once you're a volunteer, they don't pay you a full salary, but they give you something. So what we are going to do is that we are also going to, as part of the free primary health care, recruit some of them, as the health professionals who are at home. So we are going to recruit some of them to be volunteers, and we'll still give them some stipends. And again, when they volunteer for a year or two, and we are doing recruitment, we'll give them the first option to regularize them in the system. And so these are some of the things we are doing. But Mr. Chairman, I am very hopeful that we will be able to absorb a very reasonable number of health professionals who have completed and they are at home.
Honorable Minister, yes, this is the last one, but I would suggest to you that the greatest and single most important place for you to recruit is to convince government to invest the 20 billion in completing the Agenda 1.1. If on average you get 50 health professionals working there, you know what that will mean. You are going to get over 50,000 people. I'm giving you an example.
No, Mr. Chairman, the issue about recruitment in this country is not about vacancy as in hospitals they are going. That's not a problem. Exactly. You have sat in cabinet before. And you cannot take anything from an empty sack. We have a purse we are all spending from. So at the end of the year, the exchequer will come and say that this is our budget, and this is what I can do. So it's not as if we need to complete Agenda 1.1 before we can employ them. And so it's not an issue of physical space as in PH, but it's an issue of physical space as in F. Fiscal. It's not physical. So it is not the vacancy as you are describing that we need to complete Agenda 1.1 before. No. So people are linked. Of course, it will create additional vacancies, but that is not the main problem. That is not the main problem.
Honorable colleague, there are two more who will make comments and then we'll discharge you. He and him.
Mr. Chairman, this is just a concern I want to.
I thought Mr. Chairman said that the minister has done well, so let's allow him to go.
Yeah. No, it's a fact.
Honorable members, two colleagues have two quick interventions. They are just interventions. You may not even answer them. So please go ahead.
Yeah, my concern is about these trainees that have sat in their house for a number of years. You know, health professionals, it's about training, and it's about fiscal something. So my issue is, what are we doing to be able to revive them, reorientate them before, after the recruitment, so that at least they will get some practical. No, this is not.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, anytime we do recruitment, there is some kind of capacity building we do for them at their various facilities. That is assured. But number two, let me also add this. Number two, as I have already indicated that there were courses that the nurses require as in post-basic courses that were not being pursued in Ghana at all. Yet, we have those vacuum or those gaps. So what we have done is that we have introduced those courses now, the nephrology nursing, the oncology nursing, the critical care nursing. And so this year, we have started with 500 students. The target is that we are training not less than 1,000 every year for two reasons. One, to use them to fill our gaps. Two, whenever we are signing the MOUs with the other countries, they bring this criteria of specialized skills so we can get more to meet the global demand. Thank you.
Honorable, is the deputy whip, so you will at least give him that dispensation.
Mr. Chairman, let me first of all commend the Honorable Minister for the output so far. I understand that. Even yesterday I was in his office and he had to do with my specialist children's hospital. And he knows that we are here and we are politicians. So the people would say that Jerry has been sitting here and didn't comment on the children's hospital. He's assured me he's done a lot. I know his interventions on all of that. And I just want the people to know what he has for them in respect of that hospital.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I completely agree with the honorable member. And as he has indicated himself, I'm in constant touch with him. And we are doing whatever is humanly possible to make sure that this facility is operationalized. But again, it is important to put the facts out for people to understand what is really happening. Mr. Chairman, yesterday on the floor of the House, I tried to explain that the impression that has been created out there about the Wager Children's Hospital is that it's been completed, it's been handed over to government, but because it's not a government empowers project, we do not want to commission it. Mr. Chairman, I want to use this opportunity to clear the air that that is not true. The issues are that I came to inherit that project, which was funded by the World Bank. The World Bank has raised issues about misprocurement. Mr. Chairman, you have been a minister before. And when World Bank raised issues of misprocurement, you know how difficult to resolve those issues. But this is what I inherited, that some of the equipment were inflated, and they have threatened that they were not going to pay. As far as the contractor is concerned, we have paid more than 80% to 90% of the contract sum. But the contractor has not handed over to the state. As part of the contract, he is supposed to install equipment and then train the health professionals on the equipment installed. As I speak to you now, some of the equipment have not been installed. 2, it has not been handed over to us. 3, the health workers have not been trained on the equipment. We've had some meetings, some he will send, representatives. He's not been in the country. We have requested a meeting, and he's promised to be part of the meeting on the 10th, which I think is tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll meet the contractor and then try to resolve the issues so that that hospital can be put to good use. I want the people of this country to know that it's not as if it's been finished and then there's no issue and we deliberately do not want to commission. And I want to repeat that if today the contractor hands over the project to us, train our people, and then gives us all the codes necessary, I'll give you 24 hours. We'll put a full complement of the health professionals in to operationalize the facility. We are well prepared for that.
Chair, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Chair, thank you. I see you've been talking about full complements so that there is this employment aspect. Please, you cannot take me out. Notice is hereby served. I need the health professionals within my constituency to be employed. So please, and they won't go and be hiring rooms somewhere, and they won't have issues with accommodation. We have a lot of them. So I'm taking a cue from Honorable Bisu. Thank you so much.
Honorable Minister, he's your colleague. And so please, once you are ready,
He's not only my colleague, he's a leader of the house.
All right. Make sure that his interest is fully covered. Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for calling upon this house. You have sat for a very long time. First of all, you came in when you promised 2 o'clock. You were exactly here too. In fact, your team were here before 2. I want to thank them very much. You yourself sat through for almost like an hour. You sat through when your colleague was speaking. I also want to thank you very, very much for that. Anytime we need you, we'll call upon you. But we are very grateful. And everything that you have also done for this community to make sure that you facilitate the work, we have received it. And we are very grateful to you. Thank you very, very much. You are discharged.
I'm grateful, Mr. Chairman. Are we not on air?